Introduction. The divine slayer of the three realms reigns supreme. All deities retreat from our Huaxia. The void demon realm has invaded Blue Star, ushering in an era of universal job transitions. During the awakening ceremony, Qingyun resolutely forsakes the unparalleled class of Thor, instead choosing the path of Nezha, the Third Prince. The campus bell remarks, Qingyun, the line of suitors for me stretches all the way to the capital. After 3 years of devotion, you dare to select such a mediocre profession. Netizens respond, has this lad been drinking counterfeit wine? I'd rather be a poet. Is there no true deity in Huaxia? The righteous way of heaven stirs the universe. How dare they underestimate our Huaxia? Today I, Qingyun, shall defy fate. I shall restore the honor of the Huaxia deities. Chapter 1. Stop him. Quickly stop him. Brain repository. Wow. An rank profession, the ice and snow empress. Truly worthy of my goddess. I recall her mentioning that her greatest aspiration was to transform into the Moon Palace Fairy. Right? What Moon Palace Fairy? The Eastern deities are hardly worth considering. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Qingyun involuntarily furrowed his brow. The legacy of Eastern deities appears to have encountered a significant rupture, with higher professions predominantly belonging to Western deities. Moreover, the most critical issue is that the professions of Eastern deities often cannot undergo a second awakening. Many individuals spend their entire lives unable to break through the level 30 barrier. Brother Qingyun, what are you pondering? At that moment, Lin Wanner descended from the job transition platform and sat beside Qingyun, casually draping her arms around his. This scene caused the boys present to pound their chests in despair. Lin Wanner is renowned as the aloof and beautiful campus belle of Donghai City, boasting over 5 million followers on Linear Paragon of pure allure. Yet, only in Qingyun's presence does she reveal such a sweet, girlfriend-like demeanor. Qingyun grinned, nothing much. Congratulations. It's been years since our school has produced an rank profession, hasn't it? Lin Wanner playfully retorted, what use is an rank? It still pales in comparison to you. At this, Qingyun remained non-committal upon his admission. He was assessed with Shrank potential, destined to be the first Shrank awakener in Donghai City's history. Consequently, on the second day of school, the goddess of the campus boldly confessed her feelings for him publicly. Yet, Qingyun understood that Lin Wanner did not genuinely harbor affection for him. Nor did she truly desire to be the Moon Palace Fairy. She merely sought to indulge in the pretense to align with his whims. At that moment, the principal of Donghai No. 1 High School, Wang Qingdong, cleared his throat and slowly stood up. Dear students, esteemed guests, let's extend a warm round of applause to welcome classmate Qingyun to the stage for his job transition. As Qingyun made his entrance, the atmosphere surged to its peak, with a swarm of drones live streaming the event and viewership exceeding 200 million. Journalists from various media outlets in Donghai City stood at the ready, all eagerly anticipating this exhilarating moment. Brother Qingyun, go for it. Below the stage, Lin Wanner maintained her sweet girlfriend demeanor, cheering fervently for Qingyun. As Qingyun stepped onto the promotion platform, a hush fell over the crowd, everyone holding their breath. With the transfer formation gradually activating, Lin Wanner clenched her fists, her expression betraying a palpable tension. In her pursuit of Qingyun, she had sacrificed a year of her studies. Should he fail to awaken in this level profession, she would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the entire network. Qingyun, you had better not disappoint me. Boom. At the moment the transfer array completed, a thunderous roar shattered the sky. In the blink of an eye, the previously clear sky darkened with ominous clouds, and violet lightning danced wildly within them. As a blinding bolt of lightning struck down, a towering figure clad in thunderous armor, wielding the hammer of the thunder god, materialized before Qingyun. Oh my goodness, it's actually SS level Thor. Wasn't he supposed to possess only S-level potential? Goodness gracious, his ancestors must be rejoicing in the afterlife. This is an unparalleled profession. Rejoicing? This is outright erupting with flames. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, there are no more than 10 people with such unparalleled professions. On the podium, several dignitaries sprang to their feet, their faces etched with disbelief. The rumors that an unparalleled profession's awakening could provoke a phenomenon of cosmic proportions were indeed true. The principal trembled with excitement, nearly succumbing to the overwhelming emotion. An unparalleled profession, counted on one's fingers throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. Now, their Donghai First High School would gain nationwide notoriety. Lin Wanner, her legs giving way, collapsed to the ground, her exquisite face a mask of shock. At that moment, she understood why her father had insisted she pursue Li Qingyun 3 years ago. She had thought Li Qingyun merely excelled slightly beyond her now. It was clear he was not just excellent, was extraordinary, a true gem among blooms. As I reverberated through the crowd, Li Qingyun, however, stood with his head bowed and brows furrowed, seemingly lost in thought. Li Qingyun, what are you waiting for? Hurry and accept the transfer. Noticing Li Qingyun's stillness, the class teacher, Yang Ying, urged him in a hushed tone. All he needed to do was step into the Thunder God's ethereal form to complete the transfer and gain the power of the Thunder God. Yet, Li Qingyun, pursing his lips with a grave expression, recalled that just as he had stepped onto the promotion platform, the system had arrived. 18 years. He had awaited this moment for a full 18 years. At that instant, he could only exclaim that online literature had truly not deceived him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for activating the Huaxia unparalleled system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a novice gift pack. The gift pack will randomly select one deity profession from the pantheon of Huaxia. Before Li Qingyun could fully process this, the system began to spring into action. As the crowd pondered why Li Qingyun remained immobile, suddenly, a pillar of fire erupted from the promotion platform. In an instant, the dark clouds dispersed entirely. Within that fiery column, a lotus of flames slowly blossomed, revealing a child of about 7 or 8 years, yawning and stretching lazily. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the clever profession of the 3 Altar Sea Assembly deity. Prince Nezha. Upon witnessing this, Li Qingyun appeared utterly bewildered. System, have you made an error? The god of war Nezha is only rated C? Do not deceive me due to my limited knowledge. As a traveler from another realm, Li Qingyun understood that Thor was merely a thunderous figure, and the legendary Yamada no Orochi was nothing more than a lackey of the water god Qingyun. What merit did these beings possess to be rated higher than the god of war Nezha? Where has justice gone? Where's the law? Ding! System alert. This profession possesses limitless growth attributes. Consuming kill points can accelerate advancement. Kill points? Li Qingyun was momentarily taken aback, then quickly comprehended. Truly, the god of war Nezha would even slay himself when provoked. To have 2 class transition options is truly unprecedented. The disparity between the two is rather significant. Who is this Nezha, the Third Prince? I have never heard of him. It seems Lin who has a discerning eye. No wonder he was willing to gamble, even his precious daughter. The prominent figures on the podium engaged in discussions, showing little concern for the origins of this Chinese deity. Wait, Li Qingyun, what are you doing? At that moment, a loud shout emerged from the crowd. It was Lin Wan'er. Only now did everyone realize that Li Qingyun was actually approaching the created Chinese deity. He was about to forsake his SS-rated unparalleled profession. Stop him. Quickly, prevent him. The principal, seated at the podium, suddenly sprang to his feet, disregarding his image, pointing and shouting in the arena. Li Qingyun, have you lost your mind? Halt immediately. The homeroom teacher and numerous school leaders rushed into the arena. Yet Li Qingyun resolutely advanced toward Nezha. Youngster, are you certain you wish to forsake the power of the Thunder God for this mere Chinese deity? Just as Li Qingyun was about to step into the flames, a solemn voice echoed in his mind. Li Qingyun paused, for the ethereal presence bore the will of Thor. The power of the Thunder God? I have no need for it. Today, I shall transition to this Chinese deity. Not even Jesus can stop me. Mark my words. With a cold huff, Li Qingyun no longer hesitated and boldly stepped into the fiery lotus. The righteous path of heaven dares not deceive the true gods of China. Today, I, Li Qingyun, shall defy the heavens and restore the honor of the Chinese deity. Chapter 2. You started the joke. Ding. Congratulations. Host has transitioned to the 3 Altar Sea meeting great deity, Nezha the Third Prince. Attribute panel activated. Item panel activated. As Li Qingyun successfully completed his transition, the ethereal figure of the Thunder God gradually dissipated. At that moment, the playground, filled with 20,000 people, fell into an eerie silence, as quiet as death. Poof! After a brief moment of stupor, the principal at the podium suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood and collapsed, his eyes rolling back in a faint. The despairing head of the department, missing a shoe, wore a countenance akin to a funeral. The homeroom teacher, Yang Ying, who was closest to Li Qingyun, had already made her way to the promotion platform. However, her expression clearly indicated that her CPU had been thoroughly fried. Li Qingyun, I will kill you. With Lin Wanner's furious shout, the crowd finally reacted, and a cacophony erupted in the venue. Who could have imagined that the exceptionally gifted Li Qingyun would embarrass himself in front of all those spectators? He had inadvertently orchestrated a high-quality spectacle of bewildering behavior. Not only were the on-site attendees stunned, but the live stream chat also exploded with a barrage of question marks. My goodness, this cannot be, or at least it should not be. Wow, what a pity. That was an unparalleled profession. This guy must have been drinking fake liquor. Ha ha, I can't breathe. They'll devour him if he's a poet. Don't stop me. I will kill him. Lin Wanner, now in a frenzy, was nearly restrained by several security guards. Otherwise, she would have charged at Li Qingyun in a fit of rage. Yet, Li Qingyun walked down from the promotion platform with an air of indifference, as if nothing had transpired. Classmate, may I ask why you renounced the unparalleled profession? Is it a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? Are you currently in a lucid state? Were you coerced into this decision? Classmate, are you aware that this will be regarded as one of the most foolish choices in human history? As soon as Li Qingyun descended from the promotion platform, a swarm of media reporters descended upon him. Li Qingyun, come with me. Yang Ying grasped Li Qingyun and pulled him away from the crowd, hastily retreating to the office. What are you doing, Li Qingyun? Do you realize what you have done? In the office, Yang Ying's blood pressure soared as she stared in disbelief. Even Lin Wanner's fury was eclipsed by her own urge to strangle Li Qingyun. Do you understand that you are sabotaging your future? Which university would dare to accept you after this? As Yang Ying spoke passionately, Li Qingyun could only offer a helpless smile. He truly had no way to explain this matter, as no one would believe him if he tried. Do you know how many lives were lost due to the monster invasion in the western suburbs of Donghai City yesterday? Do you comprehend that this is not merely your loss, but it concerns the entire? Bang! Before Yang Ying could finish her sentence, the office door was abruptly kicked open. Li Qingyun, Lin Wanner stormed in, brandishing a glimmering kitchen knife, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Lin Wanner, calm down. Yang Ying quickly positioned herself between the two, fearing that Lin Wanner, in her frenzy, might truly cause Li Qingyun grievous harm. I cannot remain calm. Lin Wanner trembled with anger, raising her knife and pointing it at Li Qingyun, exclaiming, "What do you mean, Li Qingyun? Are you deliberately trying to disgust me? There are suitors lining up for me all the way to the capital. I devoted 3 years of my youth to you, and you choose such a worthless profession. Clarify your intentions. Dear sister, isn't my youth also at stake? You haven't suffered a loss either." Li Qingyun shrugged helplessly after 3 years of romance. His first kiss still remained intact. Where could he seek justice for this? You are utterly despicable. Lin Wanner, infuriated, raised her knife to strike, but Yang Ying snatched it away. Lin Wanner, this is a school, not a battleground for your quarrels. Yang Ying shouted angrily. Bah, who is in a relationship with him? He is nothing but trash. You make me sick. Lin Wanner gritted her teeth, declaring, Li Qingyun, remember this, you will surely regret it. Having said this, she turned to leave, but suddenly spun around at the door. To be honest, I don't like that Moon Palace fairy at all. Such nonsense about Eastern deities. They're all worthless, just like you. With that, Lin Wanner stormed out, leaving Li Qingyun to shrug in resignation. Perhaps this was indeed her true nature. Given the circumstances, you must take care of yourself. Yang Ying sighed softly, allowing Li Qingyun to depart. Wait a moment. Just as Li Qingyun stepped out of the office, he was called back by Yang Ying. With only 2 months until the college entrance examination, do you intend to take the written test? Hearing this, Li Qingyun shook his head. Even now you wish to participate in the martial exam? Noticing his negative response, Yang Ying frowned. You should understand that your chances in the martial exam are quite slim. Teacher, I actually plan to apply for the special admission in a month. Li Qingyun smiled, aware that in his current situation, even if he were to get into university, he would struggle to pay the tuition fees. The only path to higher education for him was through the tuition-free special admission route. Excellent. Excellent. The universities will be clamoring for you. Yang Ying was momentarily taken aback, then smiled slightly. Teacher, at this point, please don't jest with me. Li Qingyun forced a bitter smile, as he truly felt uncertain about this matter. It was you who first made a jest. Yang Ying's chest heaved with indignation. Do you know that if you... Before she could finish, she sighed deeply. Forget it. Just remember, you must take care of yourself. By the time Li Qingyun returned to his rented room, it was already evening. He grabbed a piece of bread from the table, and took a few bites before eagerly opening the system interface. The interface was not complicated. At the forefront was his personal information. Host, Qingyun. Occupation, Clevel Nezha. Spiritual power level, level 1. Talent, Sacred Body of the Fire, Lotus, LV1. Skill, Crimson Lotus Karma, Fire, LV1. Kills, 0. Seeing this, Qingyun raised an eyebrow and clicked on the option to view details. Innate Fire Lotus Sacred Body, a comprehensive enhancement of physical capabilities, possessing remarkable regenerative abilities and immunity to poison attacks. Skill Crimson Lotus Inferno, a fire of utmost purity and brightness, impervious to conventional means of restraint, inflicting damage accompanied by severe injury effects. Impervious to conventional means of restraint? Upon seeing this, Qingyun's brow furrowed. The system did not provide a detailed explanation, indicating that many aspects would require personal verification. According to customary practice in previous years, to be specially recruited, one must reach level 10 to ensure sufficient confidence. Help! Just as Qingyun was engrossed in studying the system, a sudden cry for help from a little girl echoed from outside the window. With a frown, Qingyun hurriedly rushed towards the door. On the dimly lit street, a girl was running toward him in tears, while behind her, a massive magical beast was relentlessly pursuing her. What the? Another wolf? Qingyun was taken aback and immediately turned to dash back home. In the dim light, his pivot was decisive, as if he had resolved upon a particular determination. The level 3 magical creature, the Nether Wolf, was far beyond the capability of a level 1 novice like him to confront. Chapter 3 Beast. Release that girl. A startled scream escaped the woman's lips as she fell to the ground, just as the pair of emerald-eyed spectral wolves closed in. No, don't come any closer. Her face drained of color. She squeezed her eyes shut and shouted frantically, even reciting an arcane incantation, "Begone! Begone!" A flicker of confusion passed through the spectral wolf's glowing green eyes, but it quickly let out a ferocious roar and lunged at the woman with its gaping maw. Monster! Let her go! In that moment of dire peril, a man burst through the door, brandishing a brick. The spectral wolf, sensing the provocation from Qingyun, abandoned the girl and charged at him instead. Damn it! Today, I shall see whether your fate is stronger or if my brick is mightier. With a furious shout, Qingyun swung the brick towards the wolf's head. The brick sliced through the air with a fierce whistle, striking the wolf's side with a resounding crash, only to disintegrate into dust upon impact. A wretched howl echoed as the spectral wolf was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the nearby ruins with a thunderous thud. Staring in disbelief at the airborne creature, Qingyun was momentarily stunned. This beast was as robust as an ox, easily weighing around 2,000 pounds. And he had just sent it flying? The power of the Fire Lotus Sacred Body was indeed terrifying. Before he could fully contemplate this, the spectral wolf rose once more from the rubble, its once intact visage now a grotesque mass of blood and flesh. Its emerald eyes radiating a fierce intent as it charged at Qingyun. Still daring to come? Are you that stubborn? Qingyun growled, seizing another brick to strike once more. Bang! In an instant, debris flew as Qingyun's eyes widened. The brick in his hand was shattered by the wolf's claws. At that moment, he noticed the wolf's eyes had turned a blood-red hue. This was a unique ability of the spectral wolf. When on the brink of death, it would enter a frenzied state, transforming into a blood-eyed beast, significantly enhancing its combat prowess. The wolf's claws, now 5 centimeters long, plunged into Qingyun's shoulder, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from him. Just as he was about to be overpowered, flames surged from his hand, and with an uppercut fueled by fiery energy, he struck the wolf's chin. Crimson Lotus Inferno. With flames bursting forth, the spectral wolf was launched backward, transforming into a blazing fireball. Simultaneously, a figure swiftly approached from the distance, reaching Qingyun in the blink of an eye. The newcomer was a tall woman with short hair, clad in a form-fitting black combat suit, exuding an air of valiant grace. The shield emblem on her chest indicated she was part of the East Sea City Guard. Big Sister. The girl who had just been rescued rushed towards the woman, tears streaming down her face. It was then that Qingyun realized he had saved none other than their class monitor, Zhao Shui. It is hardly surprising that Zhao Shui's home is not far from here. Do not be afraid, it is all over now. The woman soothed Zhao Shui, yet her gaze lingered on the infernal wolf still writhing in the flames. Remarkably, the fire had even ignited the stones. Qingyun, thank you for saving me. Zhao Shui exclaimed, her eyes reddened as she turned to him. Qingyun sat on the ground, panting heavily. That last strike had nearly drained his meager reserves of spiritual energy. Although the Crimson Lotus fire was formidable, its consumption of spiritual power was equally terrifying. Gazing at the burning stones, Li Qingyun felt a sense of bewilderment. Would this fire consume the very earth itself? Cough. Just a trivial matter. We are all classmates, after all. Li Qingyun replied with a wry smile. You are Li Qingyun? Did you conjure this flame? The short-haired woman asked, her expression grave. By now, the infernal wolf had turned to ash, yet several stones still flickered with fire. This is my sister, Zhao Na. She is part of the EC City Guard. Zhao Shui hastily introduced. Regarding Zhao Na's inquiry, Li Qingyun shrugged non-committally, for he truly lacked the energy to converse. Ding. You have slain a level 3 magical creature, the infernal wolf, and earned 3 kill points. Congratulations, host. You have leveled up to 2. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Li Qingyun's mind. Feeling an unexpected surge of spiritual energy within him, Li Qingyun raised an eyebrow. It appeared that a class changer would restore a portion of their spiritual energy upon leveling up. Furthermore, one could level up merely by defeating monsters without the need for rigorous training. A class profession? To slay an infernal wolf on the very first day of transitioning? Zhao Na stepped closer to examine the dwindling flames, then turned back to Li Qingyun with a look of skepticism. Indeed, Li Qingyun, you are remarkably skilled. Some class professions might not even be capable of such feats. Zhao Shui chimed in, her face alight with astonishment. Cough. Just luck. Pure luck. Li Qingyun chuckled helplessly, thinking to himself how close he had come to meeting his demise. You saved Zhao Shui. I shall remember this favor. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out at the guard, Zhao Na declared, preparing to escort Zhao Shui away. Just then, Li Qingyun sprang to his feet. Sister Na, I have heard that your guard possesses a dedicated training facility. Might I have the opportunity to witness it? Zhao Na frowned slightly at his request. A visit would be permissible, but if you wish to train, it may prove too perilous for you. Not to worry, I have always valued my life. I merely wish to broaden my horizons. Upon hearing this, Zhao Na pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well, come to the guard headquarters tomorrow morning to meet me. Thank you, Sister Na. Safe travels. As the surrounding inferno gradually extinguished after melting several fragments of stone, Li Qingyun sighed deeply at the sight of the infernal wolf's remains. If one could even call that pile of ashes a body. The living monstrosities are to be avoided, yet the deceased ones are often beyond the reach of many. Take, for instance, the spectral wolf. Its entire being is a treasure, fetching no less than 2,000 in the black market. Some creatures even harbor magical crystals within, which can significantly enhance the combat prowess of those who change their class. Upon returning home, Li Qingyun eagerly accessed the system. Host, Li Qingyun. Occupation, level Nezha. Spirit level, level 2. Talent, Sacred Body of Fire Lotus level 2. Skill, Crimson Lotus Inferno level 2. Kill value, 3. What a domineering Sacred Body of Fire Lotus. Li Qingyun marveled at the wound on his shoulder, which had healed unbeknownst to him. Moreover, due to possessing the Sacred Body of Fire Lotus, his current speed and strength could likely rival those of certain physical cultivators. System, how can I utilize this kill value? He inquired, glancing at the meager count of 3. Ding. Acquiring kill value accelerates level advancement. Kill value can be exchanged for items in the system mall, which will automatically open when the host reaches level 5. Indeed, defeating monsters facilitates leveling up. Furthermore, wasn't it mentioned that occupational tiers could evolve? It cannot remain at level indefinitely, can it? Li Qingyun furrowed his brow, knowing that many advanced skills, such as divine arts, could only be utilized by occupations above level. Additionally, the total amount of spiritual energy stored within different tiered cultivators varies significantly. Ding. Exchanging specific items in the system mall will enable advancement. Seeing this, Li Qingyun frowned and clicked his tongue. It appears he must hasten to elevate to level 5. Chapter 4. The Seraph Ning Yao. The following morning, Li Qingyun purchased several meat buns downstairs and pedaled furiously towards the headquarters of the EC City Guard. It wasn't that he was in a hurry. Rather, he realized that he merely needed to exert a slight effort to reach the bicycle's limit. The headquarters, located in the city center, sprawls across several hundred acres. A grand entrance boasts a silver shield adorned with a dragon motif, emblematic of the Dragon Nation's guard. Oh, isn't that our internet sensation, Li Qingyun? As Li Qingyun leaned his bicycle against a tree, a mocking voice echoed from behind. He turned to find Tian Ci from the neighboring class, accompanied by Lin Wanner. The murderous intent radiating from Lin Wanner sent a chill down Li Qingyun's spine. He had no doubt that if looks could kill, he would already be meeting his ancestors. Hey, Li Qingyun, have you been planning to become an internet celebrity for profit, gaining 20 million followers overnight? Your performance yesterday was quite the spectacle. Tianci teased, pursuing Li Qingyun with a grin. I don't understand what you're talking about. I have matters to attend to, so I'll be on my way. Li Qingyun shrugged, unwilling to squander time with this sycophant. Initially, Tianci's fervent pursuit of Lin Wanner became the talk of the entire school. After Lin Wanner boldly confessed her feelings, Tianci frequently troubled her. For Li Qingyun, who was accustomed to using an outdated phone, such matters were of little concern. He had even forgotten when he had registered for social media. However, he understood that for a considerable duration, he would likely become a trending topic. It can only be said that although he did not venture online, tales of his exploits circulated widely across the internet. Li Qingyun, what brings you to the guard team? With your profession, even standing at the door wouldn't be of any use. Someone jested. Tianci was momentarily taken aback before recognizing Li Qingyun. Oh, Tian Xiao has arrived? At that moment, a man emerged from the guard team's entrance. Miss Lin is here too. I shall be responsible for accompanying you both from now on. Haha, it's been a while, how go? Tianci shot Li Qingyun a glare, then turned to greet him with a smile. How go? I heard you were injured on a mission. My father asked me to bring you this Tier 3 with Spirit Crystal Core. With that, Tianci produced a small box and handed it to Cheng Hao. Haha. The head of the Tian family is truly thoughtful. I will be sure to express my gratitude in person. Li Qingyun glanced at Cheng Hao and proceeded towards the exit. Lin Wanner and Tianci were considered prominent wealthy heirs in Donghai City, and securing a guard team member as a private instructor was not a daunting task. Noticing Li Qingyun's departure, Tianci furrowed his brow and exchanged a glance with Cheng Hao. By the way, how go? Our base isn't a place where just anyone can wander in, is it? Cheng Hao, initially surprised, quickly grasped the implication. Hey, stop right there. Cheng Hao approached Li Qingyun, his expression stern. This is the headquarters of the guard team. What is your purpose here? Just as Li Qingyun was about to respond, a red motorcycle roared towards them, skidding to a halt in front of him with a flourish. Wow, you must be Li Qingyun, right? You look quite handsome in person. The rider, a striking red-haired girl, scrutinized Li Qingyun with an appraising gaze, as if pondering something. Unique, good-looking, just my type. What is up? I'm super easy to pursue. Seeing the exuberant girl before him, Li Qingyun felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. What was her deal? Had she escaped from a mental institution? Just kidding. Hop on. Nana sent me to show you around. The girl patted the back seat of her motorcycle with a grin. What's wrong? Afraid I'll whisk you away? Noticing Li Qingyun's hesitance, she inquired with genuine curiosity. Li Qingyun sighed in resignation and mounted the motorcycle. Now having a fair idea of who she was, Ning Yao, the eccentric figure of the Donghai guard team, and Zhao Na's close friend, a level 32 seraph. Hold on tight. If you fall off, it's not my problem, Ning Yao declared, firmly grasping Li Qingyun's hand and placing it on her waist. Then revved the engine and sped off. Li Qingyun was taken aback. Ning Yao was dressed today in a form-fitting crop top, her youthful and delicate abdomen emanating a cool, smooth sensation. Particularly when she leaned forward, her ample curves pressed directly against Li Qingyun's arm. Had it not been for Li Qingyun's resolute spirit from 2 lifetimes, such overwhelming pressure would be difficult for most to withstand. Ahem. The exhaust fumes from a motorcycle caused Tianci to cough, while Lin Wanner beside him furrowed her brows, her complexion turning ashen. What kind of relationship do Li Qingyun and Ning Yao share? Tianci's face was a picture of indignation. Why should the goddess revolve around Li Qingyun? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ning Yao, but you may call me Sister Yao. Stopping her vehicle, Ning Yao ushered Li Qingyun into a grand building. Nevertheless, I am quite curious as to why you forsook the unparalleled profession. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyun could only manage a bitter smile. It was truly a difficult matter to explain. No worries. If you prefer not to discuss it, that is perfectly fine. Ning Yao waved her hand dismissively. You truly killed a spectral wolf last night. What was that peculiar flame? Is it your skill? Are you a virgin? May I examine you? Li Qingyun was taken aback. Why must such strange inquiries be intertwined here? Are we to inspect the flame, or something else entirely? Could you please articulate your thoughts more clearly? The corner of Li Qingyun's eye twitched. This security team truly seems to welcome all sorts of individuals. I haven't mentioned yet that I am a level profession seraph, also possessing fire attributes. As she spoke, Ning Yao snapped her fingers, and a golden flame appeared at her fingertips. Observing this, Li Qingyun raised an eyebrow. Angels are among the most common professions, with thousands of variations from 1st to 10th tier. Ning Yao belonged to the 9th tier seraph, second only to the 10th tier holy celestial. My angelic flame can suppress the vast majority of flames in this world. How about a comparison? Ning Yao grinned while manipulating the golden flame in her hand. Intrigued, Li Qingyun was eager to discover how his crimson lotus inferno measured against the seraph's angelic flame. Mimicking Ning Yao, Li Qingyun snapped his fingers, and a scarlet flame flickered to life in his palm. The moment the crimson lotus inferno manifested, Ning Yao realized that her angelic flame was actually being suppressed. What is there to fear? Go. Ning Yao, undeterred, pushed her angelic flame toward the crimson lotus inferno, but the instant the two flames met, the golden angelic flame was completely consumed by the crimson lotus inferno. Witnessing this spectacle, Ning Yao was momentarily taken aback. How intriguing. It seems necessary to delve deeper into this. Chapter 5. The Demon Bee Valley. Ning Yao, stop fooling around. At that moment, Zhao Na's voice echoed from behind, indicating her return from completing her errands. Na, dressed so beautifully. Are you off to a date with some handsome fellow? Zhao Na was clad in high-waisted, form-fitting denim trousers, complemented by a snug white shirt that accentuated her statuesque figure. Ning Yao playfully remarked, delivering a light slap to Zhao Na's pert posterior. Stop it. You lecherous old fool. Zhao Na furrowed her brows in mock annoyance, though she had long grown accustomed to Ning Yao's mischievous antics. Come, the training room lies just ahead, she said, addressing Li Qingyun. The trio had not walked far before they arrived at an expansive hall, nearly the size of a football field. Within this vast space, numerous dimensional rifts could be seen, each sealed with intricate spells. On the other side of these rifts lay the void demon realm. As you can observe, the Guardian base is strategically established in areas with a high concentration of dimensional rifts to prevent the demons within from escaping, Zhao Na explained as she walked. What is that red one? Li Qingyun inquired, frowning at a crimson rift situated in the center of the plaza, surrounded by blue-black rifts. The only one emanating an eerie red glow. That door connects to the main space of the void demon realm, the Sea of Void. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyun nodded, realizing that such phenomena had not been covered in their academic studies. You did not come here merely for a tour, did you? Zhao Na paused before one of the dimensional rifts and continued. Inside lies the Demon Bee Valley, primarily inhabited by first-level demon bees, making it suitable for lower-tier transmuters to cultivate. Thank you, Sister Na. Li Qingyun replied with a respectful gesture, acknowledging that Zhao Na was indeed repaying a favor while also providing significant assistance. Do not underestimate those demon bees. Their venom is quite potent. Ning Yao interjected hastily. For safety's sake, perhaps I should accompany you inside. A male-female pairing makes for easier work. Ning Yao, stop it, Zhao Na admonished, her brow furrowing. She then produced a jade shard radiating a cerulean light and handed it to Li Qingyun. If you encounter any danger, crush this shard, and it will transport you out immediately. Upon hearing Zhao Na's words, Ning Yao pouted and rolled her eyes, clearly displeased that Zhao Na was thwarting her intentions. Li Qingyun accepted the jade shard with a nod. These spatial jade stones were derived from lower-tier demons, and everyone received one during the college entrance examinations. A first-level profession daring to venture into the demon realm. How foolish. At that moment, Tian Ci and his group entered, casting sardonic glances at Li Qingyun. Zhao Na's brows knitted slightly at Tian Ci's comment, and she turned to Li Qingyun, saying, Go on in, do not be reckless. If danger arises, crush the jade shard immediately. Li Qingyun nodded and turned towards the dimensional rift. Hey, Li Qingyun, if you get poisoned, remember to come find me. I'll help you draw it out. Hearing Ning Yao's voice behind him, Li Qingyun instinctively quickened his pace. Lin Wanner possesses quite a remarkable talent. Do you think she will be specially recruited? Zhao Na suddenly inquired as she noticed Lin Wanner and her group also entering the dimensional rift. Uncertain, yet certain that she would eventually regret it, Ning Yao shrugged, clearly disinterested in Lin Wanner. Are you referring to Li Qingyun? Are you so certain? Just moments ago, my angelic sacred flame had been consumed by his flames. Ning Yao furrowed her brows, her expression grave. Zhao Na, upon hearing this, was taken aback, standing in place for a considerable time. Is this truly the demon realm? At that moment, Li Qingyun found himself within a vast canyon, surrounded solely by exposed rocks and withered trees, devoid of any signs of life. After walking for several minutes, he occasionally stumbled upon scattered bones, yet still saw no trace of the demon bees. In the distance, a white hill emerged, and as Li Qingyun approached, he felt a sudden chill creeping up his spine. The hill was, in fact, a mound of various demonic remains. Buzzing. Suddenly, a cacophony of buzzing filled the air, and a dozen palm-sized demon bees emerged from the pile of bones. The appearance of these bees was most peculiar, their abdomens adorned with patterns resembling grotesque, grinning faces. It was then that Li Qingyun comprehended. This bone hill served as the nest of the demon bees. The wind whistled through the holes in the bone mound, producing a sound reminiscent of a wailing infant. The demon bees, oblivious to Li Qingyun's presence hidden behind the rocks, circled around before returning to their nest. Go! A flicker of flame erupted from Li Qingyun's fingertips, landing directly upon the demon bee's nest. The moment the red lotus inferno made contact with the pile of bones, it surged with ferocity, igniting the entire nest in a roaring blaze. Buzzing. The nest of demon bees erupted in chaos, with hundreds of them transforming into fireballs as they fled from the inferno, yet they did not venture far before turning to ashes. Ding. Host has slain a demon bee. Ding. Kill value, 111 ding. Congratulations, host, on leveling up. Once the cacophony from the demon bee nest subsided, Li Qingyun cautiously emerged from behind the rocks. He glanced at his kill value, which had surpassed 700, and noted that he had ascended to level 3. Continuing deeper into the canyon, he attacked every foe he encountered and annihilated any nests he discovered. Occasionally, a few lost demon bees attempted to assault him, but they posed no threat to the toxin-immune Fire Lotus sacred body. 2 hours later, in the hall of the escort team, Zhao Na frowned as she gazed at the dimensional rift where Li Qingyun was situated. She had anticipated his swift return, yet the prolonged silence was unexpected. At that moment, Lin Wanner and her companions emerged from the demon realm, their faces alight with excitement. Wanner, at this rate of cultivation, you will undoubtedly be specially recruited in a month. Tian Ci smiled at Lin Wanner. She responded with a smile, neither confirming nor denying, for having reached level 3 in just 2 hours of cultivation. She was confident of securing a spot in the upcoming special recruitment. Is Li Qingyun still not out? At this moment, Ning Yao stepped inside, addressing Zhao Na, who furrowed her delicate brows and shook her head. Humph, that fellow is likely nothing more than remnants consumed by the demonic creatures, isn't he? Tian Ci remarked with a cold chuckle from the side. Zhao Na, allowing him to venture in alone was rather reckless. Though he is merely a first-level professional, it is nonetheless a human life. Such actions would greatly tarnish the reputation of our guard team if word were to spread. Cheng Hao, with a reproachful tone and a frown, seemed to take some delight in the situation. I will go in and take a look, Ning Yao declared, her brows knitted in concern. Initially, she had some faith in Li Qingyun, for the bizarre flames were beyond what a first-level monster could withstand. Yet, with him absent for such a long time, unease began to creep into her heart. Suddenly, as Ning Yao was about to step into the dimensional rift, a sound akin to shattering glass echoed, causing her to gasp in alarm and retreat hastily. Cracks began to form across the dimensional rift, indicating it was on the verge of collapsing. What is happening? Zhao Na exclaimed, her eyes widening. They had previously entered the Bee Valley, where the space had been relatively stable. How could it suddenly be on the brink of collapse? This cannot be. We must retrieve Li Qingyun. Ning Yao's brow furrowed tightly. If the rift collapsed, the spatial jade would fail as well, leaving Li Qingyun forever trapped in the alternate realm. Chapter 6. Are you the legendary living king of hell? Na, stabilize the dimensional rift. I will go in to find him, Ning Yao urged urgently. Zhao Na's brows knitted together at this. She could indeed use her spiritual power to forcibly stabilize the rift, but not for long. No, this is far too dangerous. Zhao Na replied solemnly. If Ning Yao did not emerge in time, she too would be ensnared in the void of the demonic realm. There is no time for such concerns. Ning Yao's expression darkened. From the moment she joined the guard team, she had prepared herself for the possibility of sacrificing for the protection of the citizens of Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, it was she who had sent Li Qingyun in, and thus she bore the responsibility of bringing him back. Without further hesitation, Ning Yao dashed toward the rift. Yet, just as she was about to step through, several searing flames erupted from the rift. Damn it, what is this? Ning Yao instinctively retreated, though her clothing was singed by the flames. Restrain. Just then, a voice emanated from the rift, and in an instant, the flames enveloping Ning Yao dissipated into nothingness. Crack. Simultaneously, a figure burst forth from the rift. And in the next moment, the dimensional rift shattered completely. Everyone stared in astonishment at Li Qingyun, who appeared unscathed, having miraculously emerged at the last second. That was perilously close. This thing is indeed quite effective, Li Qingyun remarked, examining the shattered spatial jade in his hand, which had teleported him out upon being crushed. Effective, you say? Ning Yao stepped forward, her voice laced with anger. Do you have any idea how close you were to not returning? She glared at Li Qingyun, who momentarily paused in surprise, then shifted his gaze downward, inadvertently swallowing hard. I'm talking to you. What are you staring at? Ning Yao furrowed her brows, following Li Qingyun's line of sight to her chest, only to feel a twitch at the corner of her eye. The flames had burned a large hole in her clothing. leaving her upper body nearly bare. "Sister Yao, why don't you wear my jacket for now?" Li Qingyun offered with a wry smile, having lost control of the flames earlier, allowing them to leap from the crevice. Fortunately, he had managed to retract the inferno in time. Otherwise, the damage to Ning Yao's attire would have been the least of their concerns. "It's fine. I'll put it on once you've had your fill of staring." Ning Yao initially froze, then a mischievous smile graced her lips. "But remember, once you've gazed upon my form, you must take responsibility." "Ning Yao, stop joking," Zhao Na interjected, taking the jacket from Li Qingyun and draping it over Ning Yao's shoulders. She then turned to Li Qingyun, inquiring, "What transpired in there?" "Well," Li Qingyun awkwardly grinned, recalling that he had been so engrossed in the combat that he had completely emptied the other world. Once the creatures of the demon realm were eradicated, the space would collapse, and the corresponding dimensional rifts would shatter as well. "No way. You killed all the monsters inside." Zhao Na gazed at Li Qingyun in disbelief. They had previously ventured into the Demon Bee Valley, where the spatial stability was relatively secure, making chaotic turbulence unlikely. This left only one conclusion. Li Qingyun had soloed the other world. Ning Yao looked speechless. "You killed them all? Goodness, you truly are the legendary living Yama." The trio of Cheng Hao, standing not far off, were equally astonished. How could a newly transitioned level-class professional, especially one from the pantheon of China, single-handedly conquer the other world? This was utterly absurd, a level of incredibility that defied belief. "How is that possible? How did he manage it?" Lin Wanner murmured, her brow furrowed in deep thought. She could not fathom believing it without witnessing it firsthand. "Surely you can't be serious? A level-class professional soloing the other world? What a joke." Tianxi approached with a chuckle. Yet Lin Wanner's gaze remained fixed on Li Qingyun. She might doubt him, but she was confident in Ning Yao and Zhao Na's judgment. Seeing this, Tianxi instinctively clenched his fists, his expression darkening. He could not comprehend why Li Qingyun was the center of attention wherever he went, or why the goddesses gravitated around him. It was indeed unfathomable, but before Cheng Hao could voice his thoughts, Tianxi suddenly charged at Li Qingyun. "Humph, soloing the demon realm? You, a mere level-class professional. Think you're worthy?" With a golden longsword materializing in his hand, Tianxi swung it decisively towards Li Qingyun. "Stop!" At that moment, Zhao Na let out a low shout, exuding a formidable aura that repelled the charging Tianxi by several meters. "Tianxi, what are you doing?" Zhao Na spoke sternly to the young heir of the Tian family before her, realizing that he had intended to kill Li Qingyun in that very place. "Young Master Tian, what is the meaning of this? We are at the headquarters of the guard." Cheng Hao hastily reminded him, aware of Tianxi's disdain for Li Qingyun, yet astonished by his impulsiveness. "Humph, Li Qingyun, if you are a man, do not hide behind a woman," Tianxi declared, directing his gaze at Li Qingyun, who stood behind Zhao Na. "If you are a man, face me in a fair contest. Should you lose, you shall vanish from Wanner's side forever." Li Qingyun paused momentarily, perplexed by Tianxi's audacity. The entire internet was aware of his recent rejection by the campus beauty, yet this fellow dared to challenge him? Lin Wanner merely raised an eyebrow, choosing not to intervene. Tianxi was a level 1 professional angelic paladin and had just been elevated to level 2. If Li Qingyun could not defeat him, then his solitary missions in the other world would indeed be a farce. And if he were to lose? Li Qingyun smirked, his lips curling upwards. "Li Qingyun, how could you?" Zhao Na furrowed her brows, but her words were interrupted by Ning Yao. "Do not concern yourself. He brings this upon himself. If I lose, this spatial ring shall be yours." With that, Tianxi removed the spatial ring from his finger, scoffing. "What do you say? A person like you could never afford such a thing in a lifetime." "Oh, then I shall graciously accept," Li Qingyun replied without hesitation, a smile gracing his lips. The spatial ring, crafted from the magical crystals of a high-tier magical beast, contained its own space for storing items. Even the most ordinary of these rings demanded over 100,000, while the one Tianxi possessed was evidently of a higher grade, likely valued close to 1,000,000. Why would one refuse a gift so willingly offered? "Humph, I shall see just how much capability you possess, you level 1 waste." With a cold laugh, Tianxi raised his long sword and charged directly at Li Qingyun. Indeed, as the young master of the Tian family, that sword must be an enchanted weapon. Ning Yao mused with intrigue. Having just transitioned, he was already equipped with an enchanted weapon, truly extravagant. Moreover, its quality seems high. It appears to be enchanted with blue magical crystals. Bang! Before Zhao Na could finish her sentence, a dull thud echoed. Tianxi was sent flying by a single kick from Li Qingyun, transforming into a human cannonball, unable to utter so much as a groan. Chapter 7. Leading by a wide margin. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was taken aback. No one anticipated such a sudden conclusion to the battle. Lin Wanner covered her mouth with her hand, her autumn-like eyes filled with astonishment. In her view, Tianci undoubtedly possessed the strength to fight, as they had all just transitioned the day before, and the disparity in their abilities could not be too great. The scene just witnessed was truly astonishing. She scarcely comprehended the actions of Li Qingyun before Tianci was propelled away like a projectile. "What on earth are you trying to do?" bellowed Cheng Hao, who stood there in shock. Yet, Li Qingyun did not relent. Instead, he charged directly at the incapacitated Tianci. "Li Qingyun, stop this at once," Zhao Na urged urgently. For the sheer force of Li Qingyun's previous kick suggested that a second strike could very well result in Tianci's untimely demise. As the sole heir of the Tian family, should he perish, the repercussions for Li Qingyun would be dire indeed. "You dare!" Cheng Hao suddenly brandished a dagger, swiftly positioning himself before Li Qingyun. At this moment, Li Qingyun's fist was a mere 10 centimeters from Tianci. Yet Cheng Hao's dagger was already pressed against Li Qingyun's neck. In the next instant, Li Qingyun abruptly halted his movement, a slight grin forming on his lips. "What's the fuss? I merely wished to claim my trophy," he remarked, as he removed the spatial ring from Tianci's hand. Observing this, Cheng Hao furrowed his brow but refrained from intervening. Zhao Na's brows knitted tightly. She could discern that Li Qingyun indeed harbored intentions to kill Tianci. Had Cheng Hao not acted, Tianci would likely now be lifeless. How intriguing, Ning Yao mused from a distance, clearly entertained by Li Qingyun's reckless audacity. "Li Qingyun, your strike was excessively severe," Cheng Hao exclaimed after assessing Tianci's injuries, turning to Li Qingyun with ire. That kick had shattered 3 of Tianci's ribs, and his internal organs suffered varying degrees of damage. Given the severity of his injuries, it seemed unlikely he would be able to rise from bed for at least 2 to 3 months. "Excessive? He is still breathing, is he not?" Li Qingyun replied nonchalantly, his eyes still glinting with lingering malice. "It was merely a casual sparring match among classmates, and yet was it? He was clearly intent on killing me. Did you not see?" Li Qingyun interjected coldly before Cheng Hao could finish, momentarily at a loss for words. Cheng Hao acknowledged that it was indeed Tianci who had initiated the lethal intent. "Cheng Hao, take him for treatment, otherwise he may suffer lasting consequences," Zhao Na interjected, glancing at Li Qingyun before addressing Cheng Hao. "This matter will not conclude easily." Cheng Hao shot a glare at Li Qingyun and then hoisted Tianci, making his way outside. With Tianci so grievously injured before him, he was at a loss as to how to report this to the head of the Tian family. Lin Wanner, her expression a mixture of emotions, cast a glance at Li Qingyun before following suit. "You were excessively impulsive. Had you truly killed Tianci, the trouble would be monumental," Zhao Na chastised, watching as the others departed before turning back to Li Qingyun. "We'll deal with future matters when they arise. Since he sought to take my life, why should I not return the favor?" At this, Zhao Na found herself speechless. He appeared harmless, yet his aura of lethal intent was unmistakable. "Well said. Let us deal with it now. Who cares whose son he is?" Ning Yao chuckled beside them, seemingly relishing the unfolding drama. However, she inquired, "Are you truly a level 7 professional? How can a level 7 possibly overpower another level 7? What do you think?" Li Qingyun sighed, recalling the moment he had chosen his profession, with tens of thousands of spectators watching live across the nation. Ning Yao was momentarily speechless, realizing she had been one of those viewers. "So what level are you now?" Zhao Na suddenly asked Li Qingyun. "I just reached level 7, he replied. Both Zhao Na and Ning Yao were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief as they regarded him as if he were a mythical creature. "Level 7? You?" Ning Yao's eyelids twitched as she struggled to find words. "You only just advanced yesterday, and now you're already at level 7? While early levels are generally easier to achieve, this is unprecedented. What kind of monstrous upgrade speed is this? Indeed, you are significantly ahead at level 7. Ning Yao confirmed through her powers, verifying his claim. "By the way, Sister Na, can I return tomorrow?" Li Qingyun asked with a grin, contemplating the prospect of training here regularly and potentially reaching level 10 before the special recruitment for universities in a month. "What? You want to come back?" "Absolutely not." Zhao Na firmly refused, already regretting allowing him in. He is like a living calamity. Who would have imagined he could eliminate all the monsters inside? Realizing she had perhaps overreacted, Zhao Na explained, "The reason these alternate spaces remain is not due to our inability to eradicate the monsters. The area you just cleared, the Monster Bee Valley, contains a wealth of unexploited otherworldly ores. I may need to have a word with the captain about this later." Li Qingyun smiled awkwardly, understanding the implications. It seemed that the fact the guard team did not demand compensation was already a stroke of luck. Continuing to train here might not be feasible. I'm sorry, Sister Na. I didn't mean to cause you such trouble, he said apologetically. Cough. It's nothing. Just ordinary ores, not as valuable as you think. Ning Yao interjected cheerfully. And congratulations. You've earned the chance to go on a date with me. Hearing this, Li Qingyun could only smile helplessly. Didn't we just agree on a meal? How did it turn into a date? Actually, if you wish to train, you don't necessarily have to come here. There are dimensional rifts scattered throughout the city outskirts. You could simply join a mercenary team to venture in, but do ensure your safety. Zhao Na advised as they prepared to leave. Dimensional rifts randomly appear in every corner of the world, and monsters continually emerge from them. The guard team is already overwhelmed ensuring safety within the city, while the rifts outside are typically handled by mercenary teams from large corporations. Exercise caution regarding the Tian family. They are unlikely to let this matter rest easily. Zhao Na observed the spatial ring in Li Qingyun's hand, furrowing her brow. Understood, Li Qingyun acknowledged with a nod. Although the Tian family possessed considerable wealth, they were not a dominant force in Donghai City. Li Qingyun, do not forget about our date. The voice of Ning Yao echoed from behind, prompting Li Qingyun to instinctively quicken his pace. This woman is rather eccentric. It is best to maintain a distance. Upon returning home, Li Qingyun eagerly activated the system panel. Host, Li Qingyun, occupation, Nezha, spirit level, level 7, talent, sacred body of the fire lotus, level 7, skill, red lotus catastrophe, level 7, kills value, 10. 086. Li Qingyun gazed at the substantial kills value with excitement, hastily accessing the shop interface. Ding. The following items can be purchased with current kills value. At that moment, the system's notification sounded, revealing only 2 items in the shop, the purple flame fire spear and the heavenly silken armor of the sea. Chapter 8. A man indeed. I understand. Seeing this, Li Qingyun pursed his lips. He had initially believed that this amount was a fortune, but it seemed poverty truly limited his imagination. The purple flame fire spear must refer to the fire spear. What, then, is the heavenly silken armor of the sea? Curiosity piqued, Li Qingyun clicked to view the details. Heavenly silken armor of the sea. With the unfolding of the silken fabric, the mountains and rivers tremble. It commands respect from 100,000 troops. Price, 10. 000 kills value. Effect, possesses extraordinary defensive power, capable of withstanding a single fatal attack, while simultaneously concealing the wearer's presence. Withstanding a fatal attack? So, this item is single-use. Li Qingyun frowned upon realizing that the heavenly silken armor of the sea was likely related to the mysterious silken fabric. The effect is indeed remarkable, nearly equivalent to having 2 lives. But what happens afterward? Ding. The heavenly silken armor can be repaired for 10,000 kills value upon shattering. Nodding in understanding, Li Qingyun then opened the details for the fire spear. Purple flame fire spear. With a single thrust, it shakes the universe, igniting clouds and splitting the skies. Price, 10,000 kills value. Effect, doubles the wielder's speed, and each attack accumulates spear intent. Upon reaching 100 layers, one can unleash the profundity of spear techniques. What exactly is the profundity of spear techniques? Li Qingyun furrowed his brow, inquiring once more, yet this time the system offered no explanation. Which should I choose? Li Qingyun contemplated the 2 items for a moment before ultimately deciding on the armor. The rationale was straightforward. Safety comes first. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the heavenly silken armor of the sea. Upon clicking to purchase, the system's notification chimed, and a set of soft armor adorned with a golden red hue and cloud patterns materialized around Li Qingyun. Before he could examine it closely, the armor seamlessly integrated into his skin and vanished. Oh, to his astonishment, could it truly be concealed upon the surface of his skin? Li Qingyun raised his arm and observed a shimmering layer of golden patterns flowing across his skin. Subsequently, he stood and moved about, feeling as light as a feather, utterly oblivious to the armor he donned. Ding. The host has acquired the heavenly silk sea calming armor, and the professional rank has evolved to a new level. As the system's voice echoed, Li Qingyun suddenly sensed that the spiritual energy within him had nearly doubled. Such formidable power. He clenched his fist, reflecting inwardly on the enhancement of his spiritual force, noticing a marked improvement in his constitution as well. Alas, Li Qingyun raised an eyebrow. Had he leveled up at the Guardian base just moments ago, Cheng Hao would have certainly been too late to intervene. With this thought, Li Qingyun retrieved the spatial ring from his pocket. Its appearance was rather unremarkable, resembling a simple gray iron band. Upon infusing it with spiritual energy and gazing within, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Ropes, handcuffs, a small whip, black and white fishnet stockings? Goodness gracious! Li Qingyun's lips twitched. He had anticipated the presence of precious magical crystals or something valuable within. To his disbelief, the ring was filled with an assortment of implements of punishment. Wealthy individuals certainly have their peculiar tastes. With a wry smile, Li Qingyun extracted all the items, filling a sack to the brim. Just as he was about to discard the sack, he was startled by Ning Yao, who suddenly appeared at the door. Surprised? What a delightful surprise! Ning Yao exclaimed with palpable excitement. Li Qingyun paused in confusion. How did you know I lived here? Have you forgotten? Nana visited last time. Ning Yao giggled. Then her gaze fell upon the sack in Li Qingyun's grasp. What's in there? What are you planning to do with it at this late hour? Before Li Qingyun could explain, Ning Yao stepped forward and began rummaging through the sack. Upon seeing its contents, she too was taken aback. Ahem, it's not what you think. Li Qingyun chuckled awkwardly, eager to clarify. Oh, so you have a penchant for this? Ning Yao smirked, pulling out a whip. I never would have guessed you had such inclinations. That's not, these items. Oh, no need to explain, I understand. Men, right? Do you even know what you're talking about? Li Qingyun was left speechless by her assumptions. Huh, what a pity. Ning Yao pouted, obviously disappointed. What on earth is there to be disappointed about? Li Qingyun's eye twitched. Now, tell me, why are you looking for me at this hour? Of course, for dinner. Ning Yao replied with a mischievous smile. Unless you have something else in mind. I could consider that too. Let us stick to dinner, Li Qingyun replied. This barbecue place is fantastic. You must try it. Ning Yao, riding her motorcycle, whisked Li Qingyun away to the bustling commercial street of the city, effortlessly guiding him to a barbecue restaurant. Before him lay a sumptuous spread of roasted meats. And Li Qingyun, having toiled throughout the day, felt no hesitation in indulging. By the way, the profession you have transitioned into, is it called Nezha? Li Qingyun had scarcely taken a few bites when Ning Yao, seated across from him, suddenly inquired, Is that fiery aura of yours an innate skill of your profession? Upon hearing this, Li Qingyun raised an eyebrow, realizing that Ning Yao's true intention for seeking him was now unveiled. Indeed, it is an innate skill, he replied nonchalantly. It was rather uncommon for a class to come equipped with skills upon awakening. Ning Yao smiled subtly, her gaze fixed intently on Li Qingyun, as if she sought to unearth some hidden truth. Why don't we have a contest after our meal? Let us see whose flames are more formidable. Ning Yao exclaimed with palpable excitement. Li Qingyun nodded in response, fully aware that she was attempting to probe his capabilities. The outcome of their fiery confrontation would likely yield the same result as before. Suddenly, amidst their conversation, a thunderous noise erupted from outside the window, causing the entire structure to tremble. What is happening? Both rose to their feet in alarm as chaos ensued within the establishment, patrons hastily rushing towards the street. It must be a monster invasion. Ning Yao's brows furrowed as she flung open the window and leaped from the second floor. Li Qingyun leaned out to witness a dimensional rift manifesting at a nearby intersection. To his astonishment, a colossal stone giant, towering 3 to 4 stories high, emerged from the breach. Chapter 9. Night Demon Apostle. The stone giant wreaked havoc upon the vehicles and buildings nearby, while the streets filled with frantic screams and desperate cries for help. At that moment, Ning Yao had already reached the scene, surrounded by a halo of golden light, wielding a golden holy sword that she brought crashing down upon the stone creature. With a resounding impact, a wave of golden flames surged forth, cleaving the giant in two, scattering debris across the ground. Marvelous! It's the Guardians! Someone shouted. What are you waiting for? Run! Child! Has anyone seen my child? Although the monster had been vanquished, the crowd continued to flee in terror, for more beasts could emerge from the dimensional rift at any moment. After dispatching the creature, Ning Yao swiftly approached the rift, clasping her hands together. Suddenly, a towering angelic figure materialized behind her, exuding a radiant golden light, its 8 wings signifying the extraordinary rank of a seraph. Li Qingyun's brow furrowed in recognition. This was the divine manifestation, a skill attainable only after a second awakening at level 30. Gate of Judgment, Ning Yao proclaimed with authority, as the angelic figure mirrored her gesture, gathering golden holy light that coalesced into a seal adorned with intricate golden patterns. However, at that moment, the slain stone giant began to reassemble in a bizarre manner. In the next instant, it seized a nearby car and hurled it violently towards Ning Yao. With a resounding crash, the car collided fiercely against the celestial being's form, merely stirring a few golden ripples. Ning Yao furrowed her brows deeply. Her body was immobilized while she invoked the Gate of Judgment. If she were to cease her efforts now, No one could predict what monstrous entity might emerge from that dimensional rift. As for the immediate threat outside, all she could do was rely on her comrades and the guard to arrive promptly. "Child, save my child." A mother in the crowd below was sprinting towards the stone giant. Li Qingyun focused intently and saw a toddler, approximately 2 or 3 years old, trapped inside the vehicle. The car was merely a few paces from the stone giant and was already emitting smoke, threatening to explode at any moment. Without hesitation, Li Qingyun leaped from the window and dashed towards the little girl. Boom! In the next instant, accompanied by a deafening explosion, a thick cloud of smoke mingled with flames erupted. The young mother gazed at the exploding vehicle with despair, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Yet, at that moment, Li Qingyun emerged from the smoke, the little girl cradled safely in his arms. He placed the child before her mother, said nothing, and turned decisively towards the stone giant. "Hey, wait," the young mother called out anxiously. Li Qingyun did not look back, but waved his hand nonchalantly, embodying the demeanor of a hero who, after completing his duty, departs with grace, concealing his achievements and name. "Hey, wait, your pants are torn," the young mother exclaimed urgently. "What?" Li Qingyun paused in surprise, then suddenly realized. No wonder he felt a chill on his backside. He quickly turned to inspect himself, discovering that his pants had been torn, leaving a significant hole in his underwear. A large expanse of white was glaringly exposed. "Hey, are there any professionals around? Hurry and stop it," a burly man on the street shouted, wielding a massive axe that he hurled towards the stone giant with great force. Clang! With a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. The giant axe merely scraped the surface of the stone giant, producing a few sparks without inflicting any real damage. Li Qingyun, searching for cover, frowned. Judging by the aura of spiritual energy emanating from the man, he appeared to be around level 10, yet he was utterly ineffective against this monstrous entity. Several more professionals stepped forward, but their attacks were as futile as before, akin to mere skin-deep scratches. "Damn it, we can't break through its defenses. Everyone hold on. Reinforcements from the guard are on their way. Is there anyone with healing skills? Some here are on the verge of collapsing." Amidst the chaos, a flame quietly descended upon the stone giant's head. Roar! The stone giant let out a furious bellow, frantically slapping its head. However, the flame clung to it like a tenacious leech, igniting wherever it touched, and within mere seconds, the stone giant was reduced to a pile of ashes. Having resolved the troublesome situation, Li Qingyun let out a sigh of relief. Despite having reached level 7, the utilization of the Red Lotus Karma fire had drained nearly a third of his spiritual energy. Casting a glance around, he discreetly slipped into an unoccupied alleyway. Given his current condition, strolling openly on the street would likely lead to him being perceived as a deviant. However, as soon as Li Qingyun stepped into the alley, the surrounding environment suddenly warped. Frowning, he scanned his surroundings. The previously bustling crowd had vanished. The dimensional rift and Ning Yao were nowhere to be found, leaving him utterly alone on the street. Moreover, the light around him had dimmed significantly. An illusion? Li Qingyun remained vigilant, realizing he must have fallen victim to some sort of illusionary skill. "Kid, it seems fortune does not favor you." At that moment, a cloaked figure slowly emerged from the shadows. "Isn't wearing a cloak a bit excessive?" Li Qingyun frowned, deducing from the voice that the individual before him was none other than the guard team member, Cheng Hao. Indeed, there was no need to conceal anything from a dead man. Cheng Hao slowly removed his cloak, regarding Li Qingyun with a cold smirk. "I must thank those monsters. Had it not been for their appearance distracting Ning Yao, I might have found it impossible to make a move on you tonight." "So, you intend to kill me within this illusion?" Li Qingyun inquired, simultaneously engaging in rapid contemplation. From his recollection, Cheng Hao's profession was that of a level night demon apostle. Yet he had not undergone a second awakening. Since he had just used the Red Lotus Karma fire to slay a stone man, his spiritual energy had not fully replenished. He recognized that he had only one opportunity for a counterattack. "This is my skill, Endless Nightmare. Dying here means true death," Cheng Hao sneered. "Blame yourself for offending Tian Shao. I have no choice but to take your life as an explanation to the Tian family head." In the next moment, Cheng Hao abruptly vanished into the darkness, only to reappear behind Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun's pupils constricted sharply, and every hair on his body stood on end. Cheng Hao's speed transcended mere swiftness. It was akin to spatial teleportation. While he was shaken internally, Li Qingyun summoned the karma fire around his fist and swung it backward. Upon witnessing this, Cheng Hao decisively abandoned his assault and rapidly retreated. "Damn it, how could he have evaded me?" Cheng Hao cursed internally, astonished that he had been momentarily hindered by that fiery aura. Had it not been for his distraction, that strike would have surely landed. Chapter 10. Quite impressive, aren't you? At that moment, Li Qingyun scrutinized Cheng Hao, who stood a dozen meters away, his brow furrowed. Judging by Cheng Hao's evasive maneuvers, it appeared his teleportation skill could not be used consecutively. With this in mind, Li Qingyun's expression hardened, and his spiritual energy surged dramatically as he charged towards Cheng Hao. Seizing the opportunity while his skill was on cooldown, he resolved to strike first. Upon witnessing the scene, Cheng Hao was momentarily taken aback. He never expected that at such a critical moment, Li Qingyun would dare to launch a proactive attack. Even more astonishing was the aura of spiritual energy emanating from Li Qingyun, which indicated that he had already reached the 7th level. Damn it! If you wish to take my life, first surrender your own. Li Qingyun bellowed furiously, his fists ablaze with raging flames, as he hurled a punch directly towards Cheng Hao's face. Humph! Such audacity! Cheng Hao scoffed coldly and retaliated with a punch of his own. Although Li Qingyun's level indeed surprised him, a 7th-level transmuter was still not qualified to boast before him. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, causing the floor to shatter beneath them. Simultaneously, a circular shockwave, accompanied by flying debris, surged outward. Thud! In the next instant, Li Qingyun was sent flying, a mouthful of blood spewing forth as he crashed against a wall, barely managing to stop himself. This was infuriating. The gap in levels was far too significant. Li Qingyun hastily rose to his feet, feeling an intense tumult in his chest, clearly indicating internal injuries. Had it not been for the protection of the Tianling Jinhai armor, he would likely be unable to stand at all. In contrast, Cheng Hao had only taken a few steps back, yet blood was dripping from his right hand. Very well. You have truly surprised me. Cheng Hao's expression darkened to a near black, unable to fathom that he had been injured by a mere 7th-level novice. As Li Qingyun observed Cheng Hao approaching, his brow furrowed. The disparity in levels was still too vast. In that fleeting moment of contact, his Red Lotus Inferno had merely incinerated the spiritual energy enveloping Cheng Hao's fist, failing to cling to him at all. Engaging a transmuter nearing level 30 was still far too daunting. In terms of both speed and strength, he was at an absolute disadvantage. If there was any chance for a counterattack, it would have to be a desperate gamble with his life. What's wrong, buddy? Haven't you eaten? That punch of yours was as weak as a woman's. It barely tickled. Li Qingyun feigned nonchalance as he flexed his body, grinning at the advancing Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao's brows knitted together in response, his fists clenched tightly. No matter what, he could not tolerate the mockery from a 7th-level novice. Humph, is that so? You still have the audacity to talk back when death is at your doorstep. Cheng Hao's teeth ground together in frustration, with a sudden burst of speed. He teleported directly in front of Li Qingyun, delivering a fierce punch to his chest. Thud! Following that punch, Li Qingyun's body contorted at a horrifying angle, the force of the strike creating a massive hole in the wall behind him. Blood gushed from Li Qingyun's mouth, yet he did not get thrown back. Instead, he gripped Cheng Hao's arm tightly. Slowly, Li Qingyun lifted his head and smiled maniacally at Cheng Hao. Cough, cough. Got you. His face bore an expression of madness, his blood-stained teeth appearing particularly ghastly. Before Cheng Hao could react, flames erupted from Li Qingyun's hands, and with all his might, he unleashed the Red Lotus Inferno, instantly transforming Cheng Hao into a being engulfed in flames. Damn it! What is this? Ah! Enveloped by the blazing flames of the Red Lotus, Cheng Hao struggled for but a few fleeting moments before ultimately turning to ashes before Li Qingyun. With Cheng Hao's demise, the surrounding illusion dissipated, and Li Qingyun found himself once more in the narrow alley. At that moment, he lay on the ground, gasping for breath, having reached his limits. Hey, Li Qingyun! A voice, seemingly belonging to Ning Yao, echoed from behind him, but Li Qingyun's consciousness was gradually fading. Nevertheless, he summoned his remaining strength to turn over, positioning himself face down. When Li Qingyun awoke again, it was already midday the following day, and he found himself resting in his own bed. He sat up and stretched his body. Perhaps due to the Fire Lotus sacred body, his injuries had miraculously healed. He then accessed the system panel, astonished to discover that he had ascended to level 9. Had he truly advanced 2 levels at once? Li Qingyun furrowed his brow, noticing that his kill count had inexplicably surged by 50. Ding! Host has slain a Western deity, gaining additional experience and kill points. Li Qingyun raised an eyebrow in surprise. Slaying a Western deity could yield extra kill points? Ding! Damage detected in the Tianling Jinhai armor. It cannot withstand fatal attacks until repaired. Hearing the system's notification, Li Qingyun sighed in resignation. Repairs would require 10,000 kill points. The events of the previous night had been perilous, forcing him to endure a fatal blow for the chance of a counterattack. Oh, you're awake. At that moment, Ning Yao suddenly entered the room, pausing slightly as she regarded Li Qingyun. You mustn't get out of bed yet. You fractured 3 ribs last night. As she approached to examine his injuries, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. Li Qingyun's wounds had completely healed. You truly are a remarkable being, Ning Yao remarked incredulously, her demeanor turning serious. Last night, you encountered Cheng Hao, did you not? Li Qingyun's brow arched at her words, yet he refrained from rushing to respond. Although it was difficult to believe, the guards had yet to contact Cheng Hao, and his injuries did not appear to be the result of a battle with a magical creature, Ning Yao observed intently. Ahem, finding him now would be futile. But perhaps burning paper offerings could establish a connection. Li Qingyun responded with a wry smile, recognizing that Ning Yao had already deduced the truth. There was little he could conceal. After all, it had been an act of self-defense. Ning Yao paused, her surprise evident. Although she had suspected Li Qingyun was responsible for Cheng Hao's demise, hearing him admit it was still astonishing. It was essential to note that Cheng Hao was a level 28 class changer, formidable even against her, while Li Qingyun had only recently reached level 7. Well then, since you are well now, I shall take my leave. Ning Yao smiled faintly before turning and walking towards the door. Just as she reached it, she suddenly turned back. By the way, if you wish to venture into the demon realm for training, you might want to visit the mercenary guild. Also, you seem to possess quite a bit of talent. Watching Ning Yao leave with that peculiar expression, Li Qingyun sat there, momentarily stunned. He then lowered his gaze to the pants he had just changed out of, muttering to himself, "Damn it, you call that talent?" Chapter 11. The Living God of Wealth. Golden ingots. After a simple meal, Li Qingyun headed to the mercenary guild that very afternoon. Even if Ning Yao hadn't suggested it, he had already intended to go, as mercenaries were a highly sought-after profession in this world. There are 2 types of mercenaries. One group is affiliated with large corporations, enjoying generous benefits, possessing accurate intelligence, and relative safety. However, the downside of these corporate mercenary teams is that they cannot freely claim their spoils. The other type is freelance mercenaries, who often have their own established teams with clear roles and seamless cooperation. The Mercenary Guild is located in the northern district of Donghai City. Though named a guild, it resembles more of a talent market. It includes those recruiting allies, selling spoils, and engaging in some less than reputable gray market dealings. Li Qingyun glanced around before heading toward a weapons shop. To brave the other world, one must first acquire a suitable weapon. Hey there, young master. Are you looking to buy a weapon? As Li Qingyun entered, a middle-aged man hurried over. I'm just browsing, Li Qingyun replied with a wry smile, uncertain about what kind of weapon his limited funds could procure. Young master, take a look at this, the shopkeeper exclaimed, presenting a large blade. This knife is forged from otherworldly mysterious iron alloy, boasting exceptional hardness. Most importantly, it can also be enchanted. Li Qingyun took the blade and inspected it. Its quality appeared commendable. What do you think? If it breaks, just come back and chop me. The shopkeeper chuckled. This knife is quite affordable, priced at only 20,000 coins. Li Qingyun felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He only had just over 10,000 coins to his name. However, I can see you're not short on cash, so take a look at this weapon. The shopkeeper suddenly noticed the high-grade spatial ring on Li Qingyun's hand and promptly retrieved another knife. This one is enchanted with a green crystal, significantly enhancing your strength for a short period. Chopping through stone will feel as effortless as slicing through tofu. If it's not satisfactory, just come back and chop me. Li Qingyun couldn't help but chuckle at this. Sir, do you have any firearms or similar weapons? Firearms. The shopkeeper was initially taken aback, then incredulously replied, Young master, what era are we in? Even the largest cannons can't take down those magical beasts. Bullets are utterly useless. No, I meant cold weapons, like a red tassel spear. Li Qingyun smiled wryly, clearly realizing that the proprietor had misunderstood his intention. Oh, that kind of gun. The owner suddenly enlightened, but then furrowed his brow, saying, Not many people purchase long spears. If mishandled, their combat effectiveness pales in comparison to that of a broadsword. Are you certain you wouldn't like to reconsider? Li Qingyun frowned as well, acknowledging the proprietor's point. The lethality of a long spear was indeed less tangible than that of a broadsword. Nonetheless, considering that he would eventually need to acquire the purple flame spear, it would be prudent to familiarize himself with a long spear beforehand. Of course, if you genuinely desire a long spear, I happen to have one available. Noticing Li Qingyun's silence, the proprietor rummaged beneath the shelves and finally produced a silver steel spear. Here, this spear has been here for quite some time and is forged from otherworldly steel. If you want it, it will only cost you 10,000. Li Qingyun took the spear and tested its weight, which was approximately 30 pounds, and found it quite manageable. All right, I'll take this one, he declared decisively. After making the payment, he felt a pang of regret. He was left with only a few thousand in his account. And if he didn't find a way to earn more, he might soon be facing dire straits. Hey, Li Qingyun, brotherly. Just as he stepped out onto the street, someone called out from behind him. Turning around, he saw a plump fellow, approximately 160 centimeters tall and weighing the same, running towards him. Who are you? Li Qingyun asked, momentarily taken aback by the familiar visage. It's me. Don't you remember? I'm Jin Yuanbao from Class 3. Jin Yuanbao grinned at Li Qingyun. Oh, Li Qingyun nodded. The memory resurfacing. Jin Yuanbao was the scion of the Qingyun group, known as an extraordinarily wealthy second-generation heir, even more affluent than the combined wealth of Lin Wanner and Tianxi's families. Brotherly, are you also here to find a mercenary team? Jin Yuanbao panted as he approached, a broad smile on his face. Seeing him so out of breath after merely a few steps, Li Qingyun couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. Acknowledging the inquiry with a nod, Jin Yuanbao's excitement surged. I'm here for training as well. Why don't we join forces? You two are looking for a mercenary team? Li Qingyun asked, slightly taken aback, knowing that Jin Yuanbao's family likely had their own mercenary group. Cough. I just wanted to experience some training, you know? What do you say? Shall we team up? Seeing the sincerity on Jin Yuanbao's face, Li Qingyun felt no inclination to decline. He had no objections. Brotherly, you truly have a unique character. My father often says that our Eastern professions are in no way inferior to those of the West. As they walked along the road, Jin Yuanbao excitedly expressed his thoughts. Li Qingyun could only smile wryly at this. While the sentiment was noble, the disparity in ranks remained evident. By the way, Jin Yuanbao, what is your class change? Li Qingyun inquired curiously. Brotherly, just call me Jin Yuanbao. Everyone refers to me as that. Jin Yuanbao chuckled. I have been promoted to the position of Xiantianjinjuan, and my father asserts that this profession holds tremendous potential. What on earth? Li Qingyun was instantly bewildered. Was not the Xiantianjinjuan none other than the god of wealth, Zhao Gongming? Indeed, this promised a prosperous future. This world must have gone mad. Zhao Gongming, at the pinnacle? Goodness, Jin Yuanbao, your father has bestowed upon you a splendid name. Li Qingyun's lips twitched. This was truly a bona fide living deity of wealth. Wait a moment. Stand still. He rushed before Jin Yuanbao, clasped his hands together, and bowed deeply 3 times. This living god of wealth undeniably deserved his reverence. What are you doing? Li Gu? Li Qingyun's actions left Jin Yuanbao utterly perplexed. In this world, there were no legends about Zhao Gongming. People only recognized the Xiantianjinjuan, oblivious to the god of wealth. My friend, hear me out. Your profession is exceptionally lucrative. It holds vast potential. Li Qingyun earnestly stated to Jin Yuanbao. Hee. I believe so too. It surely rivals those Western deities. The two strolled along the street until they spotted a nearby sign that read recruiting low-level mercenaries. Upon closer inspection, they found a burly man, approximately 40 years old, engrossed in his phone. Excuse me, are you still hiring mercenaries? Jin Yuanbao inquired. I see you must be students. The man remarked, raising his head to scrutinize Li Qingyun and Jin Yuanbao. Yes, we wish to venture into another realm for some experience. Do you have openings? Jin Yuanbao hastily responded. Rest assured, we will not hold you back. Very well, but your share of the spoils will be somewhat lesser. Is that acceptable? The man assessed Li Qingyun and Jin Yuanbao before continuing. No problem. Jin Yuanbao replied readily, as he was not motivated by the spoils. Good, then follow me. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyun furrowed his brow. The man had not even inquired about their professions or levels before agreeing. Chapter 12. The Faceless Demon Spider Soon. The two were ushered into a vehicle, which contained 3 others, 2 men and 1 woman. The driver was a balding man in his 30s, while the young woman in the passenger seat appeared to be in her 20s, adorned with extensive tattoos on her arms. My name is Meng. You can call me Brother Meng. The burly man addressed Li Qingyun and Jin Yuanbao as they settled into the car. We are heading north to the mountains, where we have recently discovered a dimensional rift. A newly discovered dimensional rift? What lies within? Jin Yuanbao inquired excitedly. It is a spider lair, and the strongest monsters inside should not exceed level 20. Rest assured, it poses no significant danger, Meng continued. Li Qingyun, however, furrowed his brow. Judging by the spiritual energy radiating from the burly man, he likely hovered around level 18. The 2 individuals ahead were hardly as formidable as the burly man. Embarking on a quest to confront level 20 monsters with this crew posed a considerable risk. It appeared that the primary reason this giant had invited both himself and the portly Jin was to utilize them as cannon fodder. After nearly 3 hours of travel, the vehicle finally halted in a secluded valley. Disembark, The remaining path can only be traversed on foot, declared the bald driver, prompting the group to exit the vehicle. Li Qingyun surveyed the surroundings. They were approximately 300 or 400 kilometers from Donghai City, surrounded by jagged rocks and dense foliage. It was evident that few ventured into this valley, which perhaps explained the discovery of an undeveloped dimensional rift in this remote area. Brother Meng, how much longer must we trek? Jean, panting heavily after a brief walk in the mountains, inquired. Fear not, it's just ahead. Shi Meng replied with a grin. Li Gu, when we encounter monsters, stay behind me. I will protect you. Jean gasped, addressing Li Qingyun. Seeing this, Li Qingyun could only manage a helpless smile. They hadn't even entered the other world yet, and it seemed Jean was already at his limit. Fortunately, they encountered no monsters along the way. After a mere 10 minutes, a dimensional rift, roughly the size of a water tank, materialized before them. It's just ahead. You two stay close. Shi Meng instructed, leading the way into the rift. Li Qingyun and Jean followed closely, entering a vast cavern illuminated by luminescent otherworldly minerals. Li Gu, if danger arises, don't run off. Remain by my side. Jean urged as they trailed at the back of the group. Turning around, Li Qingyun noticed that Jean had donned a full suit of armor at some point. At its center was a purple enchanted gemstone. Regardless of the armor's material, that gemstone alone must have been worth millions. Enchanted gemstones are typically classified by quality: white, green, blue, purple, red, and orange, each crafted from the magical crystals of monsters. Even the least valuable white magical crystal could fetch 5,000 coins. And monsters below level 10 do not yield magical crystals. The orange magical crystal is particularly rare, usually only dropped by monsters of level 60 or higher, making it highly sought after. Observing Jin's vigorous demeanor, it seemed the armor possessed restorative properties. The group had scarcely walked a few minutes when they arrived at a spacious hall, which branched into 3 tunnels, the destinations of which remained unknown. Shaolin, scan the area. Let us discern which path to take. Shi Meng instructed the young woman in her 20s at the rear of the group. The woman stepped forward, closing her eyes as her spiritual energy began to radiate outward, indicating she was employing some form of sensory skill. Brother Meng, something approaches. Many. The woman sensed something for a few seconds, then suddenly opened her eyes and exclaimed loudly. Soon after, the crowd heard a rustling sound emanating from a nearby cave. And before long, a spider over 1.5 meters in height emerged from the entrance. Fear not. Stone Meng swiftly drew an axe and cleaved the approaching spider in 2. Following this, a swarm of spiders began to surge forth from the cave, rushing towards the group. Li Gu, be cautious, I will protect you, shouted the stout man, as a flash of golden light revealed a long sword in his hand, which he wielded to slay another spider barreling toward them. Li Qingyun raised an eyebrow at this sight. Based on the aura of spiritual energy radiating from the golden stout man, he could tell he was only at level 3. A level 3 class transitioner effortlessly dispatched a level 5 monster, clearly indicating that the sword in the stout man's grasp held great significance. With the stout man's protection, Li Qingyun refrained from taking action, as the cave appeared far more complex than it seemed. If ordinary monsters were indeed level 5, then those within must surely exceed the level 20 that Stone Meng had mentioned. After a fierce battle lasting several minutes, the group had exterminated hundreds of spiders, leaving the hall littered with the remains of these creatures. Menggu, shall we continue onward? The woman asked breathlessly, her profession not being combat-oriented, and the previous skirmish had drained much of her spiritual energy. Of course, Stone Meng replied, glancing at Li Qingyun and the stout man nearby, before beckoning everyone to advance further. Yet, just as Stone Meng turned around, a barely alive monster sprang from the ground, lunging directly at him from behind. Menggu, watch out! The woman cried out in alarm. Stone Meng turned to see the spider mere inches from his face, its lethal claws poised to pierce his eyes. Whoosh! Boom! At the critical moment, a spear whistled through the air, embedding itself into the cave wall and pinning the creature far from him. Stone Meng gasped for breath, then turned to Li Qingyun. Little brother, your reflexes are impressive. Had it not been for you, I might have lost my eye. It was nothing, no need for thanks. Li Qingyun replied with a slight smile, stepping forward to retrieve his spear. After this small episode, the group continued onward, encountering no further monsters. After walking for several more minutes, they came upon a cavern even larger than the last. Is that the ghost-faced demon spider? They observed a colossal web, nearly 100 meters in diameter, suspended in the air above them. Atop this web dangled a spider the size of a bus, its abdomen adorned with a massive, ghostly face, which appeared to be grinning maniacally at the group, exuding an eerie aura. Brother, That is a level 25 ghost-faced demon spider, remarked the bald man, frowning at Wang Ming. Fear not. This creature is likely in a state of dormancy. It won't awaken easily. At this moment, Shi Meng furrowed his brow. While they still possessed some fighting strength against level 20 opponents, facing those of level 25 would likely result in fatalities. It appeared that this monstrous creature was beyond their capability to confront. However, having come this far, it would be a shame to leave empty-handed. Slowly, Shi Meng turned around and flashed a faint smile at Li Qingyun and his companion. Chapter 13. Cursed be you. The other two understood the unspoken message and swiftly shifted their positions, effectively encircling Li Qingyun and his ally. The golden fatty momentarily froze, taken aback, struggling to comprehend the unfolding situation. Meng Gu, isn't it against the rules to target two students? Li Qingyun frowned upon hearing this. Indeed, the worst scenario had materialized. Students? Ha ha. Shi Meng let out a hearty laugh. In my eyes, there are no distinctions of age or gender. There are only rules of wealth. At this, Li Qingyun nodded, recognizing the clarity of his words and the lack of room for negotiation. Shall we, considering you saved me earlier, I suggest you eliminate this rotund fellow beside you and hand over your storage ring. I might contemplate sparing your life. Shi Meng's cold sneer directed at Li Qingyun revealed his premeditated intentions toward both him and the golden fatty. It seemed the high-grade storage ring was indeed the source of their troubles, and the golden fatty, oblivious to the notion of not displaying wealth, was clad in equipment worth several million. The golden fatty, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, was engulfed in panic, his expression one of shock directed at Li Qingyun. Very well, Li Qingyun smirked, drawing his spear as he approached Jin Yuanbao. Li Guyu. Jin Yuanbao stammered, instinctively retreating a few steps. Golden fatty. Do not blame me for disregarding our camaraderie. If I do not eliminate you, our fates are sealed, Li Qingyun declared solemnly as he advanced towards Jin Yuanbao. In the next moment, Li Qingyun raised his spear and, with a swift motion, hurled it towards Shi Meng behind him. Whoosh! The spear sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, reaching Shi Meng in an instant. Clang! With a resounding clash of metal, the spear was sent flying from Li Qingyun's grasp by the mighty axe wielded by Shi Meng, who had evidently been prepared for this confrontation. Li Guyu. Jin Yuanbao was stunned, his disbelief evident as he turned to Li Qingyun. What are you waiting for? If you have any treasures left, use them now. Otherwise, we shall both perish here. Li Qingyun urged, his voice steady despite the urgency. Humph. You wretched boy, I sensed your rebellious spirit from the start. If you seek death, do not blame me. Shi Meng scoffed, his aura surging with energy as the woman and the bald man drew their weapons in unison. Can you fend off even one of them? Li Qingyun surveyed the three individuals surrounding him, his voice low as he addressed Jin Yuanbao. Presently, Jin Yuanbao was merely at level 3, making it quite challenging for him to contend with opponents several levels above. However, considering the rare equipment adorning this fellow, he might hold his own for a moment. I will hold back that bald man. The stout man furrowed his brow, fixated intently on the bald adversary before him. Very well, just exercise caution. I shall deal with the other two and come to your aid. Humph. Such bravado. Shi Meng bellowed, lunging forward with a massive axe aimed directly at Li Qingyun's head. Noticing this, Li Qingyun furrowed his brow, swiftly dodging to the side. Boom. The colossal axe crashed down onto the rock, cleaving it into a substantial crater. Seeing his initial attack thwarted, Shi Meng retaliated with a punch aimed at Li Qingyun, offering him no chance to respond. Li Qingyun, recognizing the ferocity of Shi Meng's assault, evidently a seasoned combatant, understood that each strike was lethal. With no means of evading, he braced himself and retaliated with a punch of his own. Boom. The two fists collided, sending both combatants staggering back several meters. Shi Meng's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The force of Li Qingyun's strike was surprisingly comparable to his own. Before Li Qingyun could regain his footing, a woman behind him lunged forward, dagger poised to stab at his back. Swoosh. In an instant, blood sprayed as the dagger plunged into Li Qingyun's shoulder. Reacting swiftly, he swung his elbow backward, forcing the woman to retreat hastily, gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his shoulder. Li Qingyun grasped his long spear from the stone wall beside him. Surveying the situation, Li Qingyun furrowed his brow. He was already engaged in a battle beyond his level, facing two adversaries simultaneously, an overwhelming challenge. Had he not adjusted his position just in time, that dagger could have pierced his heart. Meanwhile, the bald man chose to refrain from attacking Jin Yuanbao, opting instead to observe the unfolding confrontation. In his estimation, the remaining two allies would soon dispatch Li Qingyun. Damn! What is this? Suddenly, A wail erupted from Meng, who was now engulfed in flames that he could not extinguish, no matter how he struggled. "You shall pay for this," Meng roared, and in a desperate act, he raised his axe and severed his own arm. The bald man and the young woman gasped in shock. They had not anticipated that Meng would be driven to such extremes by this student. Li Qingyun also frowned at the scene, acknowledging Meng's resoluteness. Compared to Cheng Hao, who had perished in flames, Meng's willingness to sacrifice his limb for survival was undeniably more decisive. "You little brat, I vow to turn you to dust today," Meng shouted furiously, then hurled his enormous axe toward Li Qingyun with tremendous force. Hurricane battle axe. As Meng bellowed, the colossal axe stirred up a tempest, hurtling toward Li Qingyun with ferocious speed. In an instant, the cave was engulfed in a whirlwind of dust and debris, the frenzied gusts swirling around the axe voraciously drawing in everything within reach, including Li Qingyun himself, who was being inexorably pulled toward the eye of the storm. "Damn it! If I am drawn to the center, it will be my end." Li Qingyun furrowed his brow. The center of the tempest was the whirling axe, a mechanism akin to a meat grinder, and being drawn into it would mean certain dismemberment. With determination, he thrust his spear into the ground, striving to anchor himself against the onslaught. Yet, this was a mere temporary solution, as the tempest was drawing ever closer. The expansive range of the whirlwind's assault left no one in the cave unscathed. The others struggled valiantly to maintain their footing amidst the chaos. Mengu, stop." In the next moment, the stone pillar the bald man was gripping suddenly shattered, and he, along with the debris, was swept into the heart of the tempest. Before he could utter another word, he was engulfed by the whirlwind, instantly reduced to a mist of blood. Despite having lost an arm, Meng was clearly in a frenzied state. Even the collateral damage of a teammate did not deter him from his intent to slay Li Qingyun. No choice but to gamble now. Li Qingyun noted that the tempest did not draw him in a straight line, but rather, it spiraled around him like a vortex. With this realization, he yanked his spear from the ground and propelled himself forward, harnessing the force of the wind. "Li Gu." Jin Pongzi stared in shock. Though at that moment, he dared not act recklessly. Merely stabilizing himself against the pull was already a feat of his utmost capability. "You will die?" Meng roared, channeling his spiritual energy to accelerate the rotation of the colossal axe. Thanks to the centrifugal force and his prior assistance, Li Qingyun found himself swiftly propelled to the opposite side of the whirlwind. With breathtaking speed, Li Qingyun plunged his spear into the ground. Although it lasted but a fleeting second, it sufficed for him. He pressed one foot firmly against the spear, and in the next instant, the weapon bent into an astonishing arc. Utilizing this momentum, he launched himself away from the tempest's grasp, breaking free from its allure. "You are the one who will pay." Li Qingyun emerged from the whirlwind, flames of retribution blazing in his grasp, and he struck directly toward Meng's face. Chapter 14. Only slaughter. No crossing. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. From the moment Li Qingyun resolved to take a perilous gamble to his appearance before Meng. Scarcely 3 seconds had elapsed. The fiery fist expanded ominously in Meng's gaze, and with a resounding thud, he was sent hurtling away by the force of the blow. Boom. The echoing crash of shattered stone followed as Meng was thrust into the rock wall, flames igniting upon his head. Li Qingyun denied him any opportunity for lamentation, advancing with ferocity to deliver another punch to his skull. With this strike, Meng was irrevocably dispatched. As the life of Meng extinguished, the spinning flying axe came to a halt, restoring an eerie tranquility within the cave. Only the young woman and the golden ingot remained, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Including Meng, none had anticipated that Li Qingyun would exhibit such audacity. In the precarious situation moments prior, a slight miscalculation could have led to Li Qingyun meeting a fate akin to that of the bald man. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he grasped the opportunity with remarkable precision. It must be acknowledged that one can indeed discern character accurately. I am truly a figure of defiance. Li Qingyun regarded the lifeless Meng among the rubble, his gaze devoid of warmth. With the form of a 3-headed, 8-armed lotus, I shall be the first to slay, not to ferry across. In this lifetime, he vowed never to betray the title of the foremost rebel of the heavenly court. At that moment, Li Qingyun turned to the still-dazed tattooed woman. "Little brother, I am innocent. I was coerced." The woman, startled by his gaze, hastily implored, "I will do anything you ask. Please, just don't." But before she could complete her plea, a long spear hurtled through the air, piercing her chest with brutal force. "You stabbed me. I shall reciprocate with a spear." Li Qingyun approached slowly, withdrawing the blood-soaked weapon. The woman's eyes widened in horror as blood gushed from her mouth. Beep. Host has slain the Holy Axe Guardian. Kill value, 3,000. Beep. Host has slain the Night Witch. Kill value, 2,000. Beep. 2 Western clergy slain, level 1. Beep. Host has reached level 10, unlocking the skill law of heaven and earth. The system's notifications echoed repeatedly in Li Qingyun's mind, causing him to pause momentarily. Law of heaven and earth. In this realm, that must pertain to divine manifestations, but isn't that skill unlocked at level 30? Moreover, it is a skill reserved for advanced classes, yet I have unlocked it at level 10? Wow, Li, you are truly extraordinary. So incredibly cool. You are now my idol. The golden ingot transformed into an eager admirer, starry-eyed as he approached Li Qingyun. Ahem. Being impressive is one thing, but being handsome is a lifelong endeavor. Suddenly, the entire cave trembled violently. What is happening? Li Qingyun frowned, questioning whether an earthquake had struck. Brother, is your charm causing the earth to quake? The stout man remarked, momentarily taken aback. Stop with the nonsense. Something has awakened. Li Qingyun looked up and, in an instant, shoved the golden ingot aside, retreating swiftly himself. As they dispersed, a colossal spider descended from above, sending the cave into another fit of violent tremors. Good heavens! How did this creature awaken? The stout man gazed in horror at the 25-level ghost-faced demon spider. The ghost-faced demon spider opened its gaping maw and let out a chilling roar, its 2 1-meter-long purple fangs appearing particularly menacing. Brotherly, what should we do now? The stout man asked, bracing himself and calling out to Li Qingyun. What to do? Slay it. Li Qingyun's lips curled into a smirk, eager to test his new weapon. As he spoke, a golden light flashed in his hand, and the purple flame spear materialized before him. The spear was entirely a radiant gold, its dark golden shaft adorned with crimson patterns, resembling something forged from molten lava. The spear tip was tri-edged, gleaming with a cold light as it danced in the air, while behind the tip blazed a ball of golden red inferno, dazzling and vivid like flowing cherry blossoms. The moment he grasped the spear, Li Qingyun felt a surge of power, finally embodying the essence of a god of slaughter across the 3 realms. Brotherly, that is a level 25 monster, the stout man exclaimed, rushing to caution him. But by that time, Li Qingyun had already charged towards the beast with his spear, moving with such speed that he left afterimages in his wake. Clang! In the next instant, a sound of metal clashing echoed as the demon spider's sharp claws collided with Li Qingyun's spear, sending forth a blinding spark. But that was not the end. With a mighty shout, Li Qingyun swung his spear again, striking down at the ghost-faced demon spider. Clang, clang, clang. In just a few breaths, Li Qingyun had delivered nearly 100 blows to the creature. The stout man stood by, utterly bewildered. Li Qingyun's speed had already been astonishing when he fought against Meng, yet now he was moving at least twice as fast. All he could see were sparks flying from the demon spider's body, while Li Qingyun's form remained a blur. Though the demon spider had formidable defenses, Li Qingyun's relentless assault was taking its toll. The demon spider let out an enraged roar, and suddenly a cloud of purple mist erupted around it. Brotherly, run. That is the demon spider's poisonous mist, the stout man exclaimed, hastily retreating to a safe distance. Worry etched across his face as he watched Li Qingyun. Damn, that was close. At that moment, the stout man froze. Li Qingyun had somehow appeared behind him. The speed was terrifying. Let us try this, Li Qingyun declared, flames surging from his hands as he sent a hellfire ball soaring towards the demon spider. However, the crimson hellfire was intercepted by the dense toxic mist before it could reach its target. Brotherly, it's effective. If we could get more of that fire, we could burn away the toxic mist, the stout man exclaimed excitedly, witnessing a large portion of the mist consumed by the flames. What do you mean by more? Do you think I'm a lighter? Li Qingyun retorted, exasperated. The hellfire was already taxing to use, while it was manageable up close. Controlling it from a distance consumed an exorbitant amount of spiritual energy. Regrettably, I neglected to bring a poison shield. However, even if I had, it likely would not have endured for long. The rotund figure beside me furrowed his brow. A poison shield? Li Qingyun was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly smacked his forehead. What was there to fear? The Fire Lotus sacred body is inherently immune to toxins. Chapter 15, Man and Gun United, Unmatched by Thousands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the two conversed, several poison needles suddenly pierced through the toxic mist, hurtling towards them at great speed. Li Gu, be careful, the stout man shouted urgently, and in an instant, a golden shield materialized in his hands. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic clashes resounded as the poison needles were deflected by the shield. Upon inspection, The shield remained unscathed, not a single scratch to be found. Why didn't you reveal such an amazing item sooner? Li Qingyun exclaimed, astonished. This was an attack from a level 25 magical beast, yet it was effortlessly blocked? I was too preoccupied with fleeing and shouting 666 to remember this thing. The stout man scratched his head, looking apologetic. Never mind. You stay here. I shall take down that beast. Li Qingyun tightened his grip on the spear, licking his lips. A level 25 magical beast is perfect for me to hone my skills. Consider it a sacrifice to my spear. With that, Li Qingyun charged forth, leaving the stout man bewildered. All of them were newly transitioned students, generally at levels 2 or 3. Yet this individual had already begun to practice against a level 25 magical beast? Was that even logical? Wasn't this a sheer descent into a lower dimension of combat? In the midst of the toxic fog, sparks flew in an instant, the sounds of clashing metal mingling with the anguished cries of the magical beast. Although the fire-tipped spear granted speed enhancements and armor-piercing effects, Li Qingyun's level was simply too low to inflict fatal damage upon the creature. However, what Li Qingyun yearned to experience was not merely the speed boost and armor penetration, but the profound secrets of spear techniques after accumulating 100 layers of spear intent. As the spear intent continued to accumulate, Li Qingyun distinctly sensed the fire-tipped spear beginning to transform in his grasp. He seemed to hear a sound, akin to a chorus of 100 birds or an avalanche cascading down a mountain. It has arrived. After achieving 100 layers of spear intent, the fire-tipped spear suddenly erupted in a dazzling golden radiance. Li Qingyun paused momentarily, feeling that at this moment, he had achieved a perfect unity with his spear. The next strike would be a harmonious blend of man wielding the spear and the spear guiding the man. Like the ocean embracing all rivers, a seamless convergence. Longing for eternity, a memory of yearning, brief moments of longing, boundless and infinite. Li Qingyun vaguely heard a voice resonating within his mind, not from the system, but from the purple flame fire-tipped spear in his hand. The spear began to recite poetry. Secret technique, 13 lethal shots, first shot, longing. In the next moment, the crimson fire tassel drew a long line of flames in the air, and the three-edged spearhead gleamed coldly, descending with the force to split mountains and part seas. Roar. As the long spear descended, the demon-faced spider let out a piercing roar, instantly severing the thread of its life. Beyond the toxic mist, Jin Yuanbao beheld a burst of golden light within, followed by a sudden flash of cold radiance. In the wake of that chilling gleam, he instinctively clutched at his throat. Merely gazing at that icy shimmer sent a pang of unease through him, as if something had pierced his throat. With the demise of the demon-faced spider, the surrounding toxic fog dissipated into nothingness. Li Qingyun stood there, breathless. Having not anticipated that the mastery of his spear technique would drain the last vestiges of his spiritual energy. Standing some distance away, Jin Yuanbao swallowed hard, still gripped by a sensation akin to a lump in his throat. If previously Li Qingyun had evoked in him a sense of awe and wonder, now he was overwhelmed by sheer terror. That spear was perilous. Jin Yuanbao snapped back to reality, delivering a sharp slap to his own face. The sting a vivid reminder that this was no dream. This was neither the yearning depicted in Wang Wei's poetry nor the red beans of his verses. It was, in fact, a science fiction tale reminiscent of Wang Wei's imagination. What are you doing? Li Qingyun was taken aback by the fat man's peculiar behavior. Why on earth did you slap yourself? Not at all, brotherly. I thought I was watching a science fiction film, the portly man replied with a wry smile, questioning whether this individual was indeed a peer from his own cohort. Surely, not even their class instructor could withstand such a spear strike. Brotherly, do you take disciples? I believe following you would offer a brighter future. Jin Yuanbao approached Li Qingyun with a rueful grin. Absolutely not. It is I who would benefit from your fortune. Li Qingyun quickly corrected him, striding toward the corpse of the demon-faced spider. He pondered whether this creature might yield any magic crystals. As he rummaged through the remains, he finally discovered a pigeon egg-sized green magic crystal nestled within the spider's abdomen. Fortune smiled upon him. Li Qingyun stowed the crystal away and continued his search within the cavern, unearthing the spatial rings belonging to Shi Ming and his companions. To his surprise, these individuals possessed quite a trove of valuable items. Smirking at his newfound spoils, Li Qingyun noted that he had extracted more than a dozen magic crystals from the rings, including 2 green ones. It was well known that green magic crystals typically commanded prices exceeding 50,000, adding in the assorted treasures. Their total worth might surpass 300,000. Let us sell these once we're outside and split the proceeds. After all, this is your first bounty as a newly transitioned practitioner, Li Qingyun said, glancing at the spoils before him. Ahem. I don't need any of this, brotherly. You keep it all. Jin Yuanbao hastily declined. Very well. Li Qingyun saw no reason to press further, though it was wise to keep accounts clear among brothers. To Jin Yuanbao, these purple magic crystals likely appeared as mere refuse. All right, let us depart. With his belongings secured, Li Qingyun motioned for them to exit the cave. By the time we stepped outside, it was already 7 in the evening, and the vehicles of several individuals remained parked by the roadside. I inquired, Fatty, can you drive? Approaching the car, Li Qingyun furrowed his brow, admitting that he could not drive and that it would be unwise to walk back in such darkness. Rest assured, brotherly. I've been driving since I was 3. Fatty took his seat in the passenger side, and the two of them set off towards the city. By the way, brotherly, are you planning to attend the special training in the Misty Forest the day after tomorrow? Jin Yuanbao, the one driving, suddenly interjected. Special training? Misty Forest? Li Qingyun was taken aback by this revelation. It's a special training program organized by the Education Department of Donghai City for the senior students. The 3 schools will train together in the Misty Forest for pre-exam preparation. Did you not receive a notification? Upon seeing Li Qingyun shake his head, Jin Yuanbao seemed to piece things together. I see. It seems that this special training was only communicated to students of higher grades. Li Qingyun could only shrug helplessly, admitting that he had indeed not received any notification. However, he felt indifferent. It was merely about slaying monsters to level up, and it did not matter where that took place. Chapter 16. Qingyun Ridge. I heard that this special training would be led by the homeroom teachers of each class. Yet students were permitted to form their own teams. At this moment, Jin Fatty excitedly turned to Li Qingyun and suggested, brotherly, why don't we go together? I think I'll pass. It wouldn't be appropriate to show up without an invitation, Li Qingyun replied with a shrug, feeling indifferent about the entire situation. Rest assured, brotherly, as long as you are a student, you are eligible to participate. You just need to register. Are you certain? Li Qingyun frowned, realizing that Fatty was quite knowledgeable about this matter. Cough. The Misty Forest was purchased by our Jinsheng group as part of an educational assistance project specifically designed for senior students. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyun couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He had only heard of guard teams sealing off otherworldly realms, but never of any company managing to acquire one. It must be said that Jinsheng Group truly lived up to its reputation as a Fortune 500 company. They certainly had wealth. However, upon further reflection, Li Qingyun found it reasonable, considering he had a living treasure at home. It seemed impossible not to be wealthy. I'll think about it, Li Qingyun replied, his brow furrowing again. His primary objective was to accumulate kill points through monster hunting. In this world, there was a shortage of everything except for magical creatures. Moreover, according to Fatty, this training would involve students from 3 high schools in Donghai City, which meant a considerable number of participants. He did not wish to join in on the commotion. I heard from my father that this place was not originally called the Misty Forest. It used to be known as Qingyun Ridge. At this moment, Jin Fatty was driving while speaking to himself. Brotherly, that place is quite peculiar. To this day, no one has managed to reach the mountain. What did you say that place was called before? Li Qingyun frowned in response. It seems to be called the Qingyun Ridge, and I have heard that it is inhabited by monkey demons. Qingyun Ridge, monkey demons, Li Qingyun murmured to himself. Suddenly his pupils contracted sharply. If I am not mistaken, the alternate name for Huaguo Mountain is indeed Qingyun Mountain. If the name is merely a coincidence, how should one explain the existence of these monkey demons? Fatty, you mentioned that the special training begins the day after tomorrow, right? Li Qingyun inquired of Jin Yuanbao, who stood nearby. Regardless of whether it is mere coincidence, he felt compelled to investigate. Yes, brotherly. If you wish to go, you can sign up at the Central Square tomorrow. Fatty exclaimed eagerly, quickly producing a card. Here, brotherly, take this. It will allow you to register directly at the window. Upon returning home, Li Qingyun tossed and turned, unable to sleep, his mind filled with thoughts of Qingyun Mountain. If all of this is not coincidental, might he encounter the great sage equal to heaven at Qingyun Ridge? With this thought, he retrieved his phone, which, although not an elderly model, was certainly slower than one. It took a full 5 minutes just to boot up. It seems I will have to buy a new phone tomorrow, Li Qingyun mused, especially since it is quite late, and all the shops outside have long since closed. This realization stirred a small excitement within him. Once he sold those magic crystals, it would amount to a full 300,000. No matter what, tomorrow he must purchase the latest model, the 7000, the Supreme version. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he donned his clothes and stepped out, heading toward an internet CAF on another street. Regardless of the circumstances, he knew he would not be able to sleep until he clarified the situation surrounding Qingyun Ridge. By now, it was past midnight, and the streetlights had all extinguished. Since Li Qingyun lived quite far from the city center, this area was half residential and half ruins, making cars a rare sight. "Young man, where are you headed at this late hour?" A woman standing at the entrance of a foot massage parlor called out to him as he passed by. She appeared to be in her 30s, heavily made up, and her profession was unmistakable. Li Qingyun raised an eyebrow. "Is this place for foot massages?" "Ah, young man, are you pretending not to know?" The woman feigned shyness as she waved at him. "Is your establishment legitimate?" Li Qingyun pressed further. "You really know how to joke. Look at me. Do you think this can be legitimate?" Saying this, she tugged her top down slightly, revealing her smooth, fair shoulder. "Not legitimate? Then forget it," Li Qingyun replied. The woman's eyes twitched, and she paused, stunned for a moment before regaining her composure. "What is wrong with you? Are you messing with me?" she shouted after him. But by then, Li Qingyun had already walked far away. Approximately 10 minutes later, he arrived at the internet CAF. "Boss, I need a computer." The air inside the CAF was thick with smoke, making it nearly impossible for Li Qingyun to open his eyes. He casually found a machine to sit down at. Then Li Qingyun opened a web page and entered the words Qingyun Ridge. However, he found nothing. He then searched for Misty Forest, which yielded tens of thousands of related results. Li Qingyun opened them one by one, discovering that the Misty Forest was shrouded in extraordinary legends online. A certain entry caught his attention, mentioning that a formidable beast had once fallen in the Misty Forest. It is important to note that such a beast is classified as a desolate level creature, one that is above level 90. Such creatures had never appeared in the human world, with only legends suggesting that some had encountered them in other realms. After perusing for over an hour, Li Qingyun smacked his lips, having gained a general understanding. The outskirts of the Misty Forest are filled with dense woods inhabited by low-level monsters, nothing particularly noteworthy. However, at the heart of that otherworldly realm stands a towering mountain, perpetually shrouded in thick mist, where a misstep could lead one to plummet into the valley. The Qingyun group had attempted countless times to ascend the mountain, but all efforts ended in failure due to the powerful magnetic interference that rendered any instruments on the mountain as useless as scrap metal. It was only 10 years ago that a level 50 expert ventured into the mountain and subsequently vanished, leaving no one daring to ascend since. Later, a humanoid monster's traces were spotted at the foot of the mountain, identified as a low-level creature known as the Amei Demon Monkey. Observing the myriad of opinions online, Li Qingyun furrowed his brow. There was no mention of Qingyun Ridge, yet how had Jean the Fat learned about it? Could it be that the Qingyun group had some undisclosed findings? With this thought, Li Qingyun could only let out a sigh. It seemed he would have to inquire with Jean the Fat later. Suddenly, as Li Qingyun intended to continue his search, a hand reached from behind him and turned off the machine. "Oh, isn't this our campus flower's boyfriend, Li Qingyun?" "What campus flower boyfriend?" "That has long been a former boyfriend." "Ha. Li Qingyun, are you lacking in that department? Unable to satisfy our campus flower?" Chapter 17. The physical exorcism. Li Qingyun turned around, his brow furrowing. He recognized these individuals. They were notorious troublemakers in school, infamous in the area. "What do you want?" Li Qingyun asked, frowning at the three before him. "Cough. It's nothing much, just the three of us wanted to have a word with you." One of the boys with yellow hair stepped forward, placing his hand on Li Qingyun's shoulder and leading him outside. Li Qingyun made no resistance, following the trio into a dim alleyway. "Now can we talk?" Li Qingyun raised an eyebrow at the three surrounding him. "Actually, it's nothing serious. I just heard you acquired Tianxi's ring." The yellow-haired boy smiled slightly. "There should be some good stuff in there, right? Why not show it to us?" "Exactly. Those who witness shall share half, and we shall only take 3/10. The remainder is all yours." Another male classmate chuckled. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyun offered a slight smile. It was audacious of them to think they could reserve a portion for themselves. How bold, it was almost laughable. "Well, I could do without that last 10th. As he spoke, he glanced around, noting the desolate surroundings devoid of any witnesses or cameras. "Hey, you're quite the savvy one," the blonde youth exclaimed cheerfully. "If anyone bullies you, just mention my name. From today onward, I've got your back. Here, this is Tianxi's storage ring." With that, Li Qingyun removed the ring from his finger and extended it towards him. The blonde youth's eyes sparkled with anticipation, setting aside the treasures within. The ring itself was worth a fortune. Just as he leaned forward to grasp it, Li Qingyun suddenly clenched his fist and struck the youth squarely in the face. "I may not want it, but you must possess your life to claim it." With a resounding crack, a bone shattered, and the blonde was sent flying, crashing into the debris behind him. Li Qingyun held nothing back. He had no desire to endure any more of this fool's chatter. "You little brat, you're courting death." Another man, oblivious to the situation, drew a dagger from his waistband and lunged at Li Qingyun. Yet, In a mere blink, Li Qingyun seized the dagger. And before the man could comprehend, he found his own weapon slicing across his throat. Murder! Murder! The remaining man's eyes widened in horror as he shrieked and bolted for the alley's exit. However, he had barely taken 2 steps before the dagger pierced his heart. 3 individuals combined yield only a meager 5 kill points? Li Qingyun shrugged, turning his back and strolling homeward. As he walked along the dimly lit street, he pondered deeply. Stating he only killed without granting passage seemed rather imprecise. After all, physical transcendence should count as passage, right? Hey, you scoundrel! At that moment, Li Qingyun passed by the foot massage parlor once again. The matron, initially poised to hurl insults, suddenly realized that he might have had a change of heart and approached him with a smile. Young man, I knew you couldn't resist. She flirted, striking a pose. Just 5 bills, and I'll ensure your comfort. All right, let me ask you, Li Qingyun replied, furrowing his brow. Is this establishment legitimate? The matron paused momentarily, then hurriedly replied, absolutely legitimate. Guaranteed green and pollution-free. Legitimate? What is the point of that? It's a waste of my time. Li Qingyun shrugged dismissively and strode away with an air of indifference. The matron exclaimed in frustration. The following afternoon, after selling the magic crystals in his possession, Li Qingyun made his way to the registration site for the special training. The venue was at the central square, where a long line of students awaited their turn to sign up. Due to the collaborative training program involving 3 high schools in Donghai City, the number of registrants was relatively high. With such a multitude of individuals, one could only wonder how long the wait would be. Li Qingyun, standing at the edge of the square, furrowed his brow and suddenly recalled the black card that his plump friend had given him the previous day. He retrieved the card. Scrutinizing it closely, it appeared unremarkable, merely a metallic card emblazoned with the emblem of the Jinsheng group. However, the material was indeed unfamiliar to him. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed a lack of official booths and decided to approach the registration area for clarification. Not long after, he spotted a man in blue maintaining order among the crowd. Judging by the insignia on his attire, he was likely an employee of the Jinsheng group. Hey, what are you doing? Can't you see the line? Just as Li Qingyun was about to inquire with the staff member, a loud voice erupted from the queue. Frowning at the interruption, Li Qingyun chose to disregard the individual. He was merely passing by the line, not cutting in. What was this person's problem? Are you deaf? I'm talking to you. The man, brazenly stepping out of the line, seized Li Qingyun's arm from behind. Are you out of your mind? Li Qingyun's brow furrowed further as he noted the towering figure with curly hair gripping him. Are you trying to cut in line? Can't you see all these people waiting behind you? The man glared at Li Qingyun, his tone laced with condescension. Which school do you attend? Didn't they teach you any manners? Taken aback, Li Qingyun was struck by the audacity of this individual, who seemed to take it upon himself to lecture him. Oh, isn't that Li Qingyun? Is he here for the special training too? Ha! Does he really think he needs special training with his pathetic profession? A ripple of gossip spread among the crowd, with people whispering about how he had allegedly defeated Tianci, the veracity of which remained uncertain. Huh. So you're Li Qingyun? The towering man sneered. Not only is your profession pathetic, but your manners are equally lacking. Are you finished? Li Qingyun's frown deepened. He regretted not wearing a mask. What? Are you unhappy? I've finished speaking. What are you going to do about it? The man scoffed, looking at Li Qingyun with derision. Can I leave now? The towering figure paused, clearly taken aback by Li Qingyun's boldness. Are you feeling tough? Go ahead, say that again. He seized Li Qingyun by the collar, his voice rising in anger. He felt compelled to teach this insolent boy a lesson in front of so many witnesses. In the next instant, Li Qingyun raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap, sending the towering man spinning like a top for 3 full rotations. I apologize, but I am unable to assist. Chapter 18. 3 circles left, 3 circles right. What the hell? You little brat, what are you doing? At that moment, the man in blue rushed forward, angrily addressing Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun raised an eyebrow, questioning the staff's poor eyesight. Which school do you belong to? What is your name? You are disrupting the registration process, and I will have your special training qualification revoked. The blue-clad staff member shouted at Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun glanced at the name tag of the security personnel, which read Security Department, Yanxia. So, you didn't see him grabbing my collar just now? Li Qingyun was momentarily taken aback before responding with irritation. What a ridiculous name. Brother, stop wasting time with him. Just take him down. At that point, the tall figure who had just gotten up shouted at Yanxia. Hearing this, Li Qingyun raised an eyebrow, understanding the situation. No wonder he was so arrogant. There were people backing him up. Kid, you cut in line first and then resorted to violence. You should come with me to the security office for a while. Yanxia said as he moved to take Li Qingyun away. Clearly, He did not want to act violently in the plaza, as it would reflect poorly on him and could even cost him his job if the higher-ups held him accountable. What? Is it inconvenient for you to act here because there are too many people? Li Qingyun raised an eyebrow and sneered. Kid, do you think I need you to teach me how to do my job? Yan Xia's expression darkened as he angrily retorted. I think you might need to use your brain first. You little brat, you're courting death. Yan Xia shouted, reaching for Li Qingyun's collar. Li Qingyun swiftly dodged Yan Xia's grasp. Quite nimble, Yan Xia scoffed. With his level 20 strength, he couldn't even subdue a newly transitioned student? As long as he didn't injure him here, merely taking him away shouldn't cause any negative repercussions. Seeing this, Li Qingyun's expression darkened. Although he didn't want to engage in a confrontation in the plaza, since the other party had made the first move, he felt no need to hold back. Wait. Suddenly, a man in his 40s rushed over. Yan Xia, what the hell are you doing? Yan Xia froze, quickly smiling and saying, Captain Chun. This kid tried to cut in line and even assaulted someone in front of so many people. I was just about to take him to the security office for some education. Captain Chun frowned upon hearing this, looking at Li Qingyun, then nervously swallowing. May I ask, are you Mr. Li Qingyun? Li Qingyun was taken aback. What was with the sudden formality? Seeing Li Qingyun nod, Captain Chen's expression became complex, revealing uncertainty. Whether from fear or anger, Yan Xia was equally bewildered, his mind momentarily blanked by Captain Chen's words. Captain Chen suddenly turned around, swinging his arm in a wide arc, and struck Yan Xia, sending him spinning 3 times on the spot. The onlookers were momentarily bewildered. Was the Yin brothers' performance some kind of acrobatics? Don't you dare call me Captain. You're truly my biological father. Are you trying to kill me? Captain Chun roared at Yan Xia, as if someone had stepped on his tail. However, Captain Chun, you are indeed my elder. What was my arrangement this morning? Have you stuffed your ears with donkey hair? He bellowed. This gentleman is our esteemed VIP from Jinsheng Group. How did I end up with a father like you? He then hastily turned to Li Qingyun, saying, Mr. Li, I sincerely apologize. It seems our employee failed to recognize your stature. No, I mean our former employee. Captain Chen quickly added after a moment of thought. Captain, I had no idea. At this moment, Yan Xia was equally bewildered, fearing that his golden opportunity might shatter before him. If you keep babbling, be careful, or I'll smack you again. Hurry up and pack your things and get lost. Captain Chen shouted angrily. If this situation wasn't handled properly, it would be himself who would end up packing his bags. But Captain, you've already struck him. Yan Xia's face, marked with a bright red handprint, was a sight to behold, and tears were welling up in his eyes. What is wrong with giving Mr. Li a little entertainment with a slap? Captain Chun retorted, and with a swift motion, he struck Yan Xia again, sending him flying into a garbage bin over 10 meters away. Li Qingyun raised an eyebrow at this spectacle. Captain Chun's slap had clearly been infused with spiritual energy. Judging by the energy he had released, it was likely on par with Ning Yao's level. No wonder it was said that reaching level 30 and undergoing a second awakening was a significant threshold. Striking a level 20 from level 30 was as effortless as swatting a top. Brother, the tall man beside him broke into a cold sweat as he witnessed his sibling being sent flying. He had intended to show off in front of his classmates, but ended up becoming the fool instead. And you're also asking for a beating, aren't you? Captain Chen glared at the tall man, advancing with a fierce expression. You've already hit him. You can't hit me again. The tall man protested while attempting to flee. Damn it, trying to run after putting on a show. Captain Chen extended his hand, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy pulled the tall man back. He pressed him to the ground and raised his fist to strike his face. Today, I want to stop until I knock the crap out of you. Captain, maybe we should just let this go? Li Qingyun interjected suddenly. He could tell that Captain Chun was reluctant to resort to violence against students. He had been waiting for Li Qingyun to call a halt to the situation. Humph. Since Mr. Li has spoken, I will spare you this time. Captain Chun, taking advantage of the situation, turned to Li Qingyun and said, Mr. Li, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused by my inadequate arrangements. Not at all. Captain Chen, you are too polite. Just call me Shaoli. Li Qingyun replied with a smile. The onlookers were left astonished. After Li Qingyun's meteoric rise to fame online, many had learned of his background. He was merely a financially struggling senior in high school, and yet, what warranted such treatment from the Jinsheng Group? Before long, Captain Chun escorted Li Qingyun to the registration area, which was not in the square, but in a nearby office building. Shaoli, take this, with it. You shall gain entry to the Misty Forest tomorrow. After completing a form, Captain Chun handed Li Qingyun a jade tablet. Li Qingyun nodded in acknowledgement. This jade tablet must be the teleportation token for the Misty Forest. If you encounter any danger inside, Simply crush this jade tablet. Captain Chun added with a grin. I will also be in the misty forest tomorrow. Should you face any troubles, do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you very much, Captain Chun, Li Qingyun replied, securing the jade tablet with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he departed. With everything in place, he eagerly awaited the morrow's entrance. Chapter 19. A force to be reckoned with. Early the next morning, Li Qingyun ventured into the streets to purchase 2 buns and arrived promptly at the training assembly point. The dimensional rift to the misty forest lay in the eastern city, once a desolate area, now transformed into a plaza by the Jinshin group. In one corner of the plaza, a towering dimensional rift loomed, reaching several meters into the sky. Surrounding the plaza were numerous school buses, as students were gathered by class to travel together. Naturally, there were also many students like Li Qingyun who registered independently, most of whom were lower-tier professionals who had not received notifications. After all, some professions, despite their low rank, could still possess formidable combat capabilities. Thus, every year during the martial arts examination, a few lower-tier students would achieve unexpected success. Li Gu, I'm over here. As Li Qingyun stepped into the plaza, he suddenly heard Jin Pengzi's voice from not far away. The chubby boy was descending from a luxurious vehicle, accompanied by a middle-aged man clad in a black trench coat, around 50 years of age. Following them was an elderly man dressed in green. Old man, this is Li Gu, Jin Pengzi exclaimed excitedly to the middle-aged man. Li Qingyun quickly approached. Hello, Uncle Li. It was evident that this was Jinshan Group's president, Jin Jinyue, ranked 5th on the Dragon Nation's wealth list. Thank you for saving my son. I have heard everything from Yuanbao. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. Jin Jinyue remarked with a smile. Uncle Jin, you flatter me. I was merely fortunate, Li Qingyun responded, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect and smiling. Hee, the young man is exceptionally gifted yet humble, with boundless prospects ahead. Jin Jinyue smiled slightly, casually assessing Li Qingyun from head to toe. Brotherly, let us enter together. If we team up, we shall surely dominate. Jin Pengzi exclaimed excitedly beside him. Upon hearing this, Jin Jinyue furrowed his brow and, before Li Qingyun could respond, interjected, You should stick with your class's team. What? Why? Jin Pengzi retorted, visibly displeased. In his view, the combat prowess of his class was not necessarily inferior to that of Li Qingyun. You and Qingyun are not on the same level. Sticking with him will only hinder his progress, Jin Jinyue remarked, casting a calm glance at Li Qingyun. How can that be? I am already at level 5. I want to hold brotherly back. Jin Pengzi continued to argue. After yesterday's life and death battle, he had indeed advanced 2 levels and was now at level 5. Nonsense. If I say to follow your team, then follow your team. Speak further, and I shall not hesitate to discipline you. Now go. Jin Jinyue's typically gentle demeanor transformed into a display of roughness in an instant. Li Qingyun could only smile wryly at this turn of events, realizing where Captain Chun had likely learned his methods. With a pout, Jin Pengzi sulked away toward the square. Turning back to call, Brotherly, see you inside. Once Jin Pengzi had departed, Jin Jinyue smiled once more and said, Qingyun, there is something I comprehend. After all, this special training may differ for me compared to others. Li Qingyun's lips curled into a smile, a faint glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. It seems you have already sensed it, Jin Jinyue remarked, his brow furrowing. He had not anticipated Li Qingyun's perceptiveness to be so acute. Having arrived at the square for only a brief moment, Li Qingyun had already perceived several indistinct threads of killing intent directed at him. And they were undoubtedly not from students. The enemy was concealed while he was exposed. Given the uncertainty surrounding the enemy's identity, having Jin Pengzi accompany him was evidently perilous. As Jin Jinyue's only son, he naturally wished to shield his child from harm, a sentiment Li Qingyun could understand. In addition to you students entering the misty forest, there are security personnel dispatched by various prominent families in Donghai City, most of whom possess around level 20 strength, Jin Jinyue continued. I believe you grasp my meaning. Li Qingyun nodded in acknowledgement. Jin Jinyue's implication was clear. Those intending to act against him were likely security personnel from a certain family. And it was highly probable that it was the Tian family. I suggest you seek out your class's team and stick with them. It should provide greater safety. Jin Jinyue advised Li Qingyun. Well, if all else fails, I shall simply shatter my jade token to escape. Li Qingyun replied with a slight smile, confident that even if he could not overcome his adversaries, he could still make his escape. However, one must pay heed to avoid the Blackwater Ravine, for its spatial instability renders the teleportation jade ineffective. Upon hearing Jin Jinyue's words, Li Qingyun was momentarily taken aback, unaware that such a perilous place existed within. Thank you for the warning, uncle. Li Qingyun clasped his fists in gratitude. Do not mention it. You have saved Yuan Bao's life. And this debt of gratitude shall be remembered by the Jinshin group. Jin Jinyue replied with a faint smile, nodding slightly as he observed Li Qingyun's departing figure. Oldemo, what are your thoughts on this young man? Jin Jinyue inquired with a smile directed at the enigmatic elder beside him. This youth possesses extraordinary talent. A bold heart coupled with meticulousness. He is indeed formidable, the elder responded. Li Qingyun soon arrived at the entrance, where those who registered individually were granted priority access. Hey, Li Qingyun. Just as Li Qingyun was queuing to enter, a voice suddenly rang out from the side. Turning around, he was taken aback to see his class monitor, Zhao Shui, standing there. Beside her was their homeroom teacher, Yang Ying, accompanied by several classmates from their class. Li Qingyun, are you truly intending to participate in the martial examination? Yang Ying approached, her brows furrowed as she observed him standing in line. She had not anticipated that he would still wish to partake at this stage. Teacher, I just want to go in for a bit of fun, to join the excitement. Li Qingyun replied with a grin. Seeing Yang Ying, he felt a tinge of helplessness. According to Fatty, Yang Ying had been reprimanded by the school due to his situation. Even if you go in, you cannot venture alone. Yang Ying admonished, her brows knitting together. Hurry over here. It is too dangerous for you to enter by yourself. Teacher, I think it would be better to refrain. He would only hold us back. One classmate chimed in. Exactly. This special training is unlike any other. It is no trivial matter. It concerns the martial examination results for our entire class. Another added. Li Qingyun, you ought to return home and prepare for the written examination instead. Several classmates voiced their opinions, clamoring in agreement. The special training this time was based on an elimination system, where the class that managed to endure until the end in the other world would earn extra points for the martial examination. Thus, both the school and the students placed considerable emphasis on this training. What are you all saying? Regardless of the circumstances, Li Qingyun is still one of our classmates. Zhao Shui interjected, frowning as she realized her classmate's selfishness. Indeed, some must not genuinely believe they can secure first place. Another classmate retorted, clearly implying that even without Li Qingyun as a liability, their parallel class lacked competitiveness. To gain additional points for the martial examination, each school had temporarily formed elite classes. If all went as expected, the top-ranking teams would comprise these elite groups. The classmates continued to debate passionately, with the majority agreeing to welcome Li Qingyun back into the fold, yet a significant number remained opposed. Perhaps I should just enter alone. You all do your best. Li Qingyun, upon witnessing the scene, offered a slight smile and, without waiting for further discourse from the others, retrieved the guidebook at the entrance and stepped directly into the dimensional rift. He held little interest in the additional points for the martial arts examination, as he was preparing for the special recruitment of universities taking place in a few weeks. Moreover, his primary purpose for visiting the Misty Forest was to validate a lingering doubt in his heart, whether the legendary monkey from his memories truly resided upon the Qingyun Ridge. Chapter 20. You cannot grasp it. As the dimensional rift stirred with a ripple, Li Qingyun found himself amidst a dense forest. Warm sunlight filtered through the gaps in the foliage, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soft, whispering sound, while the air was infused with the fragrant scent of earth. It was hard to imagine that this was a realm plagued by monstrous beings. It resembled more a tranquil grove in a park during the afternoon. This place is indeed peculiar. Li Qingyun, feeling the dense spiritual energy surrounding him, furrowed his brow. Generally, the spiritual aura within the void demon realm is considerably sparser compared to the outside world, leading many to believe that the demons invade to seize the spiritual essence of Blue Star. However, the spiritual energy here was evidently richer than that of the outside world, and not just marginally so. Noticing no immediate threats, Li Qingyun first opened the guidebook for a quick glance. The first page displayed a map of the Misty Forest, and after a brief look, he deduced that he was currently situated on the northern outskirts. He tucked the book away and proceeded southward for a while. The outer region of the Misty Forest had relatively few monsters, and those present were of a lower tier. To swiftly accumulate kill points, he needed to advance towards the heart of the Misty Forest. According to the guidebook, the core area of the Misty Forest was shrouded in mist. Within that mist lay a mountain, which was strictly prohibited for participants to ascend. It was evident that this mountain was the Qingyun Ridge spoken of by the plump man. Damn it, you think you can compete with me? At that moment, a commotion of battle erupted not far away, prompting Li Qingyun to raise an eyebrow and hasten towards the source. In the midst of the dense woods, a robust man was confronting two others. Behind him, a small fruit tree, standing at 2 meters tall, grew peculiarly between the crevices of rocks. This tree bore 2 golden red fruits, their surfaces seemingly covered in scales, roughly the size of cherries. Upon seeing this, Qingyun furrowed his brow. He recognized them from his textbooks. Indeed, it was the dragon scale spirit fruit. As he examined it closely, he couldn't help but lick his lips. It was said that consuming such a fruit could significantly enhance the physical constitution of a class changer. The demon realm not only harbored various monsters, but also possessed treasures of heaven and earth that were absent from the outside world. Typically, such treasures were guarded by monsters. Yet for reasons unknown, this dragon scale tree was devoid of any guardians. Is it simply out for a stroll? Qingyun surveyed his surroundings, his brows furrowing. Judging by the trampled vegetation around, it was evident that this place was guarded by some malevolent creature. Moreover, it appeared to be a serpentine entity of a certain reptilian nature. Humph, do you 2 feeble level 2 wretches dare to challenge me? At that moment, the 3 individuals below clashed once more, with the robust student evidently possessing superior strength. The other 2, being merely level 2, clearly held low occupational ranks. Infuriating. That individual must be at least of a level profession. Why isn't such a person with the class team? We discovered this treasure first. If you have the capability, seek it out on your own. The 2 at a disadvantage wore grim expressions, clearly aware that the man before them was beyond their capability. Ridiculous. Since you discovered it first, come and take it. The burly man sneered. Observing this, Qingyun raised an eyebrow, realizing that there were indeed quite a few capable individuals who chose to go solo. After all, if one were to stick with the class team, the likelihood of encountering valuable treasures diminishes, as they would seldom belong to a single person. Leave before I lose my temper, the burly man bellowed. Or I won't hesitate to send you packing before you even begin. The other 2 exchanged glances, their faces revealing hesitation, but ultimately turned and fled into the distance. After all, treasures can be sought again, but if they were to lose a direct confrontation, there were only 2 possible outcomes, either death or the necessity to shatter the jade piece and forfeit their eligibility to compete. Humph, 2 worthless fools, daring to contest with me. The burly man scoffed, then turned his gaze towards the dragon scale tree behind him. If this were to be sold, it would fetch no less than 5 million. A quick 10 million earned upon entry. Indeed, the misty forest is a splendid place. The man grinned broadly, reaching out to grasp the dragon scale spirit fruit from the tree. Just then, a long spear whistled through the air towards him. Startled, the man hastily retreated, his expression one of astonishment. The silver spear embedded itself deeply into the rock. Fortunately, he had evaded swiftly, or else he might not even have had the chance to shatter the jade piece. Damn it, you little brat, seeking death. The burly man looked up to find Qingyun perched atop the tree and immediately drew a large blade, his voice laced with fury. You are only level 4. You are no match for me. Qingyun descended from the tree, addressing the burly man with indifference. Just because you say it is so, does not make it true. Quite the bravado. Let us see how you fare in battle. The man raised his large blade and charged at Qingyun, who deftly dodged the attack and swiftly struck the man's chest with his palm. Humph. The man staggered back several steps, a muffled sound escaping his throat. Damn it. Even if I die today, I will take you down with me. The man shouted in rage, once again raising his long blade and charging towards Qingyun. As he rushed halfway, the man suddenly hurled the large knife in his hand towards Qingyun and surged towards the nearby dragon scale tree. From their earlier confrontation, the man had already realized that the individual before him was not merely boasting. He was indeed no match for him. However, this did not imply that he could not seize the treasure. A commendable thought, yet regrettably too slow. A smirk appeared at the corner of Qingyun's mouth as he swiftly positioned himself directly in front of the dragon soul tree. The burly man was momentarily taken aback. He had initially planned to snatch the dragon scale spirit fruit, while Qingyun evaded his attack. Even if he couldn't escape afterwards, he could simply crush the jade piece. With 2 dragon scale spirit fruits in hand, his journey would still be exceedingly profitable. Yet, he did not anticipate Qingyun's swiftness. Boom. Before the man could stabilize himself, he was met head-on with Qingyun's fist. He was sent flying backward, crashing into a tree before collapsing to the ground. What a remarkable fellow. Consider it yours. The man struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and without a glance back, he turned and fled into the distance. Clearly, after their earlier encounter, he understood that in the face of absolute strength, all tricks were futile. Seeing this, Qingyun chose not to pursue further and instead turned to pluck the 2 spirit fruits from the tree. Indeed, this object possessed a certain significance. As he held the spirit fruits in his hand, he raised an eyebrow. Although small in size, they radiated an exceptionally rich spiritual energy. Well done, Li Qingyun. I did not expect you to possess such capability. Just as he prepared to leave with the fruits, a voice called out from behind him. Haven't you been assigned to the elite class? Li Qingyun turned to see two familiar faces, Chunzhe and Huang Su, classmates from Donghai No. 1 High School. Both were of considerable reputation. Although they were not in the same class, their notorious behavior had made them well known among their peers. Of course, we have been assigned, but we are currently operating separately. We'll regroup with the team later, Chunzhe replied with a grin. Oh, then do take care, Li Qingyun casually remarked before turning to leave. Wait. At that moment, Chunzhe suddenly laughed. Li Qingyun, if you can't handle that dragon-scale spirit fruit, why not let us take care of it for you? You waste your breath. Huang Su interjected. Li Qingyun, consuming that is a waste. Hand it over if you know what's good for you, lest we resort to force. It tastes a bit sour. At this, Li Qingyun turned back, chewing on something, and then spat out 2 seeds. Chunzhe and Huang Su were left utterly bewildered. Li Qingyun had actually eaten the 2 fruits. What did you two just say? What do you mean by can't handle? Li Qingyun turned around nonchalantly, smiling as he asked, while he tantalizingly licked his lips. Witnessing this, Huang Su clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding audibly in frustration. Damn it, you worthless fool. Seeking death. Huang Su was notorious for his fiery temper. How could he possibly endure this? A prized possession within his grasp was audaciously snatched away by a mere imbecile. And to mock him afterward. Damn it. If I don't chop you up, my heart will never find peace. In a flash, Huang Su propelled himself forward, a long knife gleaming in his hand as he swung it down towards Li Qingyun. Clang. A sound of metal colliding echoed as the sharp blade struck Li Qingyun's gun handle with tremendous force. Seeing a notch formed in his weapon, Li Qingyun frowned and retaliated with a swift shot aimed at Huang Su's waist. Bang! A muffled thud resonated as Huang Su was sent flying several meters before he managed to halt his momentum. Humph! Quite a bit of strength. Huang Su scoffed, stifling the pain radiating from his waist, and charged at Li Qingyun once more. Observing this, Li Qingyun furrowed his brow. It was evident that Huang Su was not holding back, and he was genuinely enraged. Throughout their encounter, Li Qingyun had been vigilant of Chunzhe's movements. Huang Su, a brute, was not particularly fearsome, but Chunzhe was notoriously a smiling tiger, known for his ruthless nature that surpassed even Huang Su's. Clang! Another sound of metal clashing erupted as Huang Su was once again propelled backward. Stumbling, he took several steps before regaining his balance. His right hand trembling around the long knife, droplets of blood sliding down the handle. The previous blow had cracked his tiger's mouth. Huang Su glanced at the unmoving Chunzhe beside him, then spoke in a low voice. This kid is peculiar. Let us attack together. Hearing this, Chunzhe chuckled coldly. Stay out of it. I've told you to exercise restraint, but you never listen. Now look at you, reduced to this state. You've wasted your professional level. Humph. If you're so capable, why don't you step up? Huang Su scoffed in response, realizing he had underestimated Li Qingyun's fighting ability. If it weren't for having Chunzhe by his side, he might have truly faced defeat today. What peculiarity could there be? He is merely a level waste. Chunzhe approached with a mocking smile. Li Qingyun, kneel and apologize. Call me grandfather a few times, and if I'm pleased, I might consider sparing you. Hearing this, Li Qingyun could only smile wryly, beckoning Chunzhe with a finger. Don't be complacent. This kid is anything but ordinary. Huang Su, standing nearby, frowned at this comment. Interesting, truly fascinating. Chunzhe smiled slightly, surprised by Li Qingyun's tenacity. Initially, I had no intention of attacking you. After all, transitioning to a new professional level is already quite unfortunate. Chunzhe's expression gradually darkened. However, your lack of awareness is astonishing. Can you fathom my current feelings? Having waited so long for dumplings, only to have them devoured by a pig. As he spoke, Chunzhe's aura surged violently, and a long sword materialized in his hand. Li Qingyun raised an eyebrow at this display. Chunzhe appeared nonchalant in his words, but his actions were devoid of any restraint. The energy emanating from him indicated a clear intent to finish this in a single strike. The sword ignited in a blaze, and with a swift motion, Chunzhe unleashed a fiery sword chi directly towards Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun, you shall be the first to perish and assuage my wrath. Chunzhe's previously smiling demeanor transformed into one of ferocious intent, revealing his murderous resolve. As the sword chi approached, Li Qingyun did not flinch. Instead, he slowly extended his palm to meet the fiery onslaught. Compared to Ning Yao's heavenly flame, this fire was woefully inadequate. It presented an opportunity to test the efficacy of the dragon-scale spirit fruit. Chunzhe, this technique was taught to you by your master, wasn't it? Li Qingyun smiled faintly, and crushed the sword Qi with a firm grip. Witnessing this, both Chunzhe and Huang Su were momentarily stunned. Chunzhe never anticipated that his most formidable attack would be so effortlessly thwarted by Li Qingyun, and in such a domineering, simplistic, and humiliating manner. No, that brat can wield fire too. His flames possess an unusual quality. Chunzhe suddenly realized that Li Qingyun was engulfed in a vibrant red flame, which was consuming his own fire. I warned you that this boy is peculiar. Let us attack together, Huang Su declared, his brow furrowed in solemnity. I fear not the flames. I hope you share my resolve. Li Qingyun smirked, a glimmer of deadly intent passing through his eyes. He flicked his fingers, sending a cluster of infernal fires soaring towards Chunzhe. Enough of your disdain. Infuriated by the tiny flame, Chunzhe attempted to grasp it with his energy-wrapped hand, aiming to crush it. What is this? What have you done? Chunzhe exclaimed, panic setting in as he witnessed the infernal flames igniting on his hand. He frantically attempted to extinguish them, but the flames clung tenaciously, and his sixth-level energy proved woefully inadequate to counteract them. Within mere seconds, Chunzhe was reduced to a pile of ashes. The bizarre inferno had thrown Chunzhe into a state of sheer panic, causing him to forget to shatter the teleportation jade within his storage ring. You actually killed Chunzhe? Huang Su gazed at Li Qingyun in disbelief, terror flooding his expression. He could hardly fathom that Chunzhe had been incinerated by a mere flicker of fire right before his eyes, leaving nothing but remnants. The one responsible was none other than Li Qingyun, the once ridiculed waste of the entire school and even the internet. Li Qingyun, you will pay for this. This matter undoubtedly captured Huang Su's attention as he glanced at the ashes on the ground, subsequently raising his gaze toward Li Qingyun across from him. Yet, all that lay before him were the charred remnants of trees. Realizing something, Huang Su hastily retrieved a jade piece from his spatial ring. At that moment, however, Li Qingyun's voice echoed from behind him. Weren't you quite boisterous a moment ago? Why the sudden haste to depart? Chapter 22. Slaying the Earth Yellow Python. Huang Su's pupils dilated in shock, but in the next instant, Li Qingyun swiftly snapped his neck. Huang Su gasped his last breath, the jade piece slipping from his grasp to the ground, his eyes reflecting sheer terror. Initially, they believed Li Qingyun to be a mere lamb awaiting slaughter, yet he turned out to be the true hunter. As he looked down at Huang Su's lifeless form, Li Qingyun remained impassive. In these times, human lives were as cheap as grass, and death in this foreign realm was all too commonplace. Although they were classmates, Li Qingyun felt no stirrings of emotion. Just moments before, Huang Su and Chunzhe had unleashed lethal attacks. Had he refrained from eliminating them, it would have been him lying there instead. Moreover, allowing Huang Su to escape would inevitably lead to complications. It was imperative to eradicate the roots of the problem. Li Qingyun seized the spatial ring from Huang Su's hand and prepared to continue his journey. However, after taking just a few steps, he furrowed his brow as a rich fragrance wafted through the air. The aroma intensified, and suddenly, a rustling sound emerged not far away. A massive snake, measuring 10 meters in length and nearly the width of a bowl, was slithering toward him with its head held high. Upon seeing this, Li Qingyun raised an eyebrow, recognizing it as a level 3 magical creature, the Earth Yellow Python. The creature was clutching a branch in its mouth, upon which dangled a colorful fruit. Was that a time fruit? Li Qingyun mused. No wonder the fragrance had reached him from such a distance. The time fruit was noted in tomes for its delightful scent and remarkable sedative properties. For an ordinary person consuming it, a slumber lasting 3 to 5 years would pose no significant issue. At that moment, the Earth Yellow Python spotted Li Qingyun standing there. It momentarily froze, then turned its gaze toward the dragon scale tree. Upon realizing the fruit was gone, the giant python exhibited a distinctly human-like expression of disbelief. During its foraging absence, it returned to find its home plundered. With a hiss, the massive serpent roared at Li Qingyun, charging forward without hesitation. Clearly, like Chunzhe and his companions, it harbored a deep-seated desire to rend Li Qingyun asunder. Unfazed, Li Qingyun brandished his spear, ready to confront the beast. Clang, clang, clang. The spear struck the giant python's scales, producing a shower of sparks. In the next moment, a sharp crack resonated as the steel spear shattered into 2 pieces. Such formidable defense. Li Qingyun gazed at the fractured steel spear in his hand, a frown creasing his brow. Moments ago, the handle had been cleaved by Huang Su, rendering it utterly useless. The enormous python lunged forward, its jaws snapping at empty air before it swung its tail with a thunderous whoosh, aiming directly for Li Qingyun's position. With a resounding crash, debris scattered and boulders shattered as the forceful tail struck the ground, yet Li Qingyun had already evaded the blow. Hiss! The earth-yellow python seemed incensed, emanating a surge of earthy yellow energy. In the next instant, stones around it began to levitate. Bang! Before Qingyun could react, a massive rock slammed into him from behind, sending him hurtling through the air. This creature could wield abilities? Qingyun clambered to his feet, furrowing his brow in disbelief. Logically, a level 3 earth-yellow python should not possess such skills. Not to mention, even a typical level 5 beast would struggle to employ abilities at will. Though astonished, Qingyun dared not grow complacent. He swiftly dodged, evading the barrage of flying stones. Bang! He shattered a boulder the size of a basin with a punch, gasping for breath as his brow knitted tighter. Continuing in this manner was untenable. He needed to eliminate the earth-yellow python swiftly. The earlier blow had not inflicted significant damage, as the enhancement from the Fire Lotus sacred body, combined with the dragon scale fruit he had consumed, had fortified his physical strength to rival that of certain level 20 creatures. However, if this dragged on, his energy reserves would dwindle, and encountering further peril would spell disaster. With this thought in mind, Qingyun felt a surge of golden light in his hand as the radiant golden fire spear materialized before him. The earth-yellow python visibly hesitated upon seeing the spear, clearly wary of the aura it exuded. With a deft twirl of the spear, Qingyun shattered several more incoming stones before swiftly darting above the python's head. With the fire spear in hand, Qingyun moved at an accelerated pace. So much so that the python barely had time to react, still focused on hurling stones at his previous location. By the time it realized Qingyun had vanished, the spear was already descending toward its skull. Hiss! Accompanied by a ferocious roar. Blood erupted from the python's massive forehead as the hard scales shattered under the impact of the fire spear. Seizing the momentum, Qingyun thrust the spear forward, piercing through the python's head, which was pinned to the ground without even a cry of protest. Having vanquished the earth-yellow python, Qingyun exhaled a sigh of relief. After ensuring there was no immediate danger, he stored the python's carcass in his spatial ring. The scales on this creature were premium materials for crafting armor and could fetch a handsome sum on the market. Just as he was about to depart, Qingyun suddenly turned back, approaching a nearby thicket to retrieve a thyme fruit that had fallen to the ground. Qingyun brought the thyme fruit to his nose, inhaling its fragrance, and in the next moment, he opened his mouth, poised to take a bite. Yet, just as his teeth grazed the peculiar fruit, he suddenly froze, quickly stowing the thyme fruit into his spatial ring. Overwhelmed by a sense of dread, he swallowed hard. Indeed, this fruit was enigmatic. Its aroma seemed to possess an irresistible allure, compelling one to consume it. Had he truly taken a bite, he feared he would have succumbed to an unending slumber. After organizing his belongings, Qingyun set forth once more towards the heart of the misty forest. He glanced at the map, noting that although the forest was vast, his entry point was not far from the Qingyun Ridge. If he were to travel during the day, he estimated it would take him 2 days to reach the base of Qingyun Ridge, the very center of the misty forest. Along the way, Qingyun encountered numerous students engaged in intensive training. However, each maintained a heightened sense of vigilance. They merely exchanged distant glances, confirming the absence of danger before diverging in different directions. After all, this training did not stipulate that one could only target magical beasts, and being in an alternate realm without surveillance meant anyone could potentially become another's prey. During his journey, Qingyun also crossed paths with several security personnel, whose movements were discreet. Their strength, as Qingyun had mentioned, generally hovered around level 20. Nevertheless, these guards rarely intervened. Their primary duty was to ensure, to the best of their abilities, the safety of the students. Of course, to the best of their abilities was the operative phrase. Compared to Qingyun, the lone wolf acting independently, those teams led by instructors appeared far more at ease. He observed several of them, resembling a picnic group, with some already setting up tents and grilling meat in the woods. It was undeniable that even in this perilous alternate realm, the joys of culinary indulgence could not be suppressed. As Qingyun swiftly navigated through the thickets, he refrained from stopping, even when encountering familiar classmates. In such a place, aside from his weapon, there was no one worthy of trust. It was not until nightfall that he paused his journey, seeking a higher vantage point on a slope, where he settled beneath a rock. The full moon illuminated the surroundings, which were eerily quiet, interrupted only by the occasional roar of beasts drifting from the depths of the forest. He retrieved bread and water from his spatial ring, nibbling cautiously while remaining vigilant. Alas, he lamented, he had almost forgotten this vital aspect. Traveling alone indeed offered greater convenience, yet at night, closing one's eyes was fraught with peril. Who could predict whether a magical beast might suddenly leap forth or if an ambush awaited him in the shadows? With merely a rock at his back for cover, it was difficult for the cautious Qingyun to find solace in sleep. Had I known, I would have gathered some excrement from high-level magical creatures on my way here. Qingyun sighed softly. However, it was true that he had not encountered any formidable beasts during his journey. As the clock approached 11 in the evening, a change in the wind brought forth the distant sound of a waterfall. After a moment's contemplation, Qingyun resolved to investigate. The presence of a waterfall indicated that a mountain was nearby. If he could seize a cave there, perhaps he could enjoy a brief respite this night. With this thought in mind, Qingyun swiftly made his way towards the sound of the waterfall. After approximately half an hour, a waterfall, towering several meters high, appeared before him. Beneath the cascade lay a deep pool, roughly 100 meters in diameter, shrouded in a layer of mist. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became evident that this was not mere mist. It was an aura of spiritual energy, thick enough to approach a liquid state. Qingyun, concealed behind a tree at a distance, gazed at a protruding rock in the center of the pool, momentarily stunned. There, upon the rock, floated an extraordinary lotus radiating a crimson glow. To be precise, it was not growing but rather hovering, as it possessed no roots or stems. The entire blossom was a vibrant red, with the surrounding light undulating like flames, presenting an eerily captivating sight. Frost moon burning heaven lotus. Qingyun furrowed his brow, instinctively surveying his surroundings, which revealed no other individuals or magical beasts. It must be said that the misty fog forest was indeed a remarkable place. Treasures that could fetch a fortune in the outside world were abundant here, appearing every few steps. Nevertheless, the emergence of this peculiar entity filled Qingyun with astonishment. The frost moon burning heaven lotus had scant mention in textbooks, and one would be unlikely to find it in any marketplace. It belonged to the realm of legendary treasures. It was said that this lotus could only grow in places of exceptionally dense spiritual energy and would materialize only on a full moon night. Its effects were terrifying. Legend had it that consuming such a thing could enhance a transmuter's attributes. It is known that regardless of the profession, an individual's attributes are set upon class change. Just as one cannot alter their profession, one cannot change their attributes. Nevertheless, exceptions exist, and this extraordinary item could indeed modify a transmuter's attributes. More specifically, it could bestow an additional fire attribute upon the transmuter. The fire attribute is renowned for being the most explosive and destructive among all attributes. There are numerous factors that influence a transmuter's combat prowess, and the interactions of attributes play a significant role. The possession of multiple attributes implies a greater array of countermeasures. Qingyun pondered, uncertain of how the fire attribute would react after consuming such a treasure. Given that he was already of the fire attribute, could it possibly grant him both a yin and a yang? Regardless, the treasure lay before him, and he felt compelled to devise a plan to seize it. Qingyun gazed at the tranquil surface of the lake, furrowing his brow. He would rather believe himself to be Qin Shi Huang than accept that this place lacked a guardian beast. However, upon surveying the surroundings, he found no trace of any magical creatures. Could they be lurking beneath the water? As he peered into the unfathomable depths of the pool, an idea struck him. He retrieved the time fruit he fortuitously acquired earlier from his spatial ring. The moment the time fruit emerged, a rich, intoxicating aroma wafted through the air. Qingyun licked his lips and delicately tore off a piece of the fruit's skin. In that instant, the fragrant essence nearly compelled him to consume it whole. Struggling to suppress his salivation, he hastily tossed the time fruit beside the pool, fearing that any moment of hesitation would lead him to devour it. Barely a few minutes had passed since the fruit was cast aside when a colossal bubble surged from the depths, shattering the lake's stillness. Soon after, a massive shadow began to emerge from the water, revealing a gigantic crocodile, easily 20 meters in length. Godzilla? No, it resembled a spiked dragon crocodile. Instinctively, Qingyun, perched in the tree, felt the urge to flee, yet reason cautioned him that any movement could spell his doom. A level 40 magical beast was far beyond the capabilities of his current level 11 self. Cursed be the day the Tianling Jinhai armor shattered. Remaining motionless atop the distant tree, he dared not even breathe, diligently suppressing his presence to the lowest possible level. Had the Tianling Jinhai armor not broken, he could have concealed his aura entirely. At this moment, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. The situation was precarious. He was less than 50 meters from the dragon crocodile, and even a full-throttle escape would be perilously risky. Yet, it seemed that the time fruit had interfered with the dragon crocodile's senses, for it had yet to detect Qingyun. The dragon crocodile swayed its massive form towards the shore, casting a glance around, seemingly in no rush to advance. This was troubling. Qingyun's heart raced, realizing he was now within 30 meters of the creature. He could hear the thudding of the dragon crocodile's heartbeat, its heavy breaths echoing in his ears. The creature surveyed its surroundings once more, then glanced at the thyme fruit on the ground. After a moment's hesitation, it turned and crawled back toward the depths of the pool. Qingyun was taken aback. It appeared he had underestimated the level 40 beast, as this simple ruse had indeed failed to deceive it. Embarrassment washed over him, realizing that his composure was even inferior to that of a mere beast. Several times, he had nearly succumbed to the temptation of consuming the fruit. However, the silver lining was that he had not been detected by the dragon crocodile. Otherwise, he would surely face dire consequences tonight. Just as Qingyun began to feel a sense of relief, the dragon crocodile abruptly turned around, poised to return to the water. Chapter 24. The divine thunder of Zhixiao. Qingyun, having just exhaled a sigh of relief, suddenly felt his pupils constrict, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. At that moment, Qingyun's nerves were taut, ready to flee at any moment. However, it seemed that the armored dragon crocodile's target was not Qingyun, but rather it scampered eagerly towards the fragrant berry. Then, to Qingyun's astonishment, the armored dragon crocodile devoured the berry in one gulp and, with a look of satisfaction, returned to the water. Seeing this, the corner of Qingyun's eye twitched. Indeed, a beast is a beast. Even he had nearly succumbed to the temptation of the fragrant berry, so how could the creature possibly resist? He realized he had overthought the situation. Observing that the armored dragon crocodile had returned to the water without any further movement, Qingyun refrained from acting hastily and instead remained hidden in the tree for a few more minutes. Although the fragrant berry possessed potent sedative properties, it was still a level 40 magical creature, and Qingyun was uncertain how effective the drug would be. If the armored dragon crocodile remained awake, he would become a gift of nature. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Qingyun cautiously descended from the tree. He then approached the pond gradually, only to find that the armored dragon crocodile had vanished without a trace. Regardless, fortune favors the bold. He decided to take the risk. With a flash of golden light, Qingyun grasped the fire-tipped spear firmly in his hand. With the spear's enhanced speed, he felt confident that he could retrieve the frost moon-burning lotus in just 2 seconds. In an instant, Qingyun sprang off the ground and leaped onto the stone at the center of the lake. The next moment, he reached out to seize the lotus, but his body shot back towards the shore instead. Upon landing, Qingyun was stunned to find his hands were completely empty. Turning around, he saw the fire lotus still floating serenely in the air. What is happening? Qingyun was taken aback. He should have captured the lotus. It was late at night, and this was baffling. Frowning deeply, he wondered if the frost moon burning lotus possessed some hidden secret. Noting the stillness of the pond, Qingyun vanished once more. Reappearing atop the stone in the center of the water, he slowly extended his hand towards the fire lotus, only to find his hand passing right through it. Qingyun furrowed his brow, realizing that the lotus was akin to an illusion. He could see it, yet could not touch it. This was unexpected. He stroked his chin, pondering whether this lotus required a specific technique or certain tools to be obtained. Suddenly, as he contemplated, he paused, recognizing that the waterfall nearby had not stirred a single ripple in the water. This lake is peculiar. Qingyun frowned as he gazed at the lake's surface, beneath which the fire lotus was burning brightly. Qingyun furrowed his brow, cautiously extending his hand towards the reflection of the fire lotus in the lake. Indeed, feeling the sensation in his hand, Qingyun's heart soared with joy as he directly retrieved the fire lotus from the water. What a marvel of nature! Turning the world upside down, he marveled at the artistry of the natural world while clutching the fire lotus and darting away into the distance. After running through the dense forest for several minutes and ensuring his complete safety, Qingyun finally came to a halt. Should he consume this thing directly? He scrutinized the palm-sized fire lotus in his hand, his brow furrowing in contemplation. The main issue was his limited knowledge about this peculiar item, which seemed extraordinarily enigmatic. What if consuming it resulted in a catastrophic demise, leaving him in pieces? Just as Qingyun hesitated, the surrounding light suddenly dimmed significantly. He frowned at the sight, lifting his gaze to discover dark clouds obscuring the moon. However, as he lowered his head, he was jolted as he noticed the fire lotus in his hand beginning to close. Moreover, it appeared increasingly ethereal. It only manifested on a full moon night. And without the moon, it would vanish, right? Panic surged within him. If this thing disappeared, where would he find another? Uncertain and unaware, he resolved to act without further delay. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed the fire lotus in one swift motion. Hesitation would only lead to loss. If he survived, it would be a significant gain. Luck was a myth. It all depended on sheer willpower. In the next moment, Li Qingyun felt a surge of pure spiritual energy flooding into his limbs, causing every cell in his body to tremble as if electrified. This was troublesome. Clenching his teeth, he felt every muscle in his body convulsing, every bone shattering. Beads of sweat emerged on his forehead, quickly dampening his clothes. Meanwhile, his skin began to crack inch by inch. Within those crimson fissures, blue lightning flickered ominously. Despite his body being fortified by the fire lotus sacred body and the dragon scale fruit, he could hardly withstand such an overwhelming surge of energy. The vegetation within a 10-foot radius turned to charcoal, and even the rocks showed signs of melting. Damn it, was he still too hasty? Li Qingyun's consciousness began to blur. And after enduring the excruciating pain, he finally succumbed and lost consciousness. Oh dear, it's you again, Nezha. After countless reincarnations, can't you modify this self-destructive habit of yours? At this moment, atop the mist-shrouded Qingyun ridge, a voice resonated like the chime of an ancient temple bell, echoing softly through the air. Following this, a beam of golden light pierced through the clouds, traversing the night sky and descending upon Li Qingyun's forehead. When Li Qingyun awoke once more, it was already the following morning. What the heck? I'm still alive? He scrambled to his feet, a mix of astonishment and elation written across his face. His fate was so resilient that even the king of hell, in a fit of rage, could not sever it. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have reached level 14. Another notification followed. Detection complete. Host has acquired the lightning attribute, unlocking the reward skill. Purple Sky Divine Thunder. Li Qingyun was momentarily taken aback, astonished that the immense energy of the frost moon burning lotus had propelled him directly to level 14. To his surprise, he had attained the lightning attribute. Extending his palm, he felt the crackling blue-purple arcs of lightning dance in his hand. It dawned on him that if one possessed a fire attribute and then consumed the frost moon burning lotus, they would gain a mutated lightning attribute. Eagerly, he accessed his information panel. Host, Li Qingyun. Profession, level Nezha. Spirit power level, level 14. Talent, Sacred Body of the Fire Lotus 14. Skill, Red Lotus Inferno 14. Skill, Purple Sky Divine Thunder 14. Artifact, Purple Flame Spear. Artifact, Heavenly Silk Sea Suppressing Armor. Damaged. Kills value, 7,600, to his astonishment. The Purple Sky Divine Thunder was also at level 14. He clicked to view its details. Purple Sky Divine Thunder, created by the Heavenly Dao, a 72-fold thunder technique. It embodies the power to uphold the great principles of destruction. What a formidable force of destruction. Observing the vibrant arcs of blue-purple lightning in his hand, a smile crept across Li Qingyun's lips. Just then, a furious beastly roar echoed through the sky behind him. Chapter 25. The burden. Li Qingyun paused, recognizing that the sound originated from the direction of the previous water pool. It seemed the armored dragon Croc had awakened and discovered the absence of the frost moon burning lotus. Realizing the potential danger, he hurriedly made his way into the distance, knowing that if the armored dragon Croc spotted him, it would spell trouble. After navigating through the dense forest, he was drawing closer to the Qingyun Ridge. Is that the Qingyun Ridge? He pondered, estimating that he would arrive by tomorrow afternoon. From afar, the mountains shrouded in mist appeared unremarkable, yet the guidebook had warned against ascending them. He would have to assess the situation when he arrived. Hey, Li Gu. A familiar voice suddenly reached his ears as he journeyed onward. Turning to investigate, he was surprised to see Jin Yuanbao. Accompanying him were over 20 classmates from Donghai No, one high school, among them several familiar faces, including his former girlfriend, the campus belle, Lin Wanner. Beside her was an old acquaintance, Tian Ci. Seeing Tian Ci, Li Qingyun raised an eyebrow, surprised at how quickly he had healed. It seemed he must have utilized some healing skill, otherwise, he would still be bedridden at this moment. It is evident that the team known as Golden Ingots is composed of the most talented individuals meticulously selected from their school. Li Qingyun halted his steps and approached the portly fellow. Li Gu, it's me, the chubby one called out. Initially, Li Qingyun had no intention of stopping. Yet the persistent cries of the rotund individual left him with no choice but to pause. Now that I know it's you, why all the shouting? Li Qingyun replied, his brow furrowed in irritation. Li Gu, where are you headed? Would you care to join us? The chubby one inquired, stepping closer. There's a monster over level 30 ahead. Wouldn't it be too perilous for you to venture alone? Upon hearing this, Li Qingyun merely shrugged. What of a level 30 monster? Am I incapable of evading it? As the portly one's shouts attracted the attention of the others, they turned their gazes towards Li Qingyun. Meanwhile, Ci raised an eyebrow, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, his eyes glinting with a barely perceptible malice. Golden Ingot. I am unaware of your connection to Li Qingyun, but our team is not one that just anyone can join. At this moment, a 30-year-old man beside him frowned. Recognizing him as Chun Ming, a mentor from Donghai No. 1 High School, Li Qingyun deduced he was likely the captain of this elite team. I don't believe I have any prior grievances with Teacher Chun, he thought. Teacher Chun, Li Gu. Golden Ingot began, but was swiftly interrupted by Ci. Indeed, Golden Ingot, this pertains to the honor of our entire class, and even our school. If we bring along this liability, what if it hampers our performance? Ci's words caused the crowd to frown collectively, clearly indicating their concern regarding the impending results. Who are you calling a liability? Golden Ingot exclaimed, displeased, and was about to confront Ci when Li Qingyun interjected. Never mind, I am more accustomed to operating alone. He grasped Golden Ingot's arm and turned away. Take care of yourself, I shall be on my way. Li Qingyun saw no reason to linger where he was unwelcome, nor had he intended to team up with them. Wait. Suddenly, Lin Wanner, who had been frowning, spoke up. Li Qingyun, should you wish to join us, you may, but do not hinder the team's progress. Her unexpected offer left everyone momentarily stunned, while Ci frowned but chose not to comment further. Lin Wanner observed Li Qingyun's retreating figure, her brows slightly knitted. She was curious to discern what capabilities Li Qingyun possessed, especially since he had previously defeated Ci in her presence. That battle remained astonishing to her. Even if he were a liability, he could serve as fodder in a critical moment. All eyes turned towards Li Qingyun, eager to see how he would respond to the school bell's invitation. Disinterested, Li Qingyun shrugged and walked away into the distance. Lin Wanner was taken aback at first, but her face quickly flushed with anger. She had not anticipated Li Qingyun's decisive rejection, especially in front of so many people. In her view, Li Qingyun ought to be grateful for her benevolence. Li Qingyun, how can you treat Wanner, who has kindly offered you shelter, in such a manner? Suddenly, a male classmate stepped forward, blocking Li Qingyun's path with an irate shout. Li Qingyun recognized him as Feng Quan, a level 4 flame baron and one of Lin Wanner's admirers, who seemingly had become a subordinate of Ci. He clearly sought to showcase himself before the goddess. Get out of the way, Li Qingyun said coldly upon seeing Feng Quan obstruct him. What the hell did you just say? Feng Quan's brows furrowed. He could not believe that Li Qingyun had the audacity to tell him to move. However, before he could finish his retort, he was sent flying by Li Qingyun with a resounding crash. Feng Quan soared through the air like a kite with a severed string, crashing into a tree over a dozen meters away. If your hearing is impaired, go get it treated instead of wandering around aimlessly, Li Qingyun remarked, his expression darkening. The onlookers were stunned. No one expected Li Qingyun to strike Feng Quan. Li Qingyun, you seek death. Feng Quan, now covered in dirt, clambered to his feet and charged at Li Qingyun, his face twisted in rage, flames swirling around his fists as he aimed a punch at Li Qingyun's face. Ci smirked, thinking that if that punch connected, Li Qingyun would surely be left disfigured. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Li Qingyun stood his ground, making no attempt to dodge as he reached out and seized Feng Quan's fiery fist. Crack! Before anyone could react, the sound of a bone snapping echoed, followed by Feng Quan's agonizing wail, akin to a tortured animal. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Li Qingyun had twisted Feng Quan's wrist with ease. Li Qingyun, how dare you? At that moment, their mentor, Chun Ming, bellowed in anger, but Li Qingyun paid him no heed. Bang! In the next instant, Li Qingyun delivered another powerful kick, sending Feng Quan flying once more. This time, the force was evidently greater, and Feng Quan skidded along the ground, leaving a trench over 10 meters long, instantly losing consciousness. Chapter 26. Capturing the leader first. The crowd was left in disbelief. Feng Quan had just leveled up to 4. Yet he could not withstand even a single exchange with Li Qingyun. It was as if he had been met with an overwhelming assault, utterly defenseless. Li Qingyun glanced at the unconscious Feng Quan in the distance, but chose not to pursue him further, simply turning to leave. Li Qingyun, you hurt someone and still wish to depart. At this moment, Ci stepped forward, his voice laced with fury. You have no reason to strike your fellow classmates. You must provide an explanation to everyone present today. Indeed, Li Qingyun, are you aware of the extent of our combat strength you have jeopardized with your actions? Do you possess even a modicum of collective honor? Beside them, Teacher Chun Ming spoke in a grave tone. Upon our return from this special training, the school will undoubtedly impose severe penalties upon you. Li Qingyun merely shrugged in response. He was on the verge of graduation, and the school's actions mattered little to him. However, Just as he took a few steps away, two shadowy figures emerged from the nearby woods, clearly not students. I warned you. If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation today, you shall not leave this place. Tianci sneered as he approached. Initially, he had intended to covertly take action against Li Qingyun, but now he had a perfectly justifiable reason. Li Qingyun furrowed his brows at the sight of the two men, who appeared to be hired thugs sent by the Tian family. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, evidently surprised that the security personnel would resort to violence. It was clear these individuals were specifically targeting Li Qingyun. Seeing this, Teacher Chen Ming remained silent, evidently consenting to the external forces taking action against Li Qingyun. Do not allow him the opportunity to shatter the jade piece. Tianci commanded once more, while the two security personnel nodded in agreement, inching closer to Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun, unless you kneel and apologize today, you shall not leave here unscathed. Tianci declared with a smirk. The two men, elite members hired by the Tian family, were all above level 20, fully capable of preventing Li Qingyun from shattering the jade piece. Li Qingyun's brow furrowed further. Earlier in the plaza, nearly 20 presences had locked onto him. Only two had appeared now, seemingly tasked with protecting Tianci's safety. With these two, they likely could not hinder me. Li Qingyun narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. Humph, such arrogance. One of the men retorted angrily, an aura of terrifying spiritual power surging around him as he charged directly at Li Qingyun. Yet, in the next moment, Li Qingyun suddenly pivoted, dashing towards Tianci instead. Not good. The other man cursed under his breath, launching a palm strike toward Li Qingyun's back. However, Li Qingyun's speed was utterly beyond their expectations. In the blink of an eye, he had reached Tianci. Tianci's pupils dilated in shock. He could only see a flicker of electric arcs before Li Qingyun was upon him. Without a word, Li Qingyun unleashed a powerful punch directed at Tianci. Everything transpired in a heartbeat. Bolstered by his lightning attribute, Li Qingyun's speed surpassed even that of Tianci's reaction time, even without the aid of his spear. With a violent crash, Tianci spat out blood and was sent flying, ultimately colliding forcefully against a massive rock behind him. The colossal stone shattered into two halves amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. After delivering a punch, Li Qingyun furrowed his brows, acutely aware that beneath Tianci's garments lay some form of fitted armor, which absorbed much of his force. Nevertheless, Tianci still coughed up blood from the blow. Young master. Two subordinates hurried forward to assess Tianci's injuries. Once they confirmed he was temporarily unharmed, they cast dark glances at Li Qingyun, primarily because they had not anticipated that he would directly strike Tianci. Two level 20 opponents had been toyed with by a mere student. Eliminate him, Tianci growled, rising from the ground with a fierce expression directed at his two companions. Yes, they swiftly drew their weapons, generating a gust of wind as they charged at Li Qingyun. At that moment, arcs of lightning flickered around Li Qingyun, and in the next instant, he vanished from his spot. The two men froze in shock. In the blink of an eye, all that remained of Li Qingyun's previous position were a few flickering arcs of electricity. You fools! Tianci, standing at the forefront of the crowd, scolded furiously. Li Qingyun's indistinct figure had circled around the two and was approaching him again. Not good. The two men were taken aback, internally lamenting their folly. To repeat the same mistake in such a short span of time was utterly regrettable. They feared they would be expelled from the Tian family upon their return. Realizing they could no longer rely on the two, Tianci turned and fled. He had already learned that he was no match for Li Qingyun. What are you doing? Don't come near me. As Tianci rushed through the crowd, Jin Yuanbao, seemingly terrified, was howling. In the next moment, before Tianci could react, Jin Yuanbao suddenly pushed him, sending him hurtling towards Li Qingyun. What are you looking at? I fear collateral damage. The crowd stared at Jin Yuanbao in bewilderment, while he shrugged innocently. The onlookers winced. Realizing that Jin Yuanbao had not been in that position moments ago, he had clearly been lying in wait to block Tianci's retreat. Jin Yuanbao, you scoundrel! As Tianci was propelled forward by Jin Yuanbao's push, his speed instantly faltered, and Li Qingyun had already arrived behind him. Do you wish for my demise? Then let me witness your death first. Li Qingyun bellowed, his fist generating a fierce gale as it struck towards Tianci. Clang! Just then, a spiritual energy shield suddenly materialized before Tianci. As Li Qingyun's fist descended, the shield cracked with a sharp sound, sustaining several fractures. Yet it absorbed all of Li Qingyun's force. Simultaneously, a powerful gust of wind surged towards the back of Li Qingyun's head. Li Qingyun furrowed his brow upon witnessing the situation. If another punch were to land, He was confident he could eliminate Tianci, yet he feared that he would also suffer a devastating blow from the ambush lurking behind him. In a swift motion, Li Qingyun evaded the impending assault and reappeared several meters away in an open space. Li Qingyun, do you still intend to strike at a fellow student? At that moment, Chen Ming stood firmly before Tianci, his tone gravely serious. Li Qingyun's frown deepened. He had not anticipated that his assailant would be none other than his mentor. Chen Ming. Chapter 27. Blackwater Gorge Ha. It appears that in Mentor Chen Ming's eyes, only the elite students are worthy of being called students, Li Qingyun retorted coldly. Earlier, when he was besieged by the two attackers, Chen Ming had remained utterly silent. Humph. Do not attempt to parry with words. You have repeatedly injured your classmates. I shall certainly report this upon my return. Then let us dispense with the pleasantries and engage. Li Qingyun interjected with a disdainful snort, cutting Chen Ming off. The other students wore expressions of concern, clearly astonished that Li Qingyun had managed to find an opportunity to strike at Tianci amidst the encirclement of two formidable opponents. Ultimately, they had compelled even Mentor Chen Ming to intervene. 3 individuals, each above level 20, had barely managed to protect Tianci. You brat. Today you shall pay the price for your actions. One of the 2 henchmen from the Tian family declared coldly, as one of them produced a signal flare and shot it into the sky with a resounding bang. Li Qingyun gazed at the exploding crimson lights above, his brow knitting in worry. He could not afford to be ensnared here. If the rest of the Tian family arrived, escape would become increasingly difficult. Assessing the current predicament, with Chen Ming shielding Tianci, he feared he would not succeed in his endeavor. Moreover, he could faintly hear the sound of rushing wind from a distance, signaling that reinforcements from the Tian family were imminent. You little brat, today you must pay with your life. One of the assailants wielding a long blade charged at Li Qingyun. Clang! A resounding clash echoed as Li Qingyun's fire spear collided fiercely with the massive blade. The tremendous force caused both fighters to stagger back, and seizing the moment, Li Qingyun pivoted and fled into the dense forest. Humph! You cannot escape. The attacker sneered, swiftly pursuing the direction in which Li Qingyun had fled. As Li Qingyun darted through the thicket, he was suddenly confronted by a barrage of axes hurtling towards him. Startled, he furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated an ambush in this place. Clang, clang, clang. With rapid strikes, Li Qingyun wielded his spear, deflecting the incoming axes with precision. You brat. I've been waiting for you. A burly man brandishing a giant axe now stood before Li Qingyun. Unfazed, Li Qingyun, seeing no avenue for escape, gathered his energy into the spear and struck fiercely at the man before him, seeking death. The man's face contorted into a menacing snarl as he swung his axe towards the advancing Li Qingyun. Bang! The firepoint spear and the giant axe collided with a resounding crash, sending grass and trees flying and rocks shattering in an instant. A fierce wind surged outward, enveloping the surroundings. The man staggered back a few steps, his face a mask of astonishment. He had not anticipated the sheer force of Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun also retreated rapidly, eventually leaning against a tree to halt his backward momentum. Once more, he called out, aware that he could not afford to be delayed by this adversary for too long, lest reinforcements arrive and he find himself trapped. With a crackle, arcs of lightning flickered along Li Qingyun's spear as he charged once again at the burly man. You overestimate yourself. The giant roared in anger, swinging his axe anew. A massive red arc of the axe was unleashed, cleaving through the surrounding trees with ease. Witnessing this, Li Qingyun furrowed his brow, and with the spear enveloped in violet lightning, he struck forcefully at the axe's trajectory. With a thunderous explosion, the earth was sent flying. Debris and dust filled the air in an instant. Amidst the chaos, a shadow darted towards the giant. Seeking death, the burly man bellowed, swinging his axe down at the approaching shadow. With a resounding crash, the sound of shattering rock echoed as the shadow disintegrated in an instant. Oh, do you enjoy smashing rocks? Allow me to offer you a few more. The giant froze, taken aback by the voice that emanated from behind him. He had not expected Li Qingyun to maneuver around him, exploiting his blind spot. Before the giant could react, several boulders, accompanied by a whistling wind, hurtled toward his back. Bang, bang, bang. The giant pivoted, wielding his massive axe, and in a flurry of strikes, shattered the boulders, but by then, Li Qingyun had already vanished from sight. Having evaded the giant, Li Qingyun hastened deeper into the misty forest. After approximately half an hour of running, a thin mist began to rise in the surrounding woods. Observing the increasingly dense fog, Li Qingyun realized he was drawing closer to the heart of the misty forest. With no other option, he pressed onward, knowing that retreat would likely lead him into a trap. After nearly another half hour, with no pursuers in sight, Qingyun gradually slowed his pace. However, the fog thickened, reducing visibility to mere meters. I cannot venture further, he thought, furrowing his brow as he sensed he was ascending a slope. He was likely nearing the foot of the Qingyun Ridge. Just as he hesitated over whether to proceed, he suddenly heard several ominous sounds of wind slicing through the air behind him. These relentless pursuers were indeed tenacious. Qingyun's brow furrowed deeply, and in the next moment, a colossal fireball hurtled toward him. Qingyun furrowed his brow upon seeing the situation. The thick fog obscured his vision, and by the time he noticed, the fireball was already upon him. At such a proximity, evasion was futile. In response, Qingyun summoned flames in his hand and unleashed a powerful punch towards the returning ball of fire. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, dispersing some of the surrounding fog, while Qingyun was propelled backward for several meters before managing to halt his flight. Kid, where do you think you can run now? A few figures materialized in his line of sight, with reinforcements rapidly arriving behind them. In less than 10 seconds, 7 or 8 individuals had converged. Sensing the overwhelming odds, Qingyun's brow knitted. He realized he could not contend with such a multitude, even if he fled at full speed. Escaping the immediate threat would merely lead him into the clutches of the pursuing reinforcements. Hey, keep running. Aren't you the fast one? The burly man wielding a giant axe had also arrived, shouting angrily at Qingyun. Huh, you lot have been chasing me for quite a while. But today is not a suitable time for a game. We shall meet again. Qingyun retorted with a cold laugh, retrieving a teleportation jade piece from his storage ring. He could re-enter the misty forest later. There was no need to engage in a bloody confrontation here. Farewell, everyone. Qingyun waved at the group before shattering the jade piece. However, the onlookers showed no intention of intervening. They merely stood there, watching. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds elapsed, and Qingyun stared blankly at the shattered jade piece in his hand, his lips twitching involuntarily. What was happening? Why hadn't he been teleported? Was the jade piece defective? This was infuriating. The group before him regarded Qingyun with mocking expressions, clearly anticipating this outcome. Cursed fate. Could it truly be this unfortunate? Realization dawned upon him as he observed their expressions. He had fled without consulting the map and ended up in the Blackwater Gorge. Kid, why have you stopped running? Isn't there still a path behind you? The burly man taunted, brandishing his axe at Qingyun. Of course I dare to run. I just fear you lack the courage to pursue. Qingyun smirked, turning to sprint up the mountain. The crowd stood astonished as Qingyun vanished into the fog. None had expected him to dare ascend the mountain. Damn it! Stop right there. The burly man snapped back to reality, preparing to chase after him, only to be restrained by a companion. Are you out of your mind? You're risking your life for a few $1,000 a month. The burly man paused in surprise, then could only huff in frustration. What now? Are we just going to head back? Another asked, frowning. No, we wait here for him. This kid is slippery. He might return the moment we leave. At this moment, Qingyun, ensconced within the dense forest, furrowed his brow. He had initially anticipated that upon his entry, those outside would retreat, yet to his astonishment, this group of individuals remained stationed at the foot of the mountain, awaiting him. Observing the surrounding mist, Qingyun frowned slightly, realizing that he had no choice but to forge ahead, hoping to discover an alternate route of escape. Despite his resolve, the thick fog obscured his sense of direction entirely. For 2 full hours, Qingyun trudged through the mountain, yet the dense mist showed no signs of dissipating. What a jest! Surely, he would not be ensnared here for eternity. Anxiety began to swell within him. He had completely lost his bearings. Finding a way down the mountain now seemed an insurmountable challenge. Who goes there? Qingyun bellowed into the fog, having distinctly perceived a shadow flit past him moments earlier. Show yourself. He summoned forth flames, preparing to hurl a fireball forward, but to his bewilderment, the fireball extinguished in an instant. A frown deepened on Qingyun's brow. He sensed that the moment he unleashed the flames, they were inexplicably absorbed by the mist surrounding him. Subsequently, he released a stream of spiritual energy, only for it to be consumed by the fog yet again. This place was indeed peculiar. Qingyun remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. It appeared that the use of spiritual energy was futile atop this mountain. Throughout his journey, he felt an unseen presence trailing him, yet the pervasive mist rendered any detection impossible. However, as long as this presence did not attack, he chose to disregard it and continued onward, cautiously pressing ahead. After traversing for over half an hour, Qingyun glimpsed a flickering golden light in the distance. Intrigued, he made his way toward the luminescence. In less than 20 minutes, the distant sound of rushing water reached his ears. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a colossal waterfall, with the golden light emanating from behind its cascading torrents. Could this be? Li Qingyun pondered as he gazed at the roaring waterfall, ultimately resolving to investigate further. He felt an inexplicable call from beyond the falls. With a sudden leap, he propelled himself behind the waterfall, discovering, as anticipated, a vast cavern concealed within. Upon entering the cave, Li Qingyun furrowed his brow. It appeared to be an ordinary rock formation with nothing extraordinary to behold. The golden light had vanished as well. Venturing deeper into the cave, he was taken aback when a stone bench emerged before him, upon which sat a remarkably lifelike statue. This. Li Qingyun stared at the statue in astonishment. It bore the features of a legendary figure, complete with a fierce visage and golden armor. It was indeed the embodiment of the Monkey King from myth. The statue, enshrouded in verdant moss, suggested that it had long been untouched by human presence. Ah, the spirit pearl. It seems I should now refer to you as Nezha. I never expected you to have found your way here. At that moment, a sudden voice echoed from within the cave, causing Li Qingyun's hair to stand on end. Who is it? He exclaimed, swiftly scanning his surroundings, yet finding no trace of anyone. Oh, do not be so alarmed. We are quite familiar with one another. A golden light flashed before Li Qingyun, revealing a figure of similar height, a creature with a face resembling that of a monkey. You are. Li Qingyun stared in astonishment at the figure before him, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the statue upon the stone bench. But wait, a thought struck him. There was one distinction. The monkey possessed 6 pairs of ears. 6-eared macaque? What a surprise that it is your turn now. The monkey chuckled, bouncing around Li Qingyun, inspecting him with mischievous glee. What does this mean? Li Qingyun furrowed his brow. Sensing the monkey's erratic demeanor and perceiving that it appeared to be more of an apparition than a corporeal being. How could this 6-eared macaque be within the dwelling of the great sage equal to heaven? Oh, you have retrieved the fire-tip spear? At that moment, the monkey exclaimed, and with a flick of its finger, the fire-tip spear from Li Qingyun's spatial ring flew into its grasp. Li Qingyun was taken aback. His fire-tip spear had seemingly been summoned without direct contact with the ring. Who exactly are you? Return my fire-tip spear, he demanded, his expression stern, as he recalled that the 6-eared macaque was not known for its benevolence. Are you in a hurry? Look at you, all flustered. The monkey toyed with the spear, scratching its chin while mockingly gazing at Li Qingyun. In that case, do not blame me for being impolite. Li Qingyun snorted coldly, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that enveloped him in arcs of violet lightning. In the next instant, he vanished from his position, striking towards the monkey with a powerful punch. Crack! A crackling sound of electricity filled the air, but before Li Qingyun could react, the monkey's voice resonated behind him. Oh, the purple sky divine thunder? When did you acquire such a skill? The monkey's face displayed an unusual expression of surprise. Li Qingyun furrowed his brow, summoning the Red Lotus Inferno, and with a swift motion, he hurled a fireball behind him. Freeze! In that moment, the monkey uttered a soft incantation, and the surrounding space was instantaneously sealed. Li Qingyun found himself immobilized, even the fireball suspended in midair. He struggled against the confinement, but his body remained utterly still. After all these years, your temper remains as fierce as ever, the monkey remarked, shaking its head before waving a hand, which restored Li Qingyun's freedom. Are you the great sage equal to heaven? Li Qingyun inquired, his brow furrowed. The great sage equal to heaven? In the next moment, the monkey erupted into a boisterous laugh, its voice echoing through the cavern. What are you laughing at? Li Qingyun furrowed his brow, wondering if the creature had lost its mind. The monkey grinned widely at him and then chuckled, in light of our shared origins. I shall bestow upon you a stroke of fortune. With that, the monkey extended a hand and gently tapped, a beam of golden light piercing straight into Li Qingyun's eyes. The next instant, Li Qingyun felt a dizzying sensation, and he promptly fainted. Chapter 29, The Fiery Eyes of Insight Ding. The host has acquired the Fiery Eyes of Insight, now integrated into the system's skills. The system's voice resonated within Li Qingyun's mind, and he abruptly opened his eyes, astonished to realize he had fainted moments ago. What is happening? He wondered, surveying his surroundings. He found himself by the pool beneath the waterfall, and everything appeared unchanged. Fiery Eyes of Insight. Li Qingyun hastily accessed the system interface. Fiery Eyes of Insight enhances the host's perceptual abilities, allowing one to discern all illusions in the world. What is this? Li Qingyun was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't the Fiery Eyes of Insight a skill of Sun Wukong? Moreover, it seemed it had been granted to him by the 6-eared macaque. If they truly shared a common origin, then he too must be connected to Sun Wukong, should he not? Li Qingyun pondered deeply. In his previous life, he had indeed heard theories suggesting that Nezha and Sun Wukong were birthed from the stones used by Nuwa to mend the heavens. Yet, he distinctly recalled that the monkey had 6 pairs of ears. What could this possibly mean? Furrowing his brow, Li Qingyun considered the implications. If that monkey was indeed the 6-eared macaque, what was it doing on Qingyun Mountain? And how did it possess the fiery eyes of insight? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Qingyun quickly checked his storage ring and sighed in relief upon seeing his firepoint spear still intact. Losing that would indeed have been a tremendous blow. Fiery eyes of insight. Activate. With a thought, a brilliant golden light flashed in Li Qingyun's eyes, and in an instant, everything around him became vividly clear. The mist before him faded as if it never existed. And even the faintest rustle of grass 1,000 meters away was discernible to him. Gazing behind the waterfall, Li Qingyun was taken aback. The cave that had been hidden behind the waterfall had vanished. Wait a moment. A sudden realization struck him. Had he truly been to the back of that waterfall? Could it be that everything he experienced was merely an illusion? Yet, he had undeniably gained the fiery eyes of insight, a skill associated with Sun Wukong. After lingering beneath the waterfall for a while, Li Qingyun examined his surroundings but discerned nothing further of significance. Regardless, he decided to descend the mountain. After all, the cave was no longer there. His intuition guided him to conclude that remaining in this place would yield no further results. Li Qingyun swiftly darted down the mountain, unhindered by the enveloping mist, thanks to his keen perception. Brother Wang, should we retreat? The fog seems to be thickening. A member of the Tian family's enforcers said, frowning at their leader, Wang Sheng, who was one of Tian's guards that initially targeted Li Qingyun. It was already 11 at night, and with the dense fog obscuring visibility, the surroundings grew increasingly dim. Indeed, that fellow must have perished on the mountain. We can simply return and report back. Another chimed in. Scarface, what do you think? Wang Sheng inquired solemnly to a companion a short distance away. However, Scarface remained unresponsive. Scarface, I'm asking you a question. Wang Sheng frowned as he noticed Scarface's silence. Yet, Scarface continued to offer no reply. Damn it, have your ears been stuffed with donkey hair? Wang Sheng's brow furrowed as he approached Scarface. Although they were merely several meters apart, the thick fog rendered everything but a silhouette indistinguishable. What the devil are you doing? Wang Sheng reached Scarface and patted his shoulder. In the next moment, to Wang Sheng's astonishment, Scarface slowly collapsed to the ground. It was then that Wang Sheng realized Scarface had been slashed across the throat unbeknownst to him. What the hell? Who did this? Wang Sheng's body bristled with alarm as he shouted angrily into the darkness. The others quickly became alert, drawing their weapons and scanning their surroundings. It was then they noticed that many of their comrades had fallen silent. Brother Wang, we are under attack, bellowed a burly man wielding a massive axe, as he saw a teammate just 7 or 8 meters away lying in a pool of blood. At that moment, they became acutely aware of the pungent scent of blood permeating the air. Damn it, who is it? Show yourself. The axe-wielding giant roared, hurling his axe forward with ferocity. With a resounding crash, the trees ahead were cleaved asunder. Suddenly, a shadow lunged forth from the fog. Damn it, seeking death, the giant shouted, swinging his axe at the shadow. Boom. The shadow disintegrated in an instant, and only then did the giant realize he had struck a rock. Witnessing this, his pupils constricted sharply. He had encountered this very scene before. Yet, before he could turn, a chilling sensation pressed against his neck. In the next moment, blood erupted, and the giant fell lifelessly to the ground, eyes wide in disbelief. Who is it? Show yourself. Wang Sheng roared, his aura surging, and an angelic figure materialized behind him. Holy light of the angel, break for me. Wang Sheng let out a thunderous shout, and at that moment, the angelic manifestation erupted with a brilliant golden light, dispersing the surrounding mist. It was then that Wang Sheng realized, apart from himself, the other 10 teammates had fallen. At this juncture, Li Qingyun, who had been concealed within the haze, revealed himself. Under the moonlight, his eyes shimmered with a golden glow, presenting an oddly sinister appearance. You little rascal, it's you. Wang Sheng's pupils contracted as he beheld Li Qingyun not far away, utterly astonished that he had returned to fight again. What? You won't let me leave until you've slain every last one of you? Li Qingyun sneered, displaying no sign of fear. Die! Wang Sheng bellowed, brandishing his sword and charging towards Li Qingyun. Simultaneously, the angelic manifestation behind him swung a golden holy sword. Boom! As the golden sword descended, a tremendous sound erupted, cleaving the earth and leaving a chasm several meters wide. Li Qingyun, surrounded by crackling lightning, narrowly evaded this strike. In that fleeting moment, he hurled his fiery spear, engulfed in raging flames, spiraling towards the angelic manifestation. Clang! A resounding clash echoed as the fiery spear collided violently with the angelic form, sending sparks flying. The spear screeched, akin to a drill, as it scraped against the angelic manifestation, but it was swiftly swatted away by the manifestation's hand. Li Qingyun raised an eyebrow at this, deftly summoning the fiery spear back into his grip. It appeared that his raging flames could not penetrate the defenses of a level 30 manifestation, merely scorching a bit of its spiritual energy. Meanwhile, within the manifestation, Wang Sheng's pupils widened in alarm as he noticed a fine crack appearing on his holy manifestation. Chapter 30. Counterattack. Indeed, this was proving to be quite troublesome. Li Qingyun furrowed his brow. Once a transcendent reached level 30, it marked a qualitative leap. The combat enhancement provided by the holy manifestation was incomparable to that of other skills. You truly surprise me, having slain so many of my brothers. Today you must perish. Wang Sheng declared furiously, glaring at Li Qingyun. In the next moment, the angelic manifestation slowly directed its sword towards the heavens, and a beam of golden light shot forth, exploding in midair. In an instant, countless golden motes transformed into thousands of golden arrows, all aimed directly at Li Qingyun below. Li Qingyun's brow furrowed as he grasped his fiery spear and swiftly retreated. However, the sheer volume of arrows rendered immediate escape impossible. Boom! Each arrow struck the ground like a bomb, and in the blink of an eye, the terrain was utterly ravaged. Li Qingyun swung his spear, attempting to sweep away the incoming arrows, yet upon contact, they detonated with tremendous force. After a barrage of arrows, the disheveled figure of Li Qingyun emerged from the haze of dust. Coughing violently, he spat out a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, clearly wounded from the recent onslaught. Kid, this isn't over yet. Wang Sheng bellowed from within the divine law manifestation, brandishing his luminous sword. A dozen golden sword energies surged towards Li Qingyun with ferocity. Realizing he could not evade them, Li Qingyun focused his spiritual energy into his fire-tip spear and struck fiercely at the incoming sword energies. With a resounding explosion, the first sword energy detonated, propelling Li Qingyun several meters away. Coughing again, his face turned pale as he spat out another mouthful of blood. Damn it, the gap is too great. Li Qingyun furrowed his brow, realizing that his trump card was ineffective against the divine law manifestation. While he might stand a chance with his gun techniques, getting close to Wang Sheng was an insurmountable challenge. If this continued, he would inevitably meet his demise here. In a frantic moment of thought, Li Qingyun leveraged the momentum of the explosion to pivot and sprint towards the dense forest on the mountain. Kid, do you think you can escape? Wang Sheng shouted angrily from behind, pursuing him relentlessly while launching several golden sword energies that quickly closed the distance. Boom! The sword energies struck the rocky surface of the mountain, shattering stones and sending debris flying, even parting the dense fog momentarily. However, in the next instant, Wang Sheng sensed something was amiss. His spiritual energy was rapidly depleting, and the divine law manifestation behind him was gradually dissolving. Not good. This fog is strange. Wang Sheng realized that in his pursuit of Li Qingyun, he had inadvertently ascended the mountain. It soon became evident to him that the fog surrounding him was problematic. Reacting swiftly, Wang Sheng turned and darted down the mountain. Yet, Li Qingyun would not let this rare opportunity slip away. A ghostly figure darted through the dense forest, swiftly appearing behind Wang Sheng. What? Wang Sheng felt a sudden surge of murderous intent from behind and was momentarily stunned. If spiritual energy could not be utilized here, how could Li Qingyun move with such speed? The roles of hunter and prey are about to be reversed. Li Qingyun scoffed coldly, thrusting his fire-tip spear towards Wang Sheng's back. In a situation where neither could use spiritual power, Li Qingyun, enhanced by the fire lotus sacred body and dragon scale fruit, possessed a physique far superior to that of an ordinary class changer. Wang Sheng reacted quickly, summoning a long blade that deflected Li Qingyun's spear. Amidst the fog, a spark flickered as both figures vanished into the thick mist. Following the collision, Wang Sheng's right hand, gripping the long blade, trembled involuntarily. As the sheer force of Li Qingyun's attack had numbed her hand, Wang Sheng vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, never anticipating that he would fall into a trap. It was evident that Li Qingyun had deliberately lured him to this mountain. Humph! If you wish to slay me, you still have 100 years to wait. With a furious shout, Wang Sheng produced 2 small black spheres from his spatial ring and hurled them to the ground. Bang! As the spheres struck the earth, a thick cloud of smoke instantly enveloped the area within 100 meters. In the next moment, Wang Sheng propelled himself forward, swiftly descending the mountain. With the concealment of the dense fog and the cover of the smoke bombs, as long as he could make it down the mountain, The situation would surely turn in his favor once more. Yet, unbeknownst to Wang Sheng, all his meticulously crafted plans were rendered utterly futile in the eyes of Li Qingyun, who possessed keen insight. Just as he was on the verge of fleeing down the mountain, a flicker of excitement appeared at the corners of Wang Sheng's mouth. He had never imagined he would be driven to such desperation by a mere student. However, in the next instant, a shadow materialized behind him like a specter. Poof! The smile of impending escape still lingered on Wang Sheng's lips when, in an instant, a spear pierced through his chest. His forward momentum abruptly halted, and he looked down in disbelief at the weapon protruding from his torso. He could hardly fathom that he would meet his demise at the hands of a student. Rest in peace. Li Qingyun swiftly withdrew the spear, and in the next moment, blood splattered as Wang Sheng collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a level 30 Western deity. Kill value, 8,000. Hearing the system's notification, Li Qingyun's lips curled into a smirk as he hurriedly accessed the system interface. Host, Li Qingyun. Class, level Nezha. Spirit power level, level 17. Talent, Sacred Body of the Fire Lotus 17. Skill, Red Lotus Karma Fire 17. Skill, Purple Cloud Divine Thunder 17. Artifact, Purple Flame Fire Spear. Artifact, Heavenly Silk Sea Calming Armor, damaged. Kill value, 25,600. Observing the rapidly increasing kill value, Li Qingyun's smile widened. Having just dispatched over a dozen transmuters, his kill value soared to over 20,000. At this point, Li Qingyun had discerned the mechanism for acquiring kill value. Slaying magical creatures yielded only a small amount, whereas eliminating transmuters granted substantial rewards, particularly those of Western deities. Chapter 31. I want your life. Li Qingyun first utilized 10,000 kill value to repair the Heavenly Silk Sea Calming Armor, then directly opened the system shop. At that moment, there was only one item available in the system store, the Qingyun Fire Phoenix. The Qingyun Fire Phoenix? Li Qingyun raised an eyebrow upon seeing this. It was said that Nezha's wind fire wheels were transformed from the Qingyun Fire Phoenix, so this item must undoubtedly be the wind fire wheels. Upon inspecting the price, Li Qingyun's lips twitched. It cost 15,000 kill value. Goodness, he could barely afford it without slaying another individual. Ding! Did he consume 15,000 kill points to purchase the Qingyun Phoenix? Li Qingyun decisively chose yes, and in the next moment, a flaming phoenix, approximately 2 meters tall, appeared before him. The phoenix inclined its head slightly upon seeing Li Qingyun, then affectionately nudged his shoulder with its beak. Smiling at the endearing creature, Li Qingyun reached out to stroke its head, yet he was still curious about how to utilize this being. Seemingly sensing Li Qingyun's confusion, the flaming phoenix suddenly transformed into a swirl of red light and surged into his body. Just as Li Qingyun was pondering this, 2 massive fiery wings abruptly unfurled behind him. Wasn't it supposed to morph into a fire wheel? Li Qingyun was momentarily taken aback. Nonetheless, those wings were undeniably impressive. With a mere thought, the fiery wings vanished, replaced by 2 blazing wheels of fire beneath his feet. Ah, so it operates this way, Li Qingyun realized. This entity could indeed shift forms according to his will. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Qingyun Phoenix. Your professional rank has been elevated. The system's voice resonated. And immediately, a torrent of robust spiritual energy surged towards Li Qingyun. At that moment, he resembled a sponge extracted from the desert, fervently absorbing the surrounding spiritual essence. After several minutes, Li Qingyun exhaled deeply, feeling the immense spiritual power coursing within him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The spiritual energy inside him was nearly double that of his previous rank. Consequently, using the flames of karma would no longer require meticulous restraint. Li Qingyun clenched his fists, a grin spreading across his face as he retracted the fire wheels and turned to dart into the forest. The special training had no time restrictions, and as an individual participant, he was not eligible for rankings. However, the misty forest was abundant with rare treasures. Such a lucrative opportunity could not be squandered. Li Qingyun remained in the misty forest for 5 days, during which he vanquished numerous monsters and acquired various rare materials. Yet he had not encountered any legendary treasures akin to the Frostmoon Burning Lotus. It seemed he was approaching the final stages of the competition. With the enhancement of his keen eyesight, Li Qingyun's perceptive abilities had significantly increased. Over the past 2 days, he could distinctly sense that the number of competitors around him was dwindling. Clearly, most had been eliminated. Rumbling, accompanied by a flash of lightning in the clear sky, Li Qingyun gazed at the collapsing space in the distance, his brow furrowing slightly. Since his descent, The spatial stability in this area had suddenly become precarious. It appeared that he could not linger here for too long. The misty forest had always maintained a stable spatial environment, although the reasons remained unclear. If this space continued to destabilize, the training session would undoubtedly be terminated. Qingyun glanced at the collapsing space before swiftly making his way deeper into the dense forest. The bright moon shone high above as Qingyun navigated swiftly through the dense forest. Suddenly, a woman's delicate voice echoed from afar. Tianxiao, you mustn't go back on your promise. Worry not. It's merely a purple magic crystal. I have plenty. Sensing a familiar presence nearby, Qingyun's brows furrowed slightly. He recognized one of the auras as belonging to Tianxiao. It seemed fate had intertwined their paths once more. With narrowed eyes, Qingyun stealthily approached the source of the voice. At that moment, Tianxiao had a girl pinned against a tree, his hands roaming inappropriately. Tianxiao, is it all right for us to be so far from the camp? I'm afraid of what? Stop rambling. Do you still want that magic crystal or not? Tianxiao responded with impatience, proceeding to remove the girl's clothing. Before she could utter another word, a shadow flitted past, and the girl was suddenly knocked unconscious. Who goes there? Tianxiao exclaimed, abruptly halting his actions as he hastily adjusted his half-removed trousers. Show yourself. Trembling at the sight of the unconscious girl, fear replaced his earlier bravado. True to his family's reputation, Tianxiao was indeed skilled at playing with fire. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind him. Tianxiao spun around, his pupils dilating in shock upon seeing the figure before him. Why, you're alive. Stuttering, he could hardly believe that Qingyun, whom he thought perished, stood right in front of him. Disappointed to see me alive, Qingyun retorted with a cold smirk. Humph, since you dare to seek your own demise, do not blame me for being ruthless. Tianxiao glared at the advancing Qingyun, his expression darkening. Someone, kill him. Yet, the stillness of the forest only echoed the mournful whispers of the wind. No response came. What gives? Where is everyone? Tianxiao shouted in anger, but silence prevailed. Are you referring to that one? Qingyun pointed to a corpse not far away, a smirk playing upon his lips. Previously, a level 20 guard had been lurking nearby, but Qingyun had effortlessly dealt with him. Under his discerning gaze, all disguises and concealments became mere farces. Tianxiao froze at the sight of the lifeless body. His eyes filled with terror as he gazed at Qingyun. Don't come any closer. He stumbled backward, acutely aware that he was no match for Qingyun. What do you want? I can give you anything. Magic crystals? Equipment? Money? I can provide it all. However, before Tianxiao could finish his plea, a flash of silver light cut through the air, severing his right hand from his body. Along with his severed hand, a teleportation jade slip fell to the ground. The pain radiating from his arm caused Tianxiao to cry out in distress. Initially, he intended to crush the jade piece and flee while Qingyun was distracted. But he had not anticipated that Qingyun had already foreseen his intentions. No, please, do not kill me. I can offer you anything you desire. Tianxiao was utterly terrified, and he could not muster any thoughts of resistance in the presence of Qingyun. I seek your life. Qingyun scoffed coldly, and with a swift motion, he struck down, ending Tianxiao's existence on the spot. After eliminating Tianxiao, Qingyun flicked his finger, and a surge of infernal flames descended upon both Tianxiao and the henchman, reducing them to mere ashes in an instant. Without lingering, Qingyun sensed two presences rapidly approaching. What is happening? At that moment, two figures emerged nearby, one of whom was Chun-Ming, the lead instructor of a top class, while the other appeared to be another instructor. This is one of our classmates. Chun-Ming stared, momentarily taken aback by the disheveled female student, yet aside from her, there was no one else present. Chun-Ming, do not linger. This space is unstable. We must first evacuate the students. The other male instructor urged him in a low voice. You take the students away. I must find that little wretch, Ying. Chun-Ming's expression darkened as he spoke coldly. The misty forest is vast. Where do you intend to search for her? It would be more prudent to head directly to the exit and wait for her. The other instructor, seeing Chun-Ming's reluctance to leave, hastily pressed him to reconsider. Once we reach the exit, we will be unable to act. She is ensnared by my eye seal and cannot escape. Chun-Ming retorted with a snort, swiftly darting away into the distance. Damn it, that fool. The other instructor, witnessing Chun-Ming's determination to find Ying, cursed under his breath before retreating to the camp. He needed to expedite the evacuation of the students from this space. Otherwise, he could not bear the consequences should anything go awry. Ying. Meanwhile, beneath a nearby large tree, Qingyun furrowed his brow. He had overheard the conversation between the two men clearly. Yet he was perplexed as to why Qinming was searching for Yang Ying. Moreover, it seemed that Yang Ying was injured. At around 1 o'clock in the morning, Qingyun swiftly navigated through the dense forest, acutely aware that the stability of this space was deteriorating. From the exchange between Qinming and the other man, it appeared that the higher-ups had decided to cancel the special training. Along the way, Qingyun observed several groups of students being led by their instructors toward the forest's edge. It was evident that a retreat was indeed necessary. Sensing the tumultuous spatial energy around him, Qingyun promptly retrieved his teleportation jade piece. With a decisive snap, he shattered the jade. However, the anticipated teleportation did not materialize. As expected, Qingyun thought, furrowing his brow, as the chaotic spatial currents rendered the teleportation jade ineffective. Casting aside the jade piece in his hand, Qingyun glanced at the guidance manual, which indicated that the exit of this space lay to the southwest. To escape from here, he had no choice but to head towards the spatial rift, and it appeared that this realm would not endure for much longer. He needed to hasten his pace. Qingyun's figure flickered through the forest, and he suddenly spotted someone lying on the ground ahead. Hesitating to approach recklessly, he utilized his keen perception to assess the situation. In the next moment, he was taken aback to discover that the person on the ground was none other than his homeroom teacher, Yang Ying. Teacher. Qingyun rushed forward to check on her, only to find a deep knife wound on her back, blood nearly saturating her blouse. Cough, cough. Yang Ying was propped up by Qingyun, who noticed her severe coughing fit, accompanied by a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth. Teacher, please take this. Qingyun promptly retrieved a medicinal herb from his storage ring and presented it to Yang Ying. This was a natural treasure he had previously discovered in the demon realm. While not exceedingly precious, it was remarkably effective for healing wounds. Yang Ying glanced at the herb, nodded, and swallowed it without hesitation. Teacher, what happened? Seeing Yang Ying's complexion improve slightly, Qingyun furrowed his brow and inquired. He held a favorable impression of Yang Ying, as she had always looked out for him at school, tirelessly advocating for his grants and scholarships each year. Thus, he could not simply disregard her plight. Cough. It's Qinming. I inadvertently uncovered his conspiracy to collude with teachers from the 3rd middle school to cheat, Yang Ying replied, her brows furrowing, followed by another fit of harsh coughing. Colluding with the teachers from the 3rd middle school? Qingyun was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the man he had encountered earlier was one of their teachers? Indeed, the 3rd middle school has bribed Qinming, intending for him to assist them in securing the top position. Yang Ying exclaimed, her voice laced with anger as she bore the pain in her back. Despite having consumed the healing herb, after I discovered their scheme, Qinming attempted to silence me. This traitor dared to jeopardize his student's future for profit. Yang Ying trembled with rage, barely managing to steady herself against a nearby stone. Teacher, what do you plan to do now? Qingyun furrowed his brow, realizing that Qinming was likely searching for Yang Ying all over the mountains and would not be far from them. This is the healing medicine. Apply it to my wound. We will discuss our next steps once my condition stabilizes. With that, Yang Ying handed Qingyun a vial of healing salve. Qingyun nodded in agreement, understanding that due to the location of the wound on her back, Yang Ying could not apply the medicine herself and would require his assistance. What's wrong? Yang Ying turned her back to him, but Qingyun hesitated to make a move. Teacher, the cut is rather deep, and your clothing is somewhat obstructive. Qingyun replied with a wry smile, feeling somewhat helpless. The scar on Yang Ying's back extended from her shoulder down to her waist. Her clothing thoroughly stained crimson with blood, rendering any application of medicine impossible. Upon hearing this, Yang Ying furrowed her delicate brows, hesitating for a moment before instructing. Please turn around. Oh, Qingyun responded, hastily turning his back. Moments later, Yang Ying's voice beckoned again. All right. Qingyun turned back to find Yang Ying nearly bare, clutching only a shirt to her chest. Her smooth, porcelain back was entirely exposed before him. What are you waiting for? Hurry and apply the medicine, Yang Ying urged, her voice trembling slightly. Qingyun, not daring to delay, promptly approached with the medicinal ointment. He opened the bottle, and an aromatic scent wafted towards him. It was evident that this was the top-tier healing elixir, the revitalizing spirit liquid. As Qingyun applied the liquid to Yang Ying's back, the pain from her wound elicited a soft whimper from her lips. Realizing her uncharacteristic reaction, compounded by her near nudity in front of her student, her cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple. The revitalizing spirit liquid indeed proved its efficacy, for Qingyun observed as it worked wonders on her injury, visibly healing at an astonishing pace, leaving no trace of a scar behind. Although she stifled her sounds, the tingling sensation from the ointment coursing over her wound caused Yang Ying to tremble involuntarily. After 5 or 6 minutes, Li Qingyun finally finished applying the medicine, and Yang Ying's back had nearly healed. "Teacher, it should be about done," he remarked, gazing at her pristine back before turning away. Before long, Yang Ying's voice resonated once more. "All right, let us go." Upon turning back, Li Qingyun saw that she had changed into a fresh dress. Perhaps due to her embarrassment, her cheeks retained a rosy hue. After all, despite being a high school mentor, Yang Ying was merely 25 years old, and such encounters were bound to evoke a sense of shyness. Chapter 33. Breaking the seal. Quickly leave. "You have no business here," Yang Ying said, her brows furrowing as she regarded Li Qingyun, her tone noticeably softer than before. "And what about you?" A glimmer of golden light shone in Li Qingyun's eyes, for with his keen insight, he discerned a mysterious rune on Yang Ying's lower abdomen, seemingly a form of seal. This seal emitted a chilling aura, suppressing the spiritual energy within her. "Qinming must be searching for me everywhere. Being with me puts you in danger. I have healed, and he cannot harm me," Yang Ying stated earnestly. "The injuries have indeed healed, but your strength has yet to be restored, has it not?" Li Qingyun raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Why must you put on a brave front? In your current state, even a low-level magical beast could easily take your life." Upon hearing this, Yang Ying furrowed her brows, clearly taken aback by Li Qingyun's perceptiveness. "Do not worry. Once tonight passes, the sealing skills upon me will naturally dissipate. It may be too late for that." Li Qingyun suddenly glanced behind them, sensing a formidable presence approaching from several kilometers away. "What do you mean?" Yang Ying's brows knitted together. She could not comprehend why Li Qingyun made such a statement. "Someone is pursuing us from behind, likely Qinming. He should catch up to us in about 10 minutes. "What? How do you know?" Yang Ying's expression was one of shock, as she had not sensed anyone nearing them. Could it be that Li Qingyun's perception surpassed her own? "Do you have a way to break the seal in a short time?" Li Qingyun inquired, observing Yang Ying with a frown. "If not, then climb onto my back, and I will carry you away." Seeing the seriousness etched on Li Qingyun's face, Yang Ying furrowed her brows once more. "This is Qinming's ice sealing technique. To break the seal, one must use a fire of utmost purity and intensity. Once the seal is lifted, my strength will gradually return. Never mind, you should go on your own. Bringing me with you will hinder your escape." Yang Ying pondered for a moment, speaking earnestly, unsure why she confided in Li Qingyun. After all, he was merely a low-level professional, a rank that could not possibly wield high-grade flames. Qinming was a level 31 class changer. There was no way Li Qingyun could escape from his grasp with her in tow. What should be done? Suddenly, Li Qingyun snapped his fingers, and a flame materialized at his fingertips. "This." Yang Ying stared in astonishment at the infernal fire in Li Qingyun's hand, sensing its immense danger. "Let me clarify. This flame is indeed of utmost purity, but if your method is flawed, it may incinerate you instantly," Li Qingyun warned solemnly. He lacked experience in dispelling seals and would have to rely on Yang Ying's guidance. However, if she made a mistake, his flame could easily reduce her to ashes. Given that she could not utilize spiritual power and was no different from an ordinary person at present. Very well then. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Ying gazed at the fire in Li Qingyun's hand and said, "I will manifest the seal shortly. You only need to trace a fire pattern along the seal's markings." Li Qingyun nodded in agreement, confident he could follow her instructions accurately. Yang Ying glanced at her abdomen, hesitated briefly, then shifted her hand seals, causing a blue light to emerge from her midsection. The moment the blue seal appeared, Yang Ying's previously flushed face turned ashen. "I am about to begin." Li Qingyun furrowed his brow, slowly placing his hand on Yang Ying's abdomen, the flames swirling in his palm, cautious and vigilant. Such an eerie chill. Observing the gradually dissipating cold air, Li Qingyun was momentarily taken aback. This frost could actually contend with his purifying flames. Although the icy seal was somewhat unexpected, it was nonetheless slowly melting under the scorching heat of the red lotus fire. Feeling Li Qingyun's fingers gently glide over her abdomen, Yang Ying bit her lip in distress. Despite the barrier of her dress, the tingling sensation sent shivers down her spine. "Teacher, if Qinming arrives shortly, please do as I instruct." Realizing the seal had been broken, Li Qingyun withdrew the flames and spoke to Yang Ying in a serious tone. "This cannot be. You are no match for Qinming. This is far too perilous." Upon hearing Qinming's plan, Yang Ying's delicate brows knitted together as she resolutely objected. "Your profession is that of a divine archer, correct?" Li Qingyun regarded Yang Ying earnestly. "Your class boasts high damage output, yet it is ill-suited for close combat. Thus, it is imperative that someone distracts the enemy for you. Even so, you are still not. If you wish to survive, do as I say." Li Qingyun interjected firmly. Yang Ying was only level 30, and even with the seal lifted, Her strength had not fully returned. To eliminate Qinming, they required a coordinated strike, one lethal blow. Gazing into Li Qingyun's resolute eyes, Yang Ying felt a flicker of confusion. In that moment, it seemed as though the individual before her was not merely a student, but rather a seasoned assassin. Before long, a sound of rushing wind echoed through the night sky, heralding the arrival of Qinming. What is happening? The seal has vanished? Qinming was taken aback, having pursued the trail of his icy seal, only to discover it had inexplicably disappeared. Whoosh! Just as Qinming pondered the situation, a sudden gust of wind heralded an impending danger. A golden spear hurtled toward his chest. Seeking death, Qinming bellowed, a blue longsword materializing in his hand, which he deftly used to deflect the spear. Who goes there? Show yourself. Qinming shouted angrily into the surrounding silence, save for the howling wind. Humph! In this frozen expanse, Qinming's sword emanated an eerie chill, causing the temperature to plummet. The woods within a 100-meter radius transformed into glistening ice sculptures, conjuring illusions. Come out, I command you. With a swift motion, Qinming sent forth a flurry of ice spikes towards a specific direction. Simultaneously, from the same direction, a massive fireball surged toward him. The ice spikes vaporized into mist upon contact with the fireball. Qinming was momentarily stunned. The fireball, with a diameter of 6 to 7 meters, descended upon him like a cataclysm. Divine authority, polar warrior. As Qinming realized there was no escaping, he summoned his divine avatar, the extreme polar warrior. The moment the divine avatar materialized, the surrounding temperature plummeted once more, and the avatar, radiating a blue glow, unleashed a powerful punch towards the fireball hurtling towards him. With a resounding explosion, the fireball detonated, and the blue light emanating from Qinming's avatar dimmed significantly. Master Qinming, how delightful to see you. At that moment, Li Qingyun slowly emerged from the woods, his spear crackling with arcs of lightning, producing a series of sharp sounds. You little rascal, it's you. Qinming's brow furrowed, his expression contorting into a fierce grimace. Yang Ying is with you, isn't she? Don't worry, you shall face only me. A smirk curled at the corner of Li Qingyun's mouth, his eyes glinting with golden light, a fleeting chill of murderous intent passing through them. If given the chance to eliminate Qinming, he would not hesitate for a moment. Should I commend your boldness or chastise your foolishness? Qinming sneered coldly at Li Qingyun. Hand over Yang Ying, and I may spare your life. Still thinking about Yang Ying? You should be more concerned about your own safety. Li Qingyun scoffed, his spiritual energy surging as arcs of lightning coiled around him. Poised for action. Very well, since you seek death, I shall oblige. Qinming's expression darkened as he swung his sword, conjuring a barrage of ice spikes that shot towards Li Qingyun in an instant. Is that all you've got? Li Qingyun wielded his spear, shattering the incoming ice spikes into fragments. Not bad, but you're still far from my level. With a low growl, Qinming summoned a storm of blue light. Hundreds of ice spikes suspended ominously above Li Qingyun's head. Clang, clang, clang. As the number of ice spikes increased, Li Qingyun found himself in a more precarious position. Boom. With a thunderous crash, one ice spike struck Li Qingyun's shoulder, exploding upon impact. He staggered backward, his shoulders stained with crimson. Li Qingyun grimaced, feeling the flow of his spiritual energy within him slow significantly after being struck by the ice spike. So that is how it is. He began to understand that Qinming's attacks were imbued with a chilling aura. Once struck, the cold would seep into his body. However, this technique posed no real threat to him. He needed to find a way to close the distance. Gazing at the divine avatar behind Qinming, Li Qingyun furrowed his brow. Continuing in this manner would not yield any advantages for him. Prepare to meet your end. Qinming bellowed again, sending another wave of ice spikes hurtling towards Li Qingyun. Red Lotus Inferno. Li Qingyun conjured a massive fireball from the flames of retribution, hurling it back at Qinming with great force. Boom. The fireball collided with the ice spikes midair, causing the spikes to dissipate into a cloud of white mist upon contact. As the fireball melted all the ice spikes, it suddenly exhausted its energy and vanished into thin air. Now, taking advantage of the cover provided by the white steam, Li Qingyun swiftly appeared before Qinming. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Li Qingyun's spear struck fiercely against the divine avatar. Clang, clang, clang. A series of rapid collisions ensued, and in an instant, sparks flew around the blue avatar. Overestimating oneself, Qinming scoffed. Li Qingyun's assault could not breach his defenses. Meanwhile, the blue divine avatar swung a fist towards Li Qingyun, yet its speed was evidently insufficient to catch him. Qinming furrowed his brow, for as a ranged mage, he struggled to manifest his abilities in close quarters. Although Li Qingyun could not penetrate his defenses, the current situation left him unable to seize Li Qingyun. Frost Domain. In the next moment, Chunming shouted, and snowflakes began to drift within a 100-meter radius. With the snowfall, Li Qingyun's speed noticeably diminished. A domain skill. Li Qingyun frowned, realizing this domain could hinder his movement. Little brat, let us see how you evade now. Just then, the colossal blue silhouette hurled a fist towards Li Qingyun. Boom. With a resounding crash, the earth trembled beneath them, creating a massive pit several meters deep. Humph. Truly overestimating oneself. Chunming sneered, confident that Li Qingyun could not escape this blow. Now, strike. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the air, causing Chunming to freeze momentarily. He looked up, and his pupils constricted to the size of pinheads. Behind Li Qingyun, fiery wings flared as he soared through the air towards Chunming. He had not anticipated that Li Qingyun possessed a flight skill. Little brat, it's futile. After a brief astonishment, Chunming scoffed, and the gigantic silhouette raised its fist, preparing to strike the airborne Li Qingyun. However, at that moment, a red-tailed arrow shot forth from a distance. The arrow moved with astonishing speed, reaching the blue divine avatar in an instant. Boom. Upon contact, the red arrow exploded, forcing Chunming to stagger back a few steps. Yang. Chunming's expression darkened, realizing that Yang was covertly launching an ambush against him. After the explosion, the blue divine avatar bore several cracks. Perish. Li Qingyun descended from the heavens, thrusting his spear fiercely at the divine avatar. Longing for you, my thoughts are endless. Brief moments of longing are infinitely profound. Spear technique essence. First strike. Longing. The spear in Li Qingyun's hand crackled with lightning, descending with overwhelming force. Crack. The azure shattered with a resounding crash after withstanding only a fleeting second, much to Chunming's astonishment. Yet it was not over. At this moment, Li Qingyun bellowed mightily. Arcs of lightning crackling around him, and in a flash, he appeared before Chunming, fully aware of the immense disparity in their strengths. He knew he could not afford to grant Chunming a moment's respite. How many fleeting nights of longing are there? The ends of the earth are not so far apart. With the execution of the second shot, heartbreak, amidst the flickering lightning, Li Qingyun's figure materialized behind Chunming. At that juncture, a droplet of crimson blood slowly trickled down the shaft of his spear. Chunming, his face a mask of horror, gazed at the gaping hole in his chest, and his body finally succumbed to gravity, collapsing uncontrollably. He could scarcely fathom that he would meet his demise at the hands of Li Qingyun. Gasping for breath, Li Qingyun felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Even though he had reached level 17, the exertion from his second shot had left him somewhat drained. It became evident that even with a sufficient accumulation of spear intent during battle, ample spiritual energy was necessary to sustain it. In that moment, Li Qingyun felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. The ultimate technique of the fire-tipped spear, it seemed, could not be invoked lightly until the final moment. It was difficult to imagine the amount of spiritual energy required to unleash the ultimate essence if one could amass 1,300 layers of spear intent. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying the Western Divine Warrior of the Polar Realm. Kill value, 7,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for advancing to level 18. Ding. You have received a hidden reward, Red Crystal Stone. Li Qingyun, are you alright? At that moment, Yang swooped in from a distance. She paused, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Chunming lying on the ground, and rushed forward to assist the slumped Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun, you. A look of shock suffused Yang Ying's delicate features. She had intended to seek another opportunity to severely wound Chunming, but never anticipated that Li Qingyun would eliminate him in an instant. Having previously battled Chunming, she knew well the formidable nature of his icy armor. Yet, in an instant, Li Qingyun had breached that defense. Even now, she struggled to grasp the surreal nature of the situation. Chunming had truly been slain by Li Qingyun. Chapter 35. Old Man Sun. After taking a brief respite, the two soon departed from the misty forest. Shortly after their departure, the entire misty forest vanished into the chaotic void. Li Qingyun returned home to recuperate for 2 days, selling off the assorted spoils of his journey for a total value nearing 10 million. Among these were the bodies of the beasts he had hunted in the demon beast forest, along with various items contained within the rings he had acquired, including many useless trinkets that he disposed of. Over the past few days, Li Qingyun had encountered a number of intriguing news stories. The recent training session in the Misty Forest had resulted in over 200 casualties, a significant portion of whom had perished due to spatial storms. Consequently, the training in the Misty Forest was suspended, and the authorities took the matter with utmost seriousness. The school authorities faced severe penalties, and even the sponsoring entity, Qingyun Group, issued a public apology. After all, no one could have anticipated the sudden collapse of the previously stable Misty Forest. As for the death of Tian, the Tian family initially suspected Li Qingyun, but lacking evidence, they were powerless to take action. Regarding Chen Ming, Yang Ying chose not to disclose the matter publicly, ultimately leading the school to announce that Chen Ming's mentor had perished in a space storm while evacuating students, dying in the line of duty. Brotherly, I've come to see you. After resting at home for 2 days, Li Qingyun was eager to venture outside the city to hunt monsters in the dimensional rifts on the 3rd day, only to be unexpectedly visited by Jin Yuanbao. What brings you here? Li Qingyun inquired curiously, observing Jin Yuanbao standing at his door. Brotherly, there's just a week left until the special recruitment. Why are you still cooped up at home? Jin Yuanbao asked with curiosity. I had planned to train at the dimensional rifts. Li Qingyun shrugged in response. Why bother with dimensional rifts? Aren't you heading to the virtual training ground? Jin Yuanbao looked at Li Qingyun with intrigue. What virtual training ground? I'm not aware of it, Li Qingyun replied, momentarily taken aback. Really? You must be kidding. Jin Yuanbao was slightly stunned, then chuckled wryly. Wasn't he that special training cancelled? Later, there was an urgent meeting, and they decided to hold the special training in the virtual training ground, eliminating any safety concerns. Oh, Li Qingyun nodded slowly. He was aware of the virtual training ground, a technology developed a few years ago, but it had yet to be widely implemented. What on earth are these people thinking? They must be out of their minds. Why didn't they notify you? Jin Yuanbao frowned in annoyance, as he regarded Li Qingyun as the strongest high school student in Donghai City. It doesn't matter. That thing is of little use to me. Li Qingyun shrugged, as he believed that only real combat yields results, and the virtual training ground felt akin to a game, offering him no benefit. By the way, fatty, doesn't your company have its own enchanters? Suddenly, Li Qingyun recalled something and asked Jin Yuanbao. Yes, brotherly. Do you want to enchant a weapon? I can connect you with the best enchanter in Donghai City. Jin Yuanbao exclaimed excitedly upon hearing Li Qingyun's query. Li Qingyun nodded. He had not used the red magic crystal awarded by the system previously, since the effect of enchantment greatly depended on the enchanter's skill. He had refrained from seeking someone for the task hastily. Brotherly, this time, you've come to the right person. I know a grandmaster. He is incredibly skilled. Jin Yuanbao said with enthusiasm, pulling Li Qingyun into a car. The vehicle twisted and turned through the city before stopping in front of a tavern. What are we doing here? Li Qingyun asked, slightly taken aback at the sight of the tavern. Just wait here for me. Don't worry about it. As Jin Pongzi disembarked from the vehicle, he swiftly darted into the tavern, emerging only after several minutes had elapsed. Observing this, Li Qingyun refrained from inquiring further, and the duo continued their drive, ultimately halting at the entrance of a narrow alleyway. Is there an enchanter here? Li Qingyun pondered, gazing at the alley, momentarily taken aback. It hardly seemed a suitable abode for an enchanter. The dilapidated shacks within the alley appeared abandoned, evoking a sense of neglect. While it is true that the most formidable individuals in this world are the transcenders, the most coveted profession undoubtedly belongs to the enchanters. Most transcenders must venture into dimensional rifts to battle monsters for their livelihood, effectively risking their lives for financial gain. In contrast, skilled enchanters attract clients eager to offer them monetary rewards for their expertise. Brotherly, this place is home to the most powerful enchanter in Donghai City. Perhaps even the entire nation. Jin Pongzi declared as he exited the vehicle, leading Li Qingyun toward a small courtyard. Upon entering, Jin Pongzi stealthily leaned against the window to observe within. Haha, the old man is indeed asleep. He chuckled, then proceeded to open the door. The moment the door swung open, a pungent aroma of alcohol wafted forth. Li Qingyun frowned as he noted the scattered, empty bottles within the room. It hardly resembled the residence of an enchanter. Grandpa's son, I have come to see you, Jin Pongzi exclaimed, producing 2 bottles of liquor from his spatial ring and placing them on the table. Li Qingyun's gaze settled on an elderly man with a ruddy complexion, dozing in a rocking chair, likely having just consumed a barrel of spirits. Yuanbao? You rascal, are you here to disturb my old bones again? Grandpa's son grumbled, opening his eyes with evident irritation. Haha, I simply missed you. Jin Yuanbao replied with a grin, adding, last time, my father mentioned you, saying I should come visit when I had the chance. Humph, I don't need a visit. I'm not on the brink of death. Grandpa's son huffed, though his expression softened slightly at the sight of the 2 bottles on the table. Hey, I suppose you have a bit of conscience left. Let me taste this fine liquor. Just as the old man reached for the bottles, Jin Pongzi interjected. Grandpa's son, this liquor has a high alcohol content. If you drink it now, you won't be able to work. Humph, I knew you had ulterior motives. Grandpa Sun retorted with a cold grunt, reclining back in his chair. Now, tell me, what do you want? I come seeking your assistance, esteemed elder, Li Qingyun said, bowing respectfully before speaking. Not interested. Not interested. The old man glanced at Li Qingyun and retorted brusquely. I don't take on just any task. Grandpa Sun, Brother Li is my comrade. Please extend him some courtesy. Jin Pengzi pleaded with a grimace. Huh? You insolent brat dare to ask for favors? Your father never asked for any. Grandpa Sun scolded Jin Yuanbao vehemently. Old man, whether you like it or not, you must take on this task today. With a cold snort, the plump man named Jin casually flicked his wrist, and several boxes of liquor materialized in the room. The moment those bottles appeared, a rich aroma of alcohol wafted through the air, tempting even Li Qingyun, who abstained from drinking, to inhale deeply a few times. Behold, these are the prized treasures from the East Sea Tavern. Jin boasted with a hint of pride. If it weren't for my connections, even the wealthy would be unable to acquire such fine spirits. Li Qingyun couldn't help but smile wryly at the sight of the numerous boxes. Had Jin emptied the tavern cellar? Old Su stared at the room filled with liquor, momentarily taken aback, then frowned. You crafty lad, you certainly know how to indulge. Show me what you've brought. I must make it clear that if it's subpar, I shall not. Before Old Su could finish his sentence, the fire spear abruptly appeared in Li Qingyun's hand. Upon seeing the weapon, Old Su fell silent, his astonishment rendering him speechless. What's the matter, old man? Can you manage this or not? Jin interjected impatiently. I have lived over 80 years and have never encountered a material like this. Old Su exclaimed, his excitement palpable. There is no enchantment upon it. Yet it emanates the power of thunder and fire. To behold such a legendary weapon is truly a stroke of fortune. Sir, take a look at this magic crystal as well. Li Qingyun presented a red magic crystal. What do you think of this crystal? Absolutely. It's more than satisfactory. Old Su asserted resolutely. Come back in 3 days. I assure you, you shall be pleased. Li Qingyun smiled slightly and nodded, while Jin looked on in confusion. Old man, are you sure about 3 days? Isn't that rather long? Jin asked curiously. You little rascal, what do you know? This is a legendary weapon. It's not like the scrap metal you possess. It requires time. Old Su retorted sharply. Li Qingyun could only smile ruefully at Jin, who wore a body adorned with rare equipment enchanted with purple magic crystals, now being dismissed as mere scrap metal by the old master. Who exactly was this old man? And why did he seem so peculiar? After bidding farewell to the old man, Li Qingyun, curious, asked Jin, who is that old man? His name is Su Fuzai, a renowned master of forging and enchanting in our dragon country. Though he has been in seclusion for over a decade, Jin replied with a shrug. Currently, the weapon wielded by our formidable General Wu Wan, protector of dragon country, was crafted and enchanted by him. Li Qingyun nodded. General Wu Wan was indeed a top-tier expert in dragon country, known for his lethal scythe that had vanquished countless foes. He felt at ease leaving the fire spear behind, as it was akin to Nezha's companion weapon. At the mere thought, the fire spear would return to his hand. As for the final effects of the enchantment, it ultimately depends on the skill of the enchanter. I appreciate your assistance in this matter. Without you, I would scarcely have found such an adept enchanter. Li Qingyun smiled at Jin Yuanbao, aware that discussing money in his presence was rather futile. He resolved to repay this favor at an opportune moment. Ah, Brother Li, you need not be so formal. After all, we have faced life and death together. Jin Yuanbao chuckled, adding, moreover, did you not observe Su Laoda's expression? He ought to be thanking me for this. Hearing this, Li Qingyun could only smile wryly. Given the old man's discerning eye, had he presented a lesser weapon today, he might well have been dismissed. By the way, how about I treat you to dinner today? Li Qingyun suggested to Jin Yuanbao. Noting that mealtime had arrived, and feeling compelled to express his gratitude for the immense help he had received. Excellent. I know a particularly delightful hot pot restaurant. Jin Yuanbao replied with a grin as he drove towards the city center. At that moment, Li Qingyun's phone unexpectedly rang. It was his homeroom teacher, Yang Ying. Hello. Li Qingyun, I've registered you for the virtual training ground test. Are you free tomorrow? Yang Ying's voice came through the line, causing Li Qingyun to pause momentarily. Don't be too hasty in refusing. I spent 2 days persuading the principal to secure your place among the 20 candidates. The special recruitment will select from this group in a few days. With Yang Ying's words, Li Qingyun raised an eyebrow. If this involved special recruitment, he truly could not decline. All right, I understand, he nodded in response. Great. Make sure to arrive at school on time tomorrow. All the equipment will be set up in our school gym. After Yang Ying finished speaking, she hung up. Beside him, Jin Yuanbao exclaimed excitedly, That's fantastic, Brother Li. With you on our side, our class is sure to succeed this time. Li Qingyun was momentarily taken aback. Our class. Indeed. The elite class of 20. This time, it's a joint test among 3 schools, each selecting their best students to participate. Jin Yuanbao explained, brimming with enthusiasm. The first place class receives extra points for the college entrance examination? Li Qingyun raised an eyebrow. Yes, the regulations have changed. The winning school will grant an additional 10 points to all its students. Realizing the significance of this, Li Qingyun's interest piqued. It was no wonder that Yang Ying and the principal had spent so long negotiating for a single spot. Clearly, every candidate for the test was of paramount importance to the school. The results of this test would directly impact the school's admission rates, prompting every institution to treat it with utmost seriousness. Jin Yuanbao furrowed his brow. However, brotherly, your weapon is still with Su Laotu. Might that affect your performance? No worries. I can simply acquire another weapon. Li Qingyun shrugged with a smile, confident that he was not lacking in resources. Moreover, Li Qingyun had initially intended to procure a weapon, as the fire spear was indeed one of his trump cards, unnecessary to reveal at the outset. At that moment, in the principal's office, Yang Ying, please repeat that for me. Did Chunming truly perish at the hands of Li Qingyun? Principal Wang Qingdong, seated at his desk, furrowed his brow as he gazed intently at Yang Ying. Uncle, I have already stated it 3 times. If you do not trust others, can you not trust me? Is what I witnessed a fabrication? Yang Ying replied irritably from the sofa. She had not originally intended to disclose Chunming's betrayal of the school and subsequent demise at Li Qingyun's hands. Yet the administration's persistent refusal to include Li Qingyun on the testing list left her no choice but to inform the principal. Alas, it is not that I do not believe you. It is simply, Wang Qingdong sighed, his brow still furrowed. The matter of adding Li Qingyun to the list has met with opposition from nearly all the school leaders. Even the shareholders of the institution are against it. I have already informed Li Qingyun. You cannot possibly tell me now that it is unfeasible. Yang Ying, upon hearing this, became agitated, rising to her feet in indignation. If it truly cannot be done, I shall make public the matter regarding Chunming. Absolutely not. Wang Qingdong hastily waved his hand. This would tarnish our school's reputation. It is imperative that this information remains confidential. I care not. Regardless, Li Qingyun's name must be included in tomorrow's list of 20. How you choose to manage that is your concern. Yang Ying declared resolutely. Hey, you little rascal. Have you taken to threatening your uncle now? Wang Qingdong chuckled ruefully, yet with a hint of exasperation. However, since you witnessed it firsthand, it must surely be true. I shall wager my position as principal on this. Indeed, even if Li Qingyun is not permitted to join, do you believe our school can rival the 3rd middle school? Upon hearing Wang Qingdong's words, Yang Ying settled back down, exasperated. Donghai First High School has merely 5 advanced class transferees, while the 3rd middle school boasts 13. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, victory will undoubtedly belong to the 3rd middle school. Yet Li Qingyun is the sole variable capable of altering the outcome. Alas, I hope Li Qingyun can indeed turn the tide as you claim. If he creates another scene, my tenure as principal will come to an end. Chapter 37. Is there anyone else? Soon, the following morning arrived, and nearly 20,000 students from 3 schools gathered at the Donghai First High School Stadium. Notably, the audience comprised not only students, but also a plethora of media journalists and dignitaries from various sectors. This vast assembly convened solely to witness the performances of 60 individuals. The 3 schools were poised to enter the virtual training arena for an intense contest. The rules of the competition were straightforward. Participants would earn points by vanquishing magical creatures, with the team amassing the highest score granting their school privileges for additional points in the college entrance examinations. At this moment, in the lounge of the first high school, 20 students were already in place, including Li Qingyun, who sat idly engrossed in his mobile device. Teacher Yang, is there an error? How could Li Qingyun possibly be here? The director of education entered the lounge and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Li Qingyun, then turned to Yang Ying with a frown. Indeed, the list was announced this morning. Yang Ying furrowed her brow upon hearing this. The final decision regarding this list rests with the principal, doesn't it? How could they allow Li Qingyun to participate? Exactly. He is merely a freshman, another added. A freshman, no less, and a so-called Eastern deity. It seems he will only be a hindrance to us. The conversation stirred a ripple of whispers among the students present. Could there have been a mistake? This matter cannot be taken lightly. The director glanced at the list, then frowned. Why not call the principal yourself and inquire? Yang Ying shrugged, not wishing to dwell on the matter with the director. Everyone, gather around. The creatures we will face in this virtual training are formidable, so we must emphasize teamwork. With that, She sidelined the director and began to discuss tactics with the 20 students. This is akin to a written exam. We must start with the easier challenges before tackling the more difficult ones. Do not fear the powerful creatures. There will be no real danger. When the time comes, all 20 of you will be in the same arena, and your first task is to locate your teammates. Teacher, I want to see the principal. Suddenly, a boy burst in from outside, striding forward to confront the director with indignation. Nonsense. What do you want with the principal at this time? The director frowned. Who allowed you to enter the lounge? Go back at once. Teacher, I demand to know why Qingyun has taken my spot. The boy completely ignored the director's words. Glaring fiercely, the others were taken aback, and Qingyun raised an eyebrow, glancing at the boy at the door. I don't recognize him. I don't know which class he belongs to. Qingyun. This allocation was determined after comprehensive consideration by the school. Do you have any objections? Yang Ying interjected, her brows knitting together. Humph. Comprehensive consideration? With a useless so-called deity like him? Qingyun scoffed. There must be some ulterior motive behind this. If the school does not address this issue, I will take it to the Education Bureau. What nonsense are you spouting? The director was now exasperated. This boy was clearly a hothead. The students in the lounge frowned, not feeling that Qingyun's actions were excessive. After all, this list of 20 was not just crucial for the school's overall exam results. It also determined who would qualify for the special recruitment test in a few days. Qingyun, the competition starts in less than half an hour. You should return for now. The school will provide you with a satisfactory explanation later, Yang Ying said softly, noticing Qingyun's agitation. Absolutely not. If I do not receive a reasonable explanation, then no one shall participate. Qingyun let out a furious grunt, exclaiming, my name was clearly on the initial list. I demand to know why Qingyun has taken my place. Qingyun, what are you saying? Have you lost your mind? The director of education, upon hearing this, became incensed. Do you think this school is your personal domain? Do you presume your father is Wang Gang? Why was my name on the original list, only for it to be replaced by Qingyun now? Qingyun, sensing the director's rage, felt his confidence wane and redirected his ire towards Qingyun. Qingyun, as men, let us settle this with our fists. The victor remains. Upon hearing Qingyun's challenge, the crowd furrowed their brows. After all, Qingyun's profession was that of a Roman gladiator, and if it came down to a fist fight, Qingyun was at a distinct disadvantage. I'm game. Qingyun shrugged, slowly rising to his feet as the crowd stepped back to provide space for the confrontation. Go for it, brotherly. Make him submit. Let him yelp again. Suddenly, Jin Yuanbao shouted from the crowd, causing more furrows of concern among the onlookers. It was evident that Qingyun had the upper hand in this contest. Yang Ying initially intended to intervene, but noticing the director's silence, she acquiesced to the impending duel. Qingyun, you go first. I wouldn't want anyone to say I won unfairly. Qingyun smirked, confidence radiating from him. He believed a single punch would send Qingyun reeling. Are you sure? Qingyun raised an eyebrow, surprised that he was to take the first strike. Come on. Throw your best shot. Put some power behind it. Qingyun scoffed, patting his chest confidently. All right, this punch may hurt. I hope you can endure it. Enough chatter. With that, Qingyun unleashed his punch, and before Qingyun could finish his sentence, he was sent flying like a broken kite. In midair, Qingyun expelled a torrent of vomit, likely from the meal he had consumed the previous night. A foul stench quickly enveloped the entire lounge. Bang! Another sound of impact followed as Qingyun crashed into the hallway wall after shattering a wooden door. The crowd stood frozen in disbelief. No one had anticipated that Qingyun's seemingly effortless punch could send Qingyun flying. It was noteworthy that Qingyun had a commendable level of defense, yet he crumbled so easily before Qingyun. Moreover, it was clear to all that Qingyun had not even exerted his full strength in the blow. The spectators were not the only ones bewildered. Qingyun himself was taken aback. He had not expected the Roman gladiator to be so fragile. Well then, hurry up and prepare to take the stage. I'll escort him to the infirmary. The director was the first to regain his composure. Qingyun's punch had astonished him as well, and he no longer mentioned the list. Only you could do this, brotherly, Jin Yuanbao exclaimed, swaggering over and turning to face the crowd. So who else is left? I ask who else? As everyone observed, their eyes twitched, as if it were the rotund golden fatty who had sent someone flying. Ahem. Teacher, allow me another attempt. I was unprepared just now. He resorted to underhanded tactics. At that moment, Qingyun's voice echoed from outside. The director of education replied, Oh, spare me. Are you truly eager to court disaster? Chapter 38. The competition commences. The time for the contest swiftly arrived, and 60 contestants lined up to enter the auditorium. As the participants made their entrance, the venue erupted with a cacophony of cheers akin to a roaring tidal wave. Given the stakes concerning each individual's college entrance examination results, the enthusiasm was exceptionally heightened. In the center of the square stood 60 booths resembling street-side restrooms, which were evidently the latest virtual training facility equipment. Following his assigned number, Qingyun stepped inside one of the booths, where a seat awaited him, complete with a helmet suspended above. The contestants had already reviewed the operation manual. By simply sitting down and donning the helmet, they could access the virtual training ground. Though it was a virtual arena, the sensory feedback from the chair would accurately convey both visual and tactile sensations to the participants. A display screen above the square would continually update the scores of the three teams until the last individual could no longer endure and exited the training ground, marking the conclusion of the competition. Principal, the board of directors is on the line, requesting an explanation regarding the participant list. At that moment, a teacher hurriedly approached Principal Jiao with urgency. I told you, didn't I? If someone calls, just inform them that I am unavailable. Principal Wang Qingdong replied, his brow furrowed in annoyance. Indeed, I conveyed that, but they insisted on knowing your whereabouts. The teacher grimaced in response. Just tell them my father is celebrating his 80th birthday. But Principal, wasn't he this old gentleman buried just last year? The teacher was momentarily taken aback, then forced a wry smile. Being buried doesn't he preclude one from celebrating their 80th birthday? Who made that rule? Wang Qingdong retorted, waving his hand dismissively for the teacher to leave. In the current situation, it was as if an arrow was knocked, and there was no turning back. The only option left was to take a gamble. Win, and one would achieve fame and acclaim. Lose, and one would retire in place. Wait, why does that number 60 look so familiar? Isn't that Qingyun? Good heavens, is there truly no one else from the first high school? They certainly understand the importance of spectacle. Even bringing in a dog would be an improvement over him. As the crowd in the square witnessed Qingyun's entrance, a wave of hushed whispers erupted. Qingyun, don't let them affect you. You can do this. At that moment, class monitor Zhao Shui spoke to Qingyun, her number being 59, also on the list of 20. Ahem, I'm used to it. Fame brings scrutiny, and wherever I go, I attract attention, Qingyun shrugged, fully aware that the only method to silence the doubters was to demonstrate his prowess. As all 60 contestants prepared, this highly anticipated competition officially commenced. Qingyun donned his helmet, and in an instant, the surroundings transformed. Is this the virtual training ground? Qingyun surveyed his environment, which was a desolate urban wasteland filled with crumbling buildings and abandoned vehicles. A frown creased his brow as he noticed the remnants of devastation left by monstrous creatures. A scene of utter ruin. Moreover, the air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood, and the wind that swept through was unbearably hot. He never imagined the virtual training arena could feel so lifelike. Qingyun exhaled deeply, feeling as though he were being simmered in a cauldron alongside putrid flesh. His body overwhelmed by discomfort. The entire arena was vast, and he sensed that even his nearest teammate was nearly 5 kilometers away. Had they arrived? Qingyun frowned as he gazed around, spotting a horde of monsters converging towards him. Roar! In the next moment, several level 15 hammer-tailed crocodiles burst forth from a nearby alley, followed closely by a swarm of level 5 blood-sucking bats. The hammer-tailed crocodile measured 3 to 4 meters in length, resembling a crocodile, but with a spiked spherical tail, a rather rare creature. The blood-sucking bats, with wings spanning nearly a meter, displayed menacingly sharp fangs. What a fierce welcome, Qingyun thought, observing the multitude of bats. A red glow flickered in his hand as a crimson spear materialized. He had purchased this spear just the day before. It was unenchanted but designed for durability. The 3-meter-long hammer-tailed crocodile quickly approached him, its massive jaws agape, ready to bite. Qingyun did not hesitate. With a crackle of lightning, he thrust the spear forward, piercing the creature's skull. Not even a level 15 monster could withstand more than 3 strikes from Qingyun, and now, even a level 20 creature would find no respite in his hands. Ding! You have earned 15 kill points. With the hammer-tailed crocodile dispatched, a voice echoed in Qingyun's mind. What? Is this even possible? Qingyun was taken aback, realizing that killing within this arena counted as points. After a brief moment of astonishment, he turned and sprinted towards the city center. According to what his instructor had said, the closer one got to the city center, the higher the monster's levels. Certainly, his motivation for heading towards the city center was not solely due to the higher monster levels, but also to amass a greater number of foes. Gathering monsters is thrilling in the moment, and the excitement continues as the gathering persists. As he glanced back at the ever-increasing horde of monsters pursuing him, a smile crept onto Qingyun's face. Meanwhile, in the plaza, Everyone was fixated on the 3 enormous screens overhead. Wow, truly impressive. Just at the outset, they've already amassed 300 points. Look at the second school. Their score is climbing rapidly. They're about to surpass the third school. Wait a moment. Who is that? Why did she come out so soon? Amidst the cacophony of voices from the crowd, a girl from the second high school pouted as she exited the cabin. Mengjiao, what happened? How could you be eliminated so quickly? A female teacher from the second high school approached with a furrowed brow, noting that it had barely been 5 minutes since they entered. But, teacher, before the girl could finish her sentence, a series of doors opened with a loud clatter, indicating that several others had also been eliminated. Oh well, just return to the audience and watch carefully, the teacher sighed, waving her hand dismissively. The girl pouted, feeling wronged. After all, she had encountered a horde of level 10 monsters right upon entering. In less than 10 minutes, nearly a third of the cabins had opened, with 7 or 8 students from nearly every school being eliminated. This is strange. What on earth is that person up to? At that moment, Yang Ying stood at the edge of the square, her brows tightly knitted as she observed the scores from the first high school. According to her expectations, Qingyun should have been wreaking havoc inside. After all, the strongest monsters in this virtual training ground were only level 20. Yet, the scores from the other 2 schools had exceeded 2,000, with the third school even nearing 3,000, while her side languished at merely 1,700. Jin Yuanbao, did you see Qingyun in there? Yang Ying asked, noticing that Jin Yuanbao had also been eliminated, her expression tinged with concern. Teacher, it was terrifying. I spawned in the city center, and you wouldn't believe it, there was a massive swarm of monsters. Did you see Qingyun or not? Yang Ying interrupted Jin Yuanbao, her anxiety palpable. Li Gu? I didn't see him. Jin Yuanbao scratched his head in confusion. I saw Qingyun. Another boy who had been eliminated approached. What was he doing in there? Yang Ying asked urgently. That guy was running for his life. The boy scoffed, disdain evident in his tone. I think he has lost his mind, believing that simply surviving longer would lead to victory. Exactly. I saw him too. He was sprinting away, with a whole horde of monsters in hot pursuit. Another chimed in. Damn it, Song Qingshu, what nonsense are you spouting? Jin Yuanbao shot back, ready to confront Song Qingshu and his companions. How dare they speak ill of his idol? Nonsense. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed he could be so foolish, thinking that being the last one out was something to be proud of. How naive. Song Qingshu snorted, then glanced at the large screen. If we have any chance of winning, it will solely depend on Lin Wanner. Hearing this, Yang Ying's brows furrowed even deeper. Though it was hard to believe, Song Qingshu did not appear to be lying. Moreover, the current score indicated that if Qingyun had been fighting monsters inside, his score should have been significantly higher. What on earth is this fellow up to? Yang Ying clenched her fists, gritting her teeth in frustration. If Qingyun were to pull another stunt this time, she might have to face the embarrassment of no longer being able to stay at this school, especially since she had ardently supported his inclusion on the list. Chapter 39, A Change of Plans. Preparing for victory. The competition had swiftly progressed for over an hour, leaving only 7 contestants uneliminated. Among them, only Qingyun and Lin Wanner from Class 1 remained, while Class 2 had been entirely eliminated. Class 3, however, boasted a remarkable 5 participants still in the game, accumulating over 5,000 points. Though their growth was gradual, there was a discernible trend suggesting a potential breakthrough of 6,000 points. In contrast, Class 2's score stagnated at 3,500, clearly eliminating any hope of securing the top position. Class 1's score stood at 3,200, experiencing occasional minor increases. Yet it appeared to be nearing its limits. As several more minutes passed, the 5 contestants from Class 3 were ultimately eliminated, their scores solidifying at 6,004. Wow. Incredible. We are in first place. Extra points for the college entrance examination. Class 1 still has participants who have yet to emerge. Aren't you celebrating a bit prematurely? Indeed. Class 1 is in first place, albeit in last place. Ha ha ha. Students from Class 3 had already begun to pop champagne in celebration, confident that their position was secure. Even if the remaining 2 from Class 1 were exceptionally skilled, could they really surge from 3,200 to over 6,000? Principal, where are you going? A teacher at the judge's table inquired as the principal rose from his seat. Heading back to the office to gather my things and return home. Principal Wang Qingdong replied with exasperation, completely at a loss. Even if Qingyun had not participated, it was unlikely they would have triumphed over Class 3. But they certainly should not be losing to Class 2. It was widely known that Class 2 had long been dubbed the perennial third in Donghai City, a title that now seemed poised to fall upon Class 1. Principal, Lin Wanner has yet to emerge. The competition is still ongoing. A nearby teacher hastily reminded him. Upon hearing this, the principal hesitated, took a deep breath, and returned to his seat. Despite being a formidable competitor, Lin Wanner, known as the Ice Queen, was indeed the strongest contender of this cohort. Nevertheless, Principal Wang Qingdong understood that, at this stage, the students inside were likely exhausted, and securing the final 300 points would be akin to climbing a mountain. It's almost there. Almost there. We're about to surpass it. Wow, truly my goddess. Beautiful and not one to boast. She is exceptionally powerful. I heard she has already reached level 8. Her training speed is simply astounding. The crowd in the square buzzed with excitement, all anxiously fixated on the screen. 3,485. Just 15 points away from exceeding 3,500. Principal Wang Qingdong at the judges' table watched the large screen with bated breath. Just 15 more points. With just 15 more points, they could surpass Class 2. Crack. As the sound of a door creaked open, everyone held their breath in anticipation. Lin Wanner, appearing weary, stepped out of the cabin. And yet the score for Class 1 remained at 3,499, just 1 point shy? The leaders of Class 1 slapped their thighs in frustration, filled with a deep sense of regret. Principal Wang Qingdong even rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. The students of Class 1 hung their heads in despair. Whether or not the college entrance examination would grant them extra points was secondary. Now, they could not even surpass Class 2, which was truly disheartening. After emerging, Lin Wanner glanced at the large screen, momentarily stunned. Then her expression turned to one of chagrin. Inside the virtual training arena, she was unable to see the scores. Had she known they were merely 1 point away, she would have exerted every effort to slay another beast. Teacher, I'm sorry, Lin Wanner said, frowning at the visibly angry Yang Yang. She had not anticipated that their score would fall short even against Class 2. It's all right, this isn't your fault. Yang Yang sighed, calming her demeanor. Let us head back and rest. You all have performed admirably. Yang Yang shook her head at the large screen and prepared to lead everyone away. Wait, something's off. Suddenly, a student seated in the front row exclaimed loudly. The score is still climbing. No, Class 1 still has one person inside, Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun is still in there. The entire square, filled with over 20,000 spectators, erupted into a frenzy. Their focus had been so fixated on Lin Wanner that they had forgotten Li Qingyun was still competing. Principal, wake up. It's about to turn around. At this moment, the director of education vigorously shook Wang Qingdong, exclaiming excitedly. Just then, the score for Class 1 surged from 3,499 to 3,600. What is going on here? My goodness, what is Li Qingyun doing in there? The atmosphere shifted, plans had changed, and victory was now within reach. As the audience gazed in astonishment, the score for Class 1 began to skyrocket. 3,600, 6,666, 16,888. Chapter 40. The living king of hell's silence reigned, a deathly stillness enveloping the arena. 20,000 jaws dropped in unison to the ground. In mere seconds, Class 1 score soared from the 3,000s to over 16,000. Lin Wanner covered her mouth with delicate fingers, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. She could hardly believe it. Li Qingyun was a veritable divine entity of Huaxia. With such a performance, it would not be an exaggeration to claim that he possessed an unparalleled vocation. Beside her, Yang Yang stood in a daze, recalling how bewildered she had been when Li Qingyun had chosen to forego the unparalleled vocation. Now, in the same arena, facing the same challenges, she found herself equally astonished. Principal Wang Qingdong was roused by a nearby teacher, and, upon lifting his gaze to the large screen, his eyes widened in disbelief. He inhaled sharply, only to faint once more. This was not due to a lack of composure on Wang Qingdong's part. The score was simply too shocking. Li Qingyun single-handedly surpassed the combined efforts of the other 59 competitors. Goodness, Li Qingyun, you are my deity. Is this a dream? Have we truly triumphed? My word, did Li Qingyun unleash a nuclear bomb in there? At that moment, an overwhelming roar erupted from the crowd, with students from Class 1 exuberantly cheering, while those from Class 3 remained in a state of bewilderment. In mere seconds, they had been overtaken. Could this be real? Is this even possible? My heavens, is Li Qingyun even human? This is like encountering the king of hell himself. Surely, the machine must be malfunctioning. It makes no sense. As the crowd murmured, a sudden explosion resonated throughout the plaza. The door of Capsule 60 was forcefully blown away. Simultaneously, a thick cloud of smoke billowed from within. Cough. Cough. It's suffocating. What on earth is happening? Li Qingyun hurriedly emerged from the capsule, tears streaming from his eyes due to the smoke. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances. What was going on? The machine was smoking? I knew it. I told you there was something wrong with that machine. Could it truly be malfunctioning? Ha ha. Those fools from Class 1 genuinely thought that a Chinese deity could turn the tide. Amidst the fervent discussions, the technical staff rushed onto the scene. Li Qingyun. What is going on? Yang Ying furrowed her brow, approaching him with concern. I have no idea. I was busy defeating monsters when the system suddenly crashed. Li Qingyun replied innocently. The virtual training ground was indeed unreliable. A system crash? How is that even possible? This is the most advanced virtual training ground in the nation. Yang Ying's brows furrowed deeper, disbelief etched across her face. I don't know. Suddenly, a bunch of garbled text appeared around me, and then I was ejected. Li Qingyun shrugged, lamenting that he hadn't finished defeating the monsters he had gathered. Li Qingyun, you weren't engaging in any illicit activities in there, were you? Did you break the machine? At that moment, Song Qingshu and a few others approached, their tones dripping with mockery. Enough of this. Let us head back. Yang Ying interjected, her brow knitted. We will surely find out what transpired when the technical staff releases their findings. Li Qingyun, just how many monsters did you slay in there? As the crowd began to disperse, Lin Wanner suddenly approached Li Qingyun, her brow furrowed in curiosity. I don't know. How could I possibly keep count? Li Qingyun shrugged, genuinely not lying. All right. Lin Wanner sighed, feeling relieved, and chose not to pursue the matter further. I'll take my leave then. The tests are completed, and we'll wait for the announcement. Li Qingyun remarked casually as he began to walk towards the school gates. Wait, just a few steps away. Lin Wanner hurriedly caught up to him. Is there something you need? Li Qingyun furrowed his brow, sensing that Lin Wanner was acting strangely today. Having been together for 3 years, he understood her temperament well. Regret was a word wholly absent from Lin Wanner's vocabulary. She had always been proud and fiercely self-respecting. The matter from before left her blushing and stammering, clearly in a quandary. Observing her predicament, Li Qingyun couldn't help but smirk, advising her not to utter an apology, as they were never from the same world, and she owed him nothing. With that, he turned and walked away. Lin Wanner, the affluent heiress of the Lin family, was worth billions and had been raised in luxury. In stark contrast, Li Qingyun became an orphan at the tender age of 3 when monstrous beings destroyed his home. He had survived by fleeing with refugees to Donghai City, a feat that seemed miraculous. He had never imagined that his journey through this realm would commence so grimly, akin to a struggle for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. In his previous life, he had perused numerous web novels featuring protagonists who, after facing initial troubles, invariably discovered their unique advantages. Some even began cultivating while still in the womb. He had endured his share of hardships, consuming whatever was available during those years of flight. And had it not been for the wisdom gained from his 2 lives, he might not have made it this far. Thus, he was acutely aware that he and Lin Wanner were fundamentally mismatched, and she had never truly harbored affection for him. Watching Li Qingyun's retreating figure, Lin Wanner bit her lip, wanting to say something, but ultimately swallowing her words. It was hard for her to fathom how, just a month ago, they had been an affectionate couple, and now they stood as strangers. Aren't you going to try a little harder? At that moment, Yang Ying approached Lin Wanner with a wry smile, fully aware of the dynamics between the two. What do you mean? Lin Wanner furrowed her brows at Yang Ying's remark. Nothing, Yang Ying shrugged, turning to leave. She knew Lin Wanner would comprehend, yet felt it was not her place to intervene. Deep down, Yang Ying believed that Lin Wanner was somewhat unworthy of Li Qingyun. Not long after returning home, Li Qingyun received a call from Yang Ying. The technical staff had identified the issue. It was due to him annihilating too many monsters in one go, causing the system to overload. Will those points still count? Li Qingyun asked curiously, expressing his willingness to harvest more if necessary, especially since he had amassed over 10,000 kill points during his last venture. Due to the system overload, some data might be lost, but the results would be valid without necessitating a rematch, Yang Ying explained with a resigned smile. Initially, she thought his score of over 16,000 was already extraordinary, only to discover it was not a complete tally. As for how many points he was short of, that remained uncertain. Soon, the school, in conjunction with higher authorities, would issue an announcement, dispelling any rumors that might arise. On the other end of the line, Yang Ying remarked that many people believed the points were not genuinely earned by Li Qingyun through the slaying of monsters, casting doubt on the integrity of the system. Some even suggested online that Li Qingyun was merely stuck in the game. However, Li Qingyun was largely indifferent to the opinions of others. Their assertions were their own concern, and he had certainly profited from the situation. By the way, come to school tomorrow morning. The principal wishes to see you. Huh. Li Qingyun paused slightly, wondering what the principal could want with him. Oh, just come. It's good news. Chapter 41. The Mercenary Guild. After hanging up the phone, Li Qingyun shrugged. Yang Ying had not divulged any details, so he would have to wait and see. He then accessed his system interface, which displayed only one purchasable item. To his surprise, it was an upgrade voucher. Upon examining the voucher, he noted its price of 20,000 kill points, available for those below level 20, capable of elevating him by 2 levels. Incredible, such a treasure exists? Li Qingyun's lips curled into a grin as he swiftly chose to purchase and use it. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have been elevated to level 20. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked a new skill, Fire God Missile. Fire God Missile. A concentrated flame is ejected from the fingertips, traveling at remarkable speed and causing a substantial explosion upon impact. A ranged skill? Li Qingyun furrowed his brow. This skill was indeed impressive, compensating for his previous limitation of close-quarters combat. Previously, manifesting the Red Lotus Inferno was not only taxing, but also slow. With this skill, he could fully unleash the power of the Red Lotus Inferno. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within him, Li Qingyun couldn't help but smile. While the cost was steep, the 2-level ascent was a worthwhile investment. Hey, Li Qingyun. Just as he reveled in his upgrade, the door burst open, and in walked Ning Yao, whom he hadn't seen in ages. Do you think this is your own home? Can't you at least knock? Li Qingyun commented, somewhat exasperated by her abrupt entrance. Oh, don't sweat the small stuff. Ning Yao chuckled. I heard you made the virtual training device smoke. Quite impressive. Ugh, don't remind me. I nearly choked to death in there. Li Qingyun replied with a wry smile, grateful that the cockpit wasn't particularly sturdy, allowing him to break free with a single punch. Otherwise, he might have ended up as smoked meat. By the way, did you come to see me for something? Curious about Ning Yao, who was stifling her laughter, he inquired further. My father wishes to meet you. How about it? Do you have time? Ning Yao said with a grin. I hadn't mentioned it before, but my father is Ning Shanxing, the president of the Mercenary Guild in Donghai City. Huh, why does he want to see me? Li Qingyun was momentarily taken aback. Oh, don't ask questions. Just consider it a favor for me, Ning Yao implored, playfully tugging at his arm. Please, won't you? All right, I'll go. Li Qingyun hurriedly broke free from Ning Yao, stepping back a couple of paces. The way this eccentric woman acted like a spoiled child truly sent shivers down his spine. Previously, Ning Yao had indeed assisted him, but visiting her was hardly an issue. Naturally, Li Qingyun could surmise the reason why the president of the East Sea City Mercenary Guild sought him out. Haha, I knew you would surely help me with this. Ning Yao chuckled as she pulled Li Qingyun into her car. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived at Ning Yao's residence. Located in the affluent center of East Sea City, where it was said that security was directly overseen by the East Sea City Guard. Ning Yao parked the motorcycle in the villa's yard and then led Li Qingyun upstairs. Dad, I've brought someone for you, she announced as they entered. Just as Ning Shanxing emerged, accompanied by a man in a suit, seemingly in his 30s. Hello, Uncle Ning, Li Qingyun greeted, aware of Ning Shanxing's status and significance despite having no prior dealings with the Mercenary Guild. On the surface, the most powerful force in East Sea City appeared to be the Dragon Kingdom Guards, but in reality, it was this mercenary guild that held true dominion. The guild not only commanded a plethora of capable transmuters, but also controlled the entire market for magical creature transactions, particularly the lucrative underground dealings. Contrary to Li Qingyun's expectations, Ning Shanxing did not resemble a mafia overlord. Rather, he appeared to be a frail educator in his 50s. Haha, heroes indeed emerge from youth. Come, sit down and let's talk, Ning Shanxing invited, taking a seat opposite Li Qingyun and pouring him a cup of tea. I've heard about your situation. I presume you wish to participate in the upcoming special recruitment for universities? Li Qingyun nodded in response. Have you set your sights on any particular schools? With your capabilities, you should be able to attend any university in the country, Ning Shanxing continued with a smile. Oh, come on, Dad. Can you just get to the point? You're rambling. Ning Yao interjected, her brows furrowing in annoyance. Ning Shanxing sighed with a wry smile. Ahem. One becomes verbose with age. Please don't take offense, Li Xiaoyu. Of course not. Li Qingyun replied with a grin, casting a glance at the man in the suit standing nearby. The mere presence of this individual exuded a subtle sense of pressure. He likely represented the strongest transmuter Li Qingyun had ever encountered, with strength possibly exceeding level 40. Haha, this is my adopted son, Xiaolong. I found him amidst the ruins many years ago, and he has been with me ever since, Ning Shanxing remarked, seemingly aware of Li Qingyun's scrutiny. Just call me Brother Long. Here is my business card. If you need anything in East Sea City, don't hesitate to reach out, the suited man offered, stepping forward with a smile. He is also a transmuter of the Huaxia deities, and his profession is. Ning Yao attempted to interject, but the words slipped her mind as she momentarily forgot Xiaolong's vocation. I am a level tiger might general, Zhao Long replied, appearing somewhat exasperated. Hearing this, Li Qingyun raised an eyebrow. General Tiger Wei, Changshan Zhao Zilong. Ahem, let us get down to business. The primary reason for inviting you here is to extend an offer for you to join our East Sea City Mercenary Guild. At that moment, Ning Shanxing suddenly interjected. We can provide you with resources for cultivation that surpass those of any university, along with the most exceptional. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyun nodded, as he could surmise the underlying truth. Ning Shanxing's assertion was likely not unfounded. The Mercenary Guild indeed possessed such capabilities. For the majority of university students, there are typically 3 paths available: to join the Dragon Kingdom's Guard, to serve a large corporation, or to enlist in a mercenary guild. Choosing to join a mercenary guild now would mean circumventing 4 years of detours. However, regardless of which path is taken, they all come with restrictions, which is not what Li Qingyun desires. Joining the mercenary guild would not fulfill his ambitions. He seeks to uncover the truth behind this world, to understand what limits the deities of Huaxia. He aspires to stand at the pinnacle of this world and declare to all that the deities of Huaxia are not to be underestimated. One day, armed with a long spear, he shall challenge the Western gods to battle. Chapter 42. Assassination. Of course, if you are unwilling, I can wait until you graduate from university. The doors of the East Sea City Mercenary Guild will always be open to you, Ning Shanxing remarked with a slight smile upon noticing Li Qingyun's silence. Then I thank you, Uncle Ning. Li Qingyun replied with a nod and a smile. Ning Shanxing, being an astute individual, must have anticipated that he would not agree. His presence today likely served more to establish familiarity or perhaps merely to observe the rising figure currently in the public eye. After leaving Ning Yao's home, Li Qingyun returned directly home. With only 4 days remaining until the special university admission, he had already reached level 20, making his success nearly assured. Ning Shanxing's words had prompted Li Qingyun to realize that, as of now, he had yet to decide which university to attend. Knock knock. Just as Li Qingyun was searching for university information online, a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. Who could that be at this hour? Li Qingyun frowned. It was already past 9 in the evening, and who would come seeking him at this time? He approached the door and opened it, only to find a stranger standing outside. Excuse me, are you Li Qingyun? Li Qingyun stared at the woman in a suit before him, momentarily taken aback. Her accent did not seem local. Apologies for disturbing you so late. I am a representative from the admissions office of Shangjing University. The woman observed Li Qingyun's bewilderment and smiled. May I come in for a moment? Upon hearing this, Li Qingyun nodded. Shangjing University was indeed one of the top universities in the nation. Your intelligence work is quite impressive. You managed to find my home. Li Qingyun ushered the woman into the room, his lips curling into a sly smile as he remarked, You need not go to such elaborate lengths. Wouldn't it be more efficient to simply launch a missile at me from outside? The woman paused momentarily, taken aback, before frowning and inquiring, How did you deduce that? Li Qingyun shook his head. The aura of lethal intent surrounding you is exceedingly palpable. I find myself curious. Does it truly require such an elite assassin to eliminate a mere high school student? The woman's brows knitted together in surprise, clearly unprepared for her disguise to be so easily penetrated by Li Qingyun. Various factions are currently watching you. Thus, any attempt on your life must be conducted discreetly. She replied with a subtle smile. Despite her ruse being uncovered, she remained confident that the assassination would proceed as planned. Let me take a guess. Your benefactor is a sworn enemy of Ning Shanxing? Or perhaps the Tian family? Li Qingyun furrowed his brow, recalling that he had just visited Ning Shanxing earlier that day, only for an assassination attempt to occur that very night. It seemed plausible that someone intended to divert blame onto Ning Shanxing. Alternatively, it could be that the Tian family had contracted an assassin to take his life. Aside from the Tian family, he believed he had no other adversaries. Indeed, your guess is astute. But would you care to speculate on whether you will live or die tonight? The woman smirked, extending her delicate hand and snapping her fingers. In an instant, she vanished without a trace. Invisibility skills? Li Qingyun frowned, summoning his long spear and swinging it fiercely behind him. Clang! The sound of metal colliding reverberated, sparks igniting in the air. Clang, clang, clang. He continued to strike in midair, yet every blow was deftly blocked. How could this be possible? The woman reappeared, her expression one of shock as she gazed at Li Qingyun. Her invisibility not only concealed her form, but also masked her presence entirely. How could Li Qingyun pinpoint her exact location? Initially, she believed he was merely flailing his spear at random, but to her astonishment, each strike was directed at her. Cease your efforts. You are no match for me. Reveal who sent you here, and I may allow you to leave, Li Qingyun stated solemnly, regarding the woman before him. The assassin was only around level 25, and her primary asset was her ability to strike from the shadows. Yet, against someone with Li Qingyun's keen perception, it was utterly ineffective. Humph. Such bravado. The woman scoffed coldly. Even if you can see through my invisibility, what of it? As she spoke, a surge of energy enveloped her, declaring that if stealth was futile, she would confront him openly. I advise you not to move. Just as the woman prepared to act, Li Qingyun calmly interjected. The assassin furrowed her brows, and in the next moment, she glanced down to discover that her feet had become ensnared by a serpent of fire without her noticing. The fiery serpent slithered as if it were alive, ascending the woman's leg along the surface of her foot. She could sense the terrifying energy contained within the flames, just as Li Qingyun had warned. Any slight movement could reduce her to ashes. How infuriating. When did you? The female assassin froze in a poised stance, as the fiery serpent wound itself around her waist. Since before you even entered the room, I had already set a trap, Li Qingyun said with a smirk. He had cleverly concealed the flames within the crevices of the stone bricks, waiting for the assassin to step upon them. The woman furrowed her brow as she observed the flames encircling her waist and thigh, then summoned her entire reservoir of spiritual energy, attempting to dispel the fire. However, her concentrated energy merely caused the flames to flicker momentarily before disintegrating upon contact. Do not waste your efforts. With your level 25 spiritual power, you cannot extinguish my flames. Li Qingyun remarked casually. Given his current strength, the Crimson Lotus Inferno he unleashed was beyond the means of any mere Tier 20 practitioner to withstand. What do you intend to do? The female assassin, clearly rattled, spoke to Li Qingyun in a low voice. She had anticipated that this target would prove so formidable. He was ostensibly just a high school student, yet in terms of combat prowess and mental fortitude, he bore no resemblance to a typical student. Who sent you? Li Qingyun asked directly, pulling a chair over to sit down and fixating his gaze on the female assassin. He had ample time to engage her this evening. The assassin hesitated, her beautiful eyes betraying a struggle within her. Just as she prepared to speak, Li Qingyun's brow furrowed. A whistling sound sliced through the air from outside the door. Crack! A blade of wind cleaved through the wooden door, hurtling towards Li Qingyun, who brandished his spear to counter the wind blade. Yet, just as the spear was about to shatter the wind blade, it unexpectedly veered off course. This is bad. Li Qingyun's heart raced. The wind blade was now aimed at the female assassin. Seeing this, the assassin broke into a cold sweat and propelled herself in a desperate attempt to evade the oncoming wind blade. Boom. However, as she moved, the fiery serpent of the Crimson Lotus Inferno erupted instantaneously. Damn it! Li Qingyun's brow furrowed. In an instant, the female assassin was reduced to ashes by the inferno. Not even a cry of anguish escaped her lips. In the next moment, Li Qingyun darted out the door, but the darkened street revealed no trace of anyone. Chapter 43. The fireworks fade too soon. What incredible speed! Li Qingyun frowned. Even with his enhanced vision, he could not detect the presence of the individual. It was evident that they had already slipped beyond his perceptual range. Damn, I was careless. Li Qingyun gazed at the ashes scattered by the wind within the room, realizing that there were indeed others lying in wait in the shadows. Li Qingyun had barely returned to his room when suddenly a vehicle halted at his doorstep. It was none other than Jin Yuanbao. Li Gu, have you gone to sleep yet? The portly figure bellowed from outside without stepping in. Li Qingyun frowned at the interruption, pondering the unusual commotion at such a late hour. What brings you here at this hour? He inquired, wishing merely to lie down and indulge in some mobile entertainment. Ah, the night is still young, Jin Yuanbao exclaimed, pulling Li Qingyun outside. Where are we headed? Li Qingyun asked, momentarily taken aback, realizing that his lack of musical talent would render him a mere clown in such a setting. To sing and drink, of course. We're celebrating your remarkable feat of making the virtual tester smoke today. Jin Yuanbao chuckled. How could I possibly decline? Li Qingyun sighed, aware that he had classes the following day. Come on, give me a break. I promised my classmates I'd bring you along. Jin Yuanbao pleaded with a pitiful expression. Fine. Considering your assistance in finding someone for the enchantment, I'll join you. Li Qingyun shrugged, and soon they were on their way. They quickly arrived at the venue, where a spacious private room was filled with a dozen classmates. Welcome, Li Shun. They cheered in unison. Li Gu, you were incredibly impressive this morning. Another voice chimed in. Tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly inebriated. The atmosphere was electric as Li Qingyun surveyed the crowd, most of whom were from the list of 20 participants from earlier that day. If it weren't for you, we would have been at the bottom of the rankings. You are truly remarkable. The class monitor, Zhao Shui, stood to commend him. The group echoed their agreement, and Li Qingyun was ushered into the center of the revelry. Amid the raucous cheers, Jin Yuanbao poured 2 bottles of drink into him. For someone with a stomach of iron like Li Qingyun, this amount was hardly significant. Apologies for my tardiness. After about half an hour, the door swung open to reveal Lin Wanner, who hurriedly entered, clad in a delicate lavender gown. Her ebony hair cascaded over her shoulders. With a flawlessly crafted visage and a figure that exuded grace, she epitomized beauty. Ah, the campus bell has arrived. For being late. You must pour yourself 3 drinks. Someone jested, prompting the crowd to join in the merriment. Lin Wanner could only chuckle helplessly, surveying the room before ultimately choosing to sit beside Li Qingyun. Very well, I shall self-impose 3 drinks, she declared, promptly raising a glass and downing it. However, the expressions of those in the room turned peculiar, their faces filled with incredulity as they gazed at Lin Wanner. Li Qingyun felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. What was going on with her? To sit beside him was one thing, but to drink from his own glass was quite another. Lin Wanner downed 3 cups in quick succession. After placing her glass down, she glanced at the strange expressions on the faces of her peers and curiously inquired, "What is wrong with you all?" The crowd exchanged glances, alternating between looking at Li Qingyun and then back at Lin Wanner. "Wanner, you just used Li Qingyun's cup," a girl nearby kindly pointed out. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanner was momentarily taken aback. She then turned her gaze towards Li Qingyun, who sat a short distance away. Her delicate face flushed crimson like a ripe apple. "I am sorry," she stammered, her words slightly faltering as she spoke to Li Qingyun. Whether it was due to her shyness or the effects of alcohol, her charming visage deepened in hue. "Haha, I think Lin, our campus belle, did that on purpose." A girl, evidently tipsy, exclaimed with laughter. "Indeed, Lin, our campus belle, you should consider reconciling with Li Qingyun, who is now a hero at our school. Yes, you two are a match made in heaven, talented man and beautiful woman." As the crowd egged them on, Lin Wanner's face reddened even further. However, Li Qingyun shrugged and chuckled. "Everyone, let us not joke about that. I've already been dumped by our campus belle." The room fell silent. Even Lin Wanner raised her brows in surprise before she laughed and said, "Yes. We broke up long ago. Let us not make a fuss about it." The onlookers exchanged knowing glances. It was evident that Lin Wanner had chosen to sit beside Li Qingyun upon entering, suggesting a desire for reconciliation. Why else would she choose to squeeze into a space occupied by boys when there were plenty of seats among the girls? Today is Li Qingyun's stage. How about we have him sing a song for us? A girl suggested, prompting a chorus of agreement from the crowd. "No, I really can't," Li Qingyun laughed, attempting to decline. He hadn't sung since arriving in this world. "Li Qingyun, just sing one song. We've been waiting for you for over half an hour," protested Song Qingshu from nearby, frowning. Li Qingyun's brow furrowed at this. It was clear that Song Qingshu was hoping to see him make a fool of himself. Lin Wanner too frowned at Song Qingshu's remark, realizing how harsh it was. With one sentence, he had put Li Qingyun in a difficult position. If he refused to sing, it would feel like dousing everyone's enthusiasm with cold water. Yet, if he did sing, he risked embarrassing himself in front of everyone. All right then. Li Qingyun finally relented with a smile as he took the microphone. Lin Wanner was momentarily stunned, having known Li Qingyun for 3 years. She had never heard him sing before. Previously, whenever she had urged him to sing, he always insisted he couldn't. "All right, everyone, let us applaud." Song Qingshu laughed heartily, leading the applause. After a round of encouragement from the crowd, Li Qingyun slowly began to sing. "Allow me to serenade you with a song I once heard long ago." The clamor of prosperity fades into obscurity, leaving the world in awe. When Li Qingyun opened his mouth to sing, an astonished silence fell upon all. For none could have anticipated that the usually reserved Li Qingyun would be an unmitigated karaoke sensation. The song he chose was one they had never encountered before. And even in its unaccompanied form, it resonated beautifully. Moments later, as Li Qingyun set down the microphone, the audience remained entranced by the melancholic melody. A few young ladies, whether due to intoxication or genuine emotion, found themselves moved to tears by the performance. Observing this, Li Qingyun could only offer a wry smile. Had he truly sung them to tears? Meanwhile, Song Qingshu wore a grim expression. He had intended to humiliate Li Qingyun. But to his dismay, Li Qingyun's prowess overshadowed his expectations. "I'll step out for a moment," Li Qingyun said, rising slowly from his seat. Lin Wanner, watching him depart, suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity towards the man before her. The song had captivated her as well. As Li Qingyun exited the private room, nearing the restroom, he was suddenly alerted by the sound of a woman's cries. The voice was strikingly familiar. It was Zhao Shui. "Let me go? Let go of me." At that moment, Zhao Shui found herself cornered by a drunken youth with unruly blonde hair. who clearly had indulged too much. Stop shouting. What is the big deal? Just have a drink with us. He slurred, attempting to stifle Zhao Xue's protests as he pulled her towards his table. Just then, as the boorish youth stumbled out of the restroom, he collided with Li Qingyun, who had just arrived. Li Qingyun, save me, Zhao Xue cried, her eyes lighting up with hope as she bit the youth's arm and rushed behind Li Qingyun for protection. What is going on? Who is this person? Li Qingyun inquired, eyeing the drunken youth before turning to Zhao Xue. I don't know him. He entered the ladies' restroom. He.s. trying to force me to drink with him, she exclaimed. Panic etched across her face. Hey, brat, this doesn't concern you. If you don't want trouble, just scram, the drunken youth shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Qingyun, his breath reeking of alcohol, which made Li Qingyun wrinkle his nose in distaste. Kid, I advise you, before he could finish. Li Qingyun delivered a swift punch, sending the youth crashing against the wall, where he promptly lost consciousness. I'm not one to heed warnings, Li Qingyun shrugged nonchalantly, leading Zhao Xue back to the private room. Upon their return, Li Qingyun noticed Jin Yuanbao sprawled beneath the table, seemingly overwhelmed by the alcohol. A moment of surprise washed over him. How could this glutton have the audacity to drag him out for drinks? Li Qingyun glanced at the lone bottle of liquor before the stout man, which was yet to be finished. Just then, the door to the room was forcefully kicked open, and the yellow-haired man from earlier stormed in. The sudden intrusion startled everyone, causing even the microphone in Song Qingshu's hand to clatter to the floor. Li Qingyun, is it? After hitting me, you dare to run, the bald man shouted, brandishing the bottle and pointing it threateningly at the seated Li Qingyun. The crowd turned their attention to Li Qingyun, who appeared to have provoked someone formidable. What is the matter? Do you still wish to be beaten? Li Qingyun furrowed his brow, realizing that his earlier punch had been rather lenient. Huh, you insolent brat, do you have any idea who my brother is? My brother is Scarface. You've landed yourself in serious trouble. The yellow-haired man continued with a sneer. Li Qingyun could only chuckle bitterly. He had never heard of this Scarface. The yellow-haired man coldly declared, listen here. If you kneel down and bow to me 3 times while declaring that you are worthless, I might let you go. Otherwise, before he could finish, a loud thud echoed through the room, leaving everyone in shock. Li Qingyun had seized the bottle from the table and smashed it against the yellow-haired man's head with a resounding crash. The yellow-haired man was momentarily stunned, clutching his head and letting out a howl. Fortunately, he seemed to possess some resilience, or else he might have sustained a severe injury. Damn it, you're seeking death, he snarled, his face contorted with rage as he unleashed a surge of formidable spiritual power. He had never anticipated that Li Qingyun would dare to retaliate. Almost immediately, the yellow-haired man began to transform, his hands morphing into claw-like appendages. He is a professional werewolf. Li Qingyun, be cautious. Zhao Xue, ever the scholar, quickly recognized the yellow-haired man's profession. You little brat, today I'm going to, but before he could finish his threat, Li Qingyun delivered a powerful punch that sent the yellow-haired man crashing to the ground, following up with a relentless barrage of blows. At level 11, you think you can swagger around in society? Li Qingyun scoffed, unleashing a combination of strikes. Under the onslaught, the yellow-haired man could do little but shield his head and wail in agony, utterly unable to retaliate. Each punch felt like a 1,000-pound hammer crashing into him. Big brother, spare me. I was wrong, Li Go? The yellow-haired man pleaded, his face bruised and bloodied, his ribs likely broken, curling on the ground like a shrimp in desperation. Seeing this, Li Qingyun finally ceased his assault. After all, killing someone in such a setting would be unwise. The spectators were left utterly dumbfounded. This level 11 professional was rendered powerless against Li Qingyun, akin to a helpless chick. Just how high was Li Qingyun's level? Damn it. You have guts. Just wait. The yellow-haired young man scrambled to his feet, transitioning from lamentation to audacity in the blink of an eye, and dashed towards the exit. What should he do? He seemed eager to seek assistance. At this moment, Zhao Xue, standing nearby, voiced her concerns, clearly sensing that the matter was far from resolved. Should we leave first? Offending these outsiders could lead to trouble. Another girl suggested. Bah, what is there to fear? The villain has already been chased off by Li Qingyun, exclaimed Song Qingshu, suddenly laughing. Everyone rest assured. I am well acquainted with this area. Those who roam these streets will grant me some respect. At this declaration, the crowd fell silent, their gazes shifting to Song Qingshu in astonishment. They had not anticipated that she possessed such connections. Seated nearby, Li Qingyun shrugged, surprised by the evening's unexpected turn of events. However, having lived 2 lives, he understood that dealing with ruffians required one to be even more ruthless. Boss, this punk hit me. Without a moment's hesitation, he slammed me against the wall. Soon, the yellow-haired youth returned with a few companions, pointing at Li Qingyun and shouting, "Oh, a couple of pretty girls, I see." At that moment, a bald man with scars and tattoos swaggered in, his gaze immediately locking onto Lin Wanner and the other young women. "Humph, you've harmed my subordinate. None of you shall leave today." The bald man leered as he sized up the alluring figures of Lin Wanner and Zhao Shui, adding lewdly, "Males can be buried. Females must remain." Chapter 45, Mr. Ning's friend. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd darkened. Though human life is often regarded as cheap, several among them had formidable backgrounds, and any ordinary gang would think twice before provoking them. Lin Wanner furrowed her brows, but chose to remain silent, instead glancing at Li Qingyun. Boss, it was this guy who hit me. That bastard knocked me against the wall with one punch." The yellow-haired youth pointed accusingly at Li Qingyun. "Get lost. How dare you speak?" The bald man roared, delivering a backhand that sent the yellow-haired youth spinning. "Brother Biao, I am Song Qingshu, son of Song Hai. We have met before." Stepping forward with a smile, Song Qingshu continued, "Brother Biao, this matter has its rightful instigator, which is Li Qingyun. The others, oh? You are the son of Song Hai." The bald man raised an eyebrow. "Then you may leave, but the rest must stay." Upon hearing this, Song Qingshu's brow furrowed as she opened her mouth to protest, but the bald man interrupted, "Song family brat, your father does not wield that much influence. If you wish to avoid trouble, you had best depart swiftly." Realizing the futility of her situation, Song Qingshu could only manage a forced smile, casting a glance at her companions before retreating out the door, fully aware that she could not afford to provoke Brother Biao. Song Qingshu is such a scoundrel. What a disgrace. The remaining girls vented their frustration, angered by her abandonment. Moments ago, one boasted of their influence in this area, but what a hollow claim that is. Did you dare to lay a hand on Huang Mao? Anyone who dares to challenge me shall not leave this place unscathed today. Sang Biao cast a cold, menacing glance at Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun furrowed his brow, discerning that this Biao brother was likely around level 27 and had yet to awaken. The other lackeys were inconsequential. A level 27 class changer was certainly a worthy opponent. "Biao, stop wasting time. Deal with this insolent fool," Huang Mao shouted from the side. "Are you instructing me on how to handle matters?" Sang Biao retorted, delivering a sharp slap that sent Huang Mao flying. "You two, go and eliminate him." He commanded his two henchmen, viewing this student as unworthy of his own effort. The two lackeys nodded and, without hesitation, charged at Li Qingyun from either side. Bang! In the next moment, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the two had barely reached Li Qingyun before they were sent sprawling. "You think these mere underlings can take me down? Enough chatter, let us get to it," Li Qingyun declared after dispatching the two. "Huh, I didn't see you had such skills," Sang Biao scoffed, removing his jacket and draping it over the doorknob. "Just because you possess some ability doesn't mean you're invincible," he sneered, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that shattered the wine bottle on the table with a resounding crack. At that moment, a group approached from outside, led by a young man in a suit. "I heard there is a fight going on here. Who dares to disturb my territory?" The suited man inquired with a frown as he reached the doorway. Sang Biao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly plastered on a smile. "Brother Long, it's me. Brother Long." The man named Brother Long appeared significantly younger than Sang Biao, yet Sang Biao addressed him with utmost reverence. "A Biao, what is going on?" Brother Long frowned. "Another ruckus in my territory? Are you looking to get yourself in trouble?" "Brother Long, it's not me causing the disturbance today. They've come to disrupt your establishment, and I was just about to teach them a lesson." Sang Biao gestured toward the crowd in the room. Brotherly, what a coincidence to meet again." The man stepped inside and immediately recognized Li Qingyun, who raised an eyebrow in response. The newcomer was none other than Zhao Long from the Mercenary Guild. "A Biao, what is happening here? Are you causing trouble for my brother?" Upon seeing the shattered wine bottles in the room, Zhao Long's expression darkened. Earlier that morning, Ning Shan had specifically warned him that Li Qingyun was a rising star and that they must not make an enemy of him. He had been instructed to treat Li Qingyun as an esteemed guest of the Mercenary Guild. Little did he expect that trouble would arise on his own turf today. Upon witnessing the scene, Sang Biao was utterly taken aback. He never anticipated that Li Qingyun was acquainted with Zhao Long, and that they shared such a brotherly bond. "Brother Long, you two know each other?" Sang Biao quickly regained his composure, his face betraying a palpable tension. "Sang Biao, Li Qingyun is Miss Ning's friend and a distinguished guest of Mr. Ning. If something were to transpire, I would be unable to account for it to Mr. Ning." Zhao Long's expression grew increasingly grave, causing Sang Biao to finally recognize the gravity of the situation. It was needless to say that he was well aware of who Mr. Ning was, and to discover that this student was indeed a guest of Mr. Ning was alarming. He realized that he had unwittingly stumbled upon a formidable adversary, a thorny one at that. Sang Biao understood all too well that if Ning Shanxing wished to eliminate him, it would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Brother Long, it's all this brat's fault. He.S. the one who provoked Brother Li. Sang Biao, in a fit of panic, pointed accusingly at the nearby Huang Mao. Huang Mao, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless, his legs trembling under Zhao Long's piercing gaze. Brother Long, I was mistaken. It was a moment of folly. Huang Mao quivered, but Zhao Long paid him no heed. Young brother Li Qingyun, how do you propose we resolve this matter? Zhao Long inquired, his tone tentative. Since this is Brother Long's territory, it is only fitting that you dictate the resolution. Li Qingyun replied coolly. Zhao Long nodded in agreement, then spoke with a measured tone. Sang Biao, you shall handle this matter. Consider it an opportunity for redemption. Sang Biao was momentarily taken aback, but hastily nodded as if pecking at grains, then scurried away with his entourage in disarray. Haha, brotherly, this is my domain. Feel free to call upon me if anything arises, Zhao Long remarked with a smile once Sang Biao had departed. Thank you, Brother Long. I appreciate it, Li Qingyun responded. Not at all. We are all brothers here. Allow me to arrange a private room for you. Tonight's expenses will be on the house, Zhao Long declared, beaming at Li Qingyun. Let us call it a night. I believe we have had enough excitement for today. I shall come again another time, Li Qingyun observed, glancing around the disheveled private room. Despite the earlier commotion, Jin Yuanbao remained sprawled like a lifeless swine, and the others, thoroughly disenchanted by the ruckus, began to disperse. After escorting Jin Yuanbao to the car, Li Qingyun hailed a cab to return home. That despicable Song Qingshu, when I encounter him again, I shall make him regret it. One of the girls in the back seat exclaimed angrily as they shared a ride. Warner, did you notice how Sang Biao's gaze towards you was particularly repugnant? Another girl chimed in. Today, Brother Li was incredibly handsome. I can't believe he knows such influential figures. Indeed, the song he performed was simply divine. What a pity I didn't record it. The girls chattered excitedly, while Lin Warner sat silently, her brows furrowed in contemplation. At this moment, her mind was consumed with the question of how Li Qingyun could possibly know Zhao Long. Moreover, it appeared that the two were quite familiar with one another. Lin Warner had encountered Zhao Long before. Even her father had shown him great deference. She only knew Zhao Long to be a formidable figure in the underworld. Yet despite her long acquaintance with Li Qingyun, she had never seen him associated with such individuals. How many secrets did Li Qingyun still harbor from her? Chapter 46, the final chapter, 10 years later. Li Qingyun stood atop the Great Wall, a majestic golden Nezha figure towering behind him. The figure was enveloped in the power of wind and thunder, and with a mere gesture, the heavens trembled in response. After vanquishing the three supreme deities of the West in a 1-against-3 confrontation, no one could rival Li Qingyun any longer. From this moment forth, the ranks of the divine would be restructured, and the Eastern deities would reclaim their positions. The colossal figure wielded a fiery spear and dual swords of yin and yang, surrounded by 9 fiery dragons that surged violently towards the night sky. With a resounding crash, a celestial gate burst open. The divine power of the Eastern gods descended upon the world as the gate opened. Li Qingyun squinted at the celestial gate, feeling the wind and fire whirling beneath his feet, and in a flash, he entered the gate. Upon awakening, the surroundings momentarily bewildered him. The fluorescent lights of the library buzzed, and the closing music mingled with the sounds of torrential rain outside. A few classmates were still packing their bags, preparing to return to the dormitory. He looked down at the checkered shirt he was wearing, and everything indicated that he had traversed back once more. Li Qingyun was momentarily taken aback, caught between laughter and tears. Who would have thought that the other side of the celestial gate was, in fact, his original world? His phone vibrated in his pocket, the lock screen displaying unchanged date and time. This meant that while he had traversed over 20 years into the past, nothing had altered in this realm. The rain pounded against the glass dome like a drum, and he stood at the library's entrance, gazing at the distorted glow of the streetlights through the curtain of rain. Had he truly returned? Li Qingyun murmured to himself, staring out at the downpour. Hey, are you all right? You look a bit unwell. A female classmate approached him, frowning, having noticed him lost in thought for a considerable time. I'm fine, Li Qingyun shrugged, picking up his bag and heading toward the dormitory. I forgot my umbrella. What am I going to do? As he stepped out of the library, he reached out to catch the falling raindrops. Just then, he froze, realizing that he was still wearing the space ring. Li Qingyun was momentarily stunned, then quickly regained his composure. He snapped his fingers, and a flame erupted at his fingertips. This revelation brought a smile to his lips. He had returned with his extraordinary abilities. Rain drizzles diagonally across the library's tower, enveloping the entire tree-lined path in a leaden gray mist. The broad leaves of the sycamores can scarcely bear the weight of the rain, shedding droplets of silver every few seconds, which splatter against the bluestone tiles, creating a delicate phosphorescent shimmer. Occasionally, a bicycle rolls through a puddle, leaving a shimmering trail on the water's surface. Nearby, two girls under umbrellas share a warm bowl of Odin, the steam curling upward along the ribs of their umbrellas, dissipating into the velvet blackness of the night sky. Qingyun walks alone through the curtain of rain, seeking refuge in an unoccupied path lined with trees, uncertain whether the lightning can still be summoned. He furrows his brow at the raindrops sliding off the leaves, then suddenly clenches his fist. In the next moment, arcs of lightning crackle from his palm. Simultaneously, the streetlights flicker momentarily, and the raindrops in the air instantaneously evaporate into a swirling mist. It is evident that Qingyun has returned to the present, empowered by the cultivation of another realm. Observing the flickering arcs of electricity in his hand, a smile forms at the corner of his mouth as he gradually makes his way back to the dormitory. The end.